Section 26 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 26. Chapter 21. The Chieftain's Sister. The drawing-room of Flora Mac Ivor was furnished in the plainest and most simple manner. For at Glennaquoich every other sort of expenditure was retrenched as much as possible, for the purpose of maintaining in its full dignity the hospitality of the chieftain, and retaining and multiplying the number of his dependents and adherents. But there was no appearance of this parsimony in the dress of the lady herself, which was in texture elegant and even rich, and arranged in a manner which partook partly of the Parisian fashion, and partly of the more simple dress of the Highlands, blended together with great taste. Her hair was not disfigured by the art of the friseur, but fell in jetty ringlets on her neck, confined only by a circlet richly set with diamonds. This peculiarity she adopted in compliance with the Highland prejudices, which could not endure that a woman's head should be covered before wedlock. Flora Mac Ivor bore a most striking resemblance to her brother Fergus, so much so that they might have played Viola and Sebastian with the same exquisite effect produced by the appearance of Mrs. Henry Siddons and her brother Mr. William Murray in these characters. They had the same antique and regular correctness of profile, the same dark eyes, eyelashes, and eyebrows, the same clearness of complexion, excepting that Fergus's was embrowned by exercise and Flora's possessed the utmost feminine delicacy. But the haughty and somewhat stern regularity of Fergus's features was beautifully softened in those of Flora. Their voices were also similar in tone, though differing in the key. That of Fergus, especially while issuing orders to his followers during their military exercise, reminded Edward of a favourite passage in the description of Emetrius, whose voice was heard around loud as a trumpet with a silver sound. That of Flora, on the contrary, was soft and sweet, an excellent thing in woman, yet in urging any favourite topic which she often pursued with natural eloquence, it possessed as well the tones which impress in awe and conviction as those of persuasive insinuation. The eager glance of the keen black eye, which in the chieftain seemed impatient even of the material obstacles it encountered, had in his sister acquired a gentle pensiveness. His looks seemed to seek glory, power, and all that could exalt him above others in the race of humanity, while those in his sister, as if she were already conscious of mental superiority, seemed to pity rather than envy those who were struggling for any farther distinction. Her sentiments corresponded with the expression of her countenance. Early education had impressed upon her mind, as well as on that of the chieftain, the most devoted attachment to the exiled family of Stuart. She believed it the duty of her brother, of his clan, of every man in Britain, at whatever personal hazard, to contribute to that restoration which the partisans of the Chevalier St. George had not ceased to hope for. For this she was prepared to do all, to suffer all, to sacrifice all. But her loyalty, as it exceeded her brother's in fanaticism, excelled it also in purity. Accustomed to petty intrigue and necessarily involved in 1,000 paltry and selfish discussions, ambitious also by nature, his political faith was tinctured at least, if not tainted, by the views of interest and advancement so easily combined with it, and at the moment he should unsheath his claymore, it might be difficult to say whether it would be most with the view of making James Stuart king, or Fergus Mac Ivor an earl. This, indeed, was a mixture of feeling which he did not avow even to himself, but it existed nevertheless in powerful degree. In Flora's bosom, on the contrary, the zeal of loyalty burnt pure and unmixed with any selfish feeling. She would have as soon made religion the mask of ambitious and interested views as have shrouded them under the opinions which she had been taught to think patriotism. Such instances of devotion were not uncommon among the followers of the unhappy race of Stuart, of which many memorable proofs will recur to the minds of most of my readers. But peculiar attention on the part of the Chevalier de St. George and his princess to the parents of Fergus and his sister, and to themselves when orphans, had riveted their faith. Fergus, upon the death of his parents, had been for some time a page of honour in the train of the Chevalier's lady, and from his beauty and sprightly temper was uniformly treated by her with the utmost distinction. This was also extended to Flora, who was maintained for some time at a convent of the first order at the princess's expense, and removed from thence into her own family, where she spent nearly 2 years. Both brother and sister retained the deepest and most grateful sense of her kindness. Having thus touched upon the leading principle of Flora's character, I may dismiss the rest more slightly. She was highly accomplished, and had acquired those elegant manners to be expected from one who in early youth had been a companion of a princess. Yet she had not learned to substitute the gloss of politeness for the reality of feeling. When settled in the lonely regions of Glennaquoich, she found that her resources in French, English, and Italian literature were likely to be few and interrupted, and in order to fill up the vacant time, she bestowed a part of it upon the music and poetical traditions of the Highlanders, and began really to feel the pleasure in the pursuit which her brother, whose perceptions of literary merit were more blunt, rather affected for the sake of popularity than actually experienced. Her resolution was strengthened in these researches by the extreme delight which her inquiries seemed to afford those to whom she resorted for information. Her love of her clan, an attachment which was almost hereditary in her bosom, was, like her loyalty, a more pure passion than that of her brother. He was too thorough a politician, regarded his patriarchal influence too much as the means of accomplishing his own aggrandizement, that we should term him the model of a Highland chieftain. Flora felt the same anxiety for cherishing and extending their patriarchal sway, but it was with the generous desire of vindicating from poverty, or at least from want and foreign oppression, those whom her brother was by birth, according to the notions of the time and country, entitled to govern. The savings of her income, for she had a small pension from the Princess Sobieski, were dedicated, not to add to the comforts of the peasantry, for that was a word which they neither knew nor apparently wished to know, but to relieve their absolute necessities when in sickness or extreme old age. At every other period they rather toiled to procure something which they might share with the chief, as a proof of their attachment, than expected other assistance from him, save what was afforded by the rude hospitality of his castle, and the general division and subdivision of his estate among them. Flora was so much beloved by them that when MacMurrough composed a song, in which he enumerated all the principal beauties of the district, and intimated her superiority by concluding that the fairest apple hung on the highest bough, he received in donations from the individuals of the clan more seed barley than would have sowed his Highland Parnassus, the Bard's Croft as it was called, 10 times over. From situation as well as choice, Miss McIvor's society was extremely limited. Her most intimate friend had been Rose Bradwardine, to whom she was much attached, and when seen together they would have afforded an artist 2 admirable subjects for the gay and the melancholy muse. Indeed, Rose was so tenderly watched by her father, and her circle of wishes was so limited, that none arose but what he was willing to gratify, and scarce any which did not come within the compass of his power. With Flora it was otherwise. While almost a girl, she had undergone the most complete change of scene, from gaiety and splendor to absolute solitude and comparative poverty. And the ideas and wishes which she chiefly fostered in respected great national events, and changes not to be brought round without both hazard and bloodshed, and therefore not to be thought of with levity. Her manner, consequently, was grave, though she readily contributed her talents to the amusement of society, and stood very high in the opinion of the old Baron, who used to sing along with her such French duets of Lindor and Cloris, etc., as which were in the fashion about the end of the reign of old Louis le Grand. It was generally believed, though no one durst have hinted it to the Baron of Bradwardine, that Flora's entreaties had no small share in allaying the wrath of Fergus upon the occasion of their quarrel. She took her brother on the assailable side by dwelling first upon the Baron's age, and then representing the injury which the cause might sustain, and the damage which must arise to his own character and point of prudence, so necessary to a political agent, if he persisted in carrying it to extremity. Otherwise it is probable it would have terminated in a duel, both because the Baron had, on former occasion, shed blood of the clan, though the matter had been timely accommodated, and of account of his high reputation for address at his weapon, which Fergus almost condescended to envy. For the same reason she had urged their reconciliation, which the chieftain the more readily agreed to, as it favoured some ulterior projects of his own. To this young lady, now presiding at the female empire of the table, Fergus introduced Captain Waverley, whom she received with the usual forms of politeness. End of section 26. Chapter 21. Section 27 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 27. Chapter 22. Highland Minstrelsy. When the first salutations had passed, Fergus said to his sister, "My dear Flora, before I return to the barbarous ritual of our forefathers, I must tell you that Captain Waverley is a worshipper of the Celtic muse, not the less so perhaps that he does not understand a word of her language. I have told him you are eminent as a translator of Highland poetry, and that MacMurrough admires your version of his songs upon the same principle that Captain Waverley admires the original, because he does not comprehend them. Will you have the goodness to read or recite to our guest in English the extraordinary string of names which MacMurrough has tacked together in Gaelic? My life to a moor fowl's feather, you are provided with a version, for I know you are in all the bard's councils, and acquainted with his songs long before he rehearses them in the hall." "How can you say so, Fergus? You know how little these verses can possibly interest an English stranger, even if I could translate them as you pretend." "Not less than they interest me, Lady Fair. Today your joint composition, for I insist you had a share in it, has cost me the last silver cup in the castle, and I suppose will cost me something else next time I hold cour pleniere, if the muse descends on MacMurrough, for you know our proverb, when the hand of the chief ceases to bestow, the breath of the bard is frozen in the utterance. Well, I would it were even so. There are 3 things that are useless to a modern Highlander: a sword, which he must not draw, a bard, to sing of deeds which he dare not imitate, and a large goatskin purse without a louis d'or to put into it. Well, brother, since you betray my secrets, you cannot expect me to keep yours. I assure you, Captain Waverley, that Fergus is too proud to exchange his broadsword for a Marechal's baton, that he esteems MacMurrough a far greater poet than Homer, and would not give up his goatskin purse for all the louis d'or which it could contain. Well pronounced, Flora, blow for blow, as Conan said to the devil. Footnote. See Note 23. Note 23. In the Irish ballads relating to Fionn, the Fingal of Macpherson, there occurs, as in the primitive poetry of most nations, a cycle of heroes, each of whom has some distinguishing attribute. Upon these qualities, and the adventures of those possessing them, many proverbs are formed, which are still current in the Highlands. Among other characters, Conan is distinguished as in some respects a kind of Thersites, but brave and daring even to rashness. He made a vow that he would never take a blow without returning it, and having, like other heroes of antiquity, descended to the infernal regions, he received a cuff from the arch-fiend who presided there, which he instantly returned, using the expression in the text. Sometimes the proverb is worded thus: "Claw for claw, and the devil take the shortest nails," as Conan said to the devil. End of Note 23. Now do you two talk of bards and poetry, if not of purses and claymores, while I return to do the final honours to the senators of the tribe of Iver. So saying, he left the room. The conversation continued between Flora and Waverley, for 2 well-dressed young women, whose character seemed to hover between that of companions and dependents, took no share in it. They were both pretty girls, but served only as foils to the grace and beauty of their patroness. The discourse followed the turn which the chieftain had given it, and Waverley was equally amused and surprised with the account which the lady gave him of Celtic poetry. "The recitation," she said, "of poems recording the feats of heroes, the complaints of lovers, and the wars of contending tribes, forms the chief amusement of a winter fireside in the Highlands. Some of these are said to be very ancient, and if they are ever translated into any of the languages of civilized Europe, cannot fail to produce a deep and general sensation. Others are more modern, the composition of those family bards whom the chieftains of more distinguished name and power retain as the poets and historians of their tribes. These, of course, possess various degrees of merit, but much of it must evaporate in translation, or be lost on those who do not sympathize with the feelings of the poet. And your bard, whose effusions seem to produce such effect upon the company today, is he reckoned among the favorite poets of the mountains?" "That is a trying question. His reputation is high among his countrymen, and you must not expect me to depreciate it. Footnote: the Highland poet almost always was an improvisatore. Captain Burt met one of them at Lobut's table. End of footnote. But the song, Miss McGivor, seemed to awaken all those warriors, both young and old. The song is little more than a catalogue of names of the Highland clans under their distinctive peculiarities, and an exhortation to them to remember and to emulate the actions of their forefathers. And am I wrong in conjecturing, however extraordinary the guess appears, that there was some allusion to me in the verses which he recited? You have a quick observation, Captain Waverley, which in this instance has not deceived you. The Gaelic language, being uncommonly vocalic, is well adapted for sudden and extemporaneous poetry, and a bard seldom fails to augment the effects of a premeditated song by throwing in any stanzas which may be suggested by the circumstances attending the recitation. I would give my best horse to know what the Highland bard could find to say of such an unworthy Southron as myself. It shall not even cost you a lock of his mane. Una, mavourneen. She spoke a few words to one of the young girls in attendance, who instantly curtsied and tripped out of the room. I have sent Una to learn from the bard the expressions he used, and you shall command my skill as dragoman. Una returned in a few minutes, and repeated to her mistress a few lines in Gaelic. Flora seemed to think for a moment, and then, slightly colouring, she turned to Waverley. It is impossible to gratify your curiosity, Captain Waverley, without exposing my own presumption. If you will give me a few moments for consideration, I will endeavour to engraft the meaning of these lines upon a rude English translation, which I have attempted of a part of the original. The duties of the tea-table seem to be concluded, and, as the evening is delightful, Una will show you the way to one of my favourite haunts, and Kathleen and I will join you there. Una, having received instructions in her native language, conducted Waverley out by a passage different from that through which he had entered the apartment. At a distance he heard the hall of the chief still resounding with the clang of bagpipes and the high applause of his guests. Having gained the open air by a postern door, they walked a little way up the wild, bleak, and narrow valley in which the house was situated, following the course of the stream that winded through it. In a spot about a quarter of a mile from the castle, two brooks which formed the little river had their junction. The larger of the two came down the long bare valley, which extended apparently without any change or elevation of character, as far as the hills which formed its boundary permitted the eye to reach. But the other stream, which had its source among the mountains on the left hand of the strath, seemed to issue from a very narrow and dark opening betwixt two large rocks. These streams were different also in character. The larger was placid, and even sullen in its course, wheeling in deep eddies, or sleeping in dark blue pools. But the motions of the lesser brook were rapid and furious, issuing between precipices, like a maniac from his confinement, all foam and uproar. It was up the course of this last stream that Waverley, like a knight of romance, was conducted by the fair Highland damsel, his silent guide. A small path, which had been rendered easy in many places for Flora's accommodation, led him through scenery of a very different description from that which he had just quitted. Around the castle all was cold, bare, and desolate, yet tame even in desolation. But this narrow glen, at so short a distance, seemed to open into the land of romance. The rocks assumed 1,000 peculiar and varied forms. In one place a crag of huge size presented its gigantic bulk, as if to forbid the passenger's farther progress, and it was not until he approached its very base that Waverley discerned the sudden and acute turn by which the pathway wheeled its course around this formidable obstacle. In another spot the projecting rocks from the opposite sides of the chasm had approached so near to each other that two pine trees laid across and covered with turf formed a rustic bridge at the height of at least 150 feet. It had no ledges, and was barely 3 feet in breadth. While gazing at this pass of peril, which crossed like a single black line the small portion of blue sky not intercepted by the projecting rocks on either side, it was with a sensation of horror that Waverley beheld Flora and her attendant appear like inhabitants of another region, propped, as it were, in mid-air upon this trembling structure. She stopped upon observing him below, and with an air of graceful ease which made him shudder, waved her handkerchief to him by way of signal. He was unable, from the sense of dizziness which her situation conveyed, to return the salute, and was never more relieved though when the fair apparition passed on from the precarious eminence which she seemed to occupy with so much indifference, and disappeared on the other side. Advancing a few yards, and passing under the bridge which he had viewed with so much terror, the path ascended rapidly from the edge of the brook, and the glen widened into a sylvan amphitheatre, waving with birch, young oaks, and hazels, with here and there a scattered yew tree. The rocks now receded, but still showed their grey and shaggy crests rising among the copsewood. Still higher rose eminences and peaks, some bare, some clothed with wood, some round and purple with heath, and others splintered into rocks and crags. At a short turning, the path, which had for some furlongs lost sight of the brook, suddenly placed Waverley in front of a romantic waterfall. It was not so remarkable either for great height or quantity of water as for the beautiful accompaniments which made the spot interesting. After a broken cataract of about 20 feet, the stream was received in a large natural basin filled to the brim with water, which, where the bubbles of the fall subsided, was so exquisitely clear that, although it was of great depth, the eye could discern each pebble at the bottom. Eddying round this reservoir, the brook found its way as if over a broken part of the ledge, and formed a second fall, which seemed to seek the very abyss. Then wheeling out beneath, from among the smooth dark rocks which it had polished for ages, it wandered murmuring down the glen, forming the stream up which Waverley had just ascended. Footnote. See Note 24. Note 24. The description of the waterfall mentioned in this chapter is taken from that of Ladeard, at the farm so called, on the northern side of Lockhart, and near the head of the lake 4 or 5 miles from Aberfoyle. It is upon a small scale, but otherwise one of the most exquisite cascades it is possible to behold. The appearance of Flora, with the harp, as described, has been justly censured as too theatrical and affected for the ladylike simplicity of her character, but something may be allowed to her French education, in which point and striking effect always make a considerable object. End of Note 24. The borders of this romantic reservoir corresponded in beauty, but it was beauty of a stern and commanding cast, as if in the act of expanding into grandeur. Mossy banks of turf were broken and interrupted by huge fragments of rock, and decorated with trees and shrubs, some of which had been planted under the direction of Flora, but so cautiously that they added to the grace without diminishing the romantic wildness of the scene. Here, like one of those lovely forms which decorate the landscapes of Poussin, Waverley found Flora gazing on the waterfall. 2 paces further back stood Kathleen, holding a small Scottish harp, the use of which had been taught to Flora by Rory Dahl, one of the last harpers of the Western Highlands. The sun, now stooping in the west, gave a rich and varied tinge to all the objects which surrounded Waverley, and seemed to add more than human brilliancy to the full expressive darkness of Flora's eye, exalted the richness and purity of her complexion, and enhanced the dignity and grace of her beautiful form. Edward thought he had never, even in his wildest dreams, imagined a figure of such exquisite and interesting loveliness. The wild beauty of the retreat, bursting upon him as if by magic, augmented the mingled feeling of delight and awe with which he approached her, like a fair enchantress of Bordeaux or Ariosto, by whose nod the scenery around seemed to have been created in Eden in the wilderness. Flora, like every beautiful woman, was conscious of her own power and pleased with its effects, which she could easily discern from the respectful yet confused address of the young soldier. But as she possessed excellent sense, she gave the romance of the scene and other accidental circumstances full weight in appreciating the feelings with which Waverley seemed obviously to be impressed. And unacquainted with the fanciful and susceptible peculiarities of his character, considered his homage as the passing tribute which a woman of even inferior charms might have expected in such a situation. She therefore quietly led the way to a spot at such a distance from the cascade that its sound should rather accompany than interrupt that of her voice and instrument. And sitting down upon a mossy fragment of rock, she took the harp from Kathleen. "I have given you the trouble of walking to this spot, Captain Waverley, both because I thought the scenery would interest you, and because a Highland song would suffer still more from my imperfect translation were I to introduce it without its own wild and appropriate accompaniments. To speak in the poetical language of my country, the seat of the Celtic muse is in the midst of the secret and solitary hill, and her voice in the murmur of the mountain stream. He who woos her must love the barren rock more than the fertile valley, and the solitude of the desert better than the festivity of the hall. Few could have heard this lovely woman make this declaration, with a voice where harmony was exalted by pathos, without exclaiming that the muse whom she invoked could never find a more appropriate representative. But Waverley, though the thought rushed on his mind, found no courage to utter it. Indeed, the wild feeling of romantic delight with which he heard the first few notes she drew from her instrument amounted almost to a sense of pain. He would not for worlds have quitted his place by her side, yet he almost longed for solitude, that he might decipher and examine at leisure the complication of emotions which now agitated his bosom. Flora had exchanged the measured and monotonous recitative of the bard for a lofty and uncommon Highland air, which had been a battle song in former ages. A few irregular strains introduced a prelude of a wild and peculiar tone, which harmonized well with the distant waterfall and the soft sigh of the evening breeze and the rustling leaves of an aspen, which overhung the seat of the fair harpress. The following verses convey but little idea of the feelings with which, so sung and accompanied, they were heard by Waverley. There is mist on the mountain, and night on the vale, but more dark is the sleep of the sons of the gale. A stranger commanded, it sunk on the land, it has frozen each heart and benumbed every hand. The dirk and the target lie sordid with dust, the bloodless claymore is but reddened with rust. On the hill or the glen if a gun should appear, it is only to war with the heathcock or deer. The deeds of our sires, if our bards should rehearse, let a blush or a blow be the meed of their verse. Be mute every string, and be hushed every tone that shall bid us remember the fame that is flown. But the dark hours of night and of slumber are past, the morn on our mountains is dawning at last. Glenaladale's peaks are illuminated with the rays, and the streams of Glenfinnan leap bright in the blaze. Footnote: the young and daring adventurer Charles Edward landed at Glenaladale in Moidart, and displayed his standard in the valley of Glenfinnan, mustering around it the Macdonalds, the Camerons, and other less numerous clans whom he had prevailed on to join him. There is a monument erected on the spot, with a Latin inscription by the late Dr. Gregory. End of footnote. O high-minded Moray, the exiled, the dear, in the blush of the dawning the standard uprear. Wide, wide on the winds of the north let it fly, like the sun's latest flash when the tempest is nigh. Footnote: the Marquis of Tullibardine's elder brother, who long exiled, returned to Scotland with Charles Edward in 1745. End of footnote. Ye sons of the strong, when that dawning shall break, need the harp of the aged remind you to wake? That dawn never beamed on your forefathers' eye, but it roused each high chieftain to vanquish or die. O, sprung from the kings who in a sleigh kept state, proud chiefs of Clan Ranald, Glengarry, and Sleat, combine like three streams from one mountain of snow, and resistless in union rush down on the foe. True son of Sir Evan, undaunted Lochiel, place thy targe on thy shoulder and burnish thy steel. Rough Keppoch, give breath to thy bugle's bold swell, till far Coryarrick resound to the knell. Stern son of Lord Kenneth, high chief of Kintail, let the stag in thy standard bound wild in the gale. May the race of Clan Gillian, the fearless and free, remember Glenlivet, Harlaw, and Dundee. Let the clan of Grey Fingon, whose offspring has given such heroes to earth and such martyrs to heaven, unite with the race of renowned Rory Mora, to launch the long galley and stretch to the oar. How Macshimay will joy when their chief shall display the yew-crested bonnet or tresses of grey. How the race of wronged Alpine and the murdered Glencoe shall shout for revenge when they pour on the foe. Ye sons of brown Dermot, who slew the wild boar, resume the pure faith of the great Callum More. Macneil of the islands and Moy of the lake, for honour, for freedom, for vengeance awake. Here a large greyhound, bounding up the glen, jumped upon Flora and interrupted her music by his importunate caresses. At a distant whistle he turned and shot down the path again with the rapidity of an arrow. That is Fergus's faithful attendant, Captain Waverley, and that was his signal. He likes no poetry but what is humorous, and comes in good time to interrupt my long catalogue of the tribes, whom one of your saucy English poets calls our bootless host of high-born beggars, MacLeans, Mackenzies, and MacGregors. Waverley expressed his regret at the interruption. Oh, you cannot guess how much you have lost. The bard, as in duty bound, has addressed 3 long stanzas to Vich Ian Vohr of the Banners, enumerating all his great properties, and not forgetting his being a cheerer of the harper and bard, a giver of bounteous gifts. Besides, you should have heard a practical admonition to the fair-haired son of the stranger, who lives in the land where the grass is always green, the rider on the shining pampered steed, whose hue is like the raven, and whose neigh is like the scream of the eagle for battle. This valiant horseman is affectionately conjured to remember that his ancestors were distinguished by their loyalty as well as by their courage. All this you have lost, but since your curiosity is not satisfied, I judge, from the distant sound of my brother's whistle, I may have time to sing the concluding stanzas before he comes to laugh at my translation. Awake on your hills, on your islands awake, brave sons of the mountain, the frith, and the lake. 'Tis the bugle, but not for the chase is the call. 'Tis the pibroch's shrill summons, but not to the hall. It is the summons of heroes for conquest or death, when the banners are blazing on mountain and heath. They call to the dirk, the claymore, and the targe, to the march and the muster, the line and the charge. Be the brand of each chieftain like fins in his ire. May the blood through his veins flow like currents of fire. Burst the base, foreign yoke as your sires did of yore, or die like your sires, and endure it no more. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 28. Chapter 23. Waverley continues at Glennaquoich. As Flora concluded her song, Fergus stood before them. I knew I should find you here, even without the assistance of my friend Bran. A simple and unsublimed taste now, like my own, would prefer a jet d'eau at Versailles to this cascade, with all its accompaniments of rock and roar, but this is Flora's Parnassus, Captain Waverley, and that fountain her Helicon. It would be greatly for the benefit of my cellar if she could teach her coadjutor, MacMurrough, the value of its influence. He has just drunk a pint of usquebaugh to correct, he said, the coldness of the claret. Let me try its virtues. He sipped a little water in the hollow of his hand, and immediately commenced, with a theatrical air, O Lady of the Desert, hail, that lovest the harping of the gale, though fair in fertile regions born, where never yet grew grass or corn. But English poetry will never succeed under the influence of a Highland Helicon. Allons, courage! O vous, qui buvez à tasse pliée, à cette heureuse fontaine, où on ne voit sur le rivage que quelques vilains troupeaux, suivis des nymphes de village, qui les escortent sans sabots. A truce, dear Fergus! Spare us those most tedious and insipid persons of all Arcadia. Do not, for heaven's sake, bring Dun Corydon and Lindor upon us. Nay, if you cannot relish La Houlette et les Chalumeaux, have with you in heroic strains. Dear Fergus, you have certainly partaken of the inspiration of MacMurrough's cup rather than of mine. I disclaim it, ma belle demoiselle, although I protest it would be the more congenial of the two. Which of your crack-brained Italian romancers is it that says, Io delicona niente, mi curo, in fe de Dio, cel bere dace, bia ciber ne vuol, sempre mi spiace? Footnote. Good sooth, I reck not of your Helicon. Drink water whoso will, in faith I will drink none. But if you prefer Gaelic, Captain Waverley, here is little Kathleen shall sing you Drim and Do. Come, Kathleen, astore, i.e., my dear, begin. No apologies to the sea and kin. Kathleen sung with much liveliness a little Gaelic song, the burlesque elegy of a countryman on the loss of his cow, the comic tones of which, though he did not understand the language, made Waverley laugh more than once. Footnote. This ancient Gaelic ditty is still well known, both in the Highlands and in Ireland. It was translated into English, and published, if I mistake not, under the auspices of the facetious Tom Durfey, by the title of Collie My Cow. "Admirable, Kathleen," cried the chieftain. "I must find you a handsome husband among the clansmen one of these days." Kathleen laughed, blushed, and sheltered herself behind her companion. In the progress of their return to the castle, the chieftain warmly pressed Waverley to remain for a week or two, in order to see a grand hunting party, in which he and some other Highland gentlemen proposed to join. The charms of melody and beauty were too strongly impressed in Edward's breast to permit his declining an invitation so pleasing. It was agreed, therefore, that he should write a note to the Baron of Bradwardine, expressing his intention to stay a fortnight at Glennaquoich, and requesting him to forward by the bearer, a gillie of the chieftain's, any letters which might have arrived for him. This turned the discourse upon the Baron, whom Fergus highly extolled as a gentleman and a soldier. His character was touched with yet more discrimination by Flora, who observed he was the very model of the old Scottish cavalier, with all his excellencies and peculiarities. It is a character, Captain Waverley, which is fast disappearing, for its best point was a self-respect which was never lost sight of till now. But in the present time the gentlemen whose principles do not permit them to pay court to the existing government are neglected and degraded, and many conduct themselves accordingly, and, like some of the persons you have seen at Tully Veolan, adopt habits and companions inconsistent with their birth and breeding. The ruthless prescription of party seems to degrade the victims whom it brands, however unjustly. But let us hope a brighter day is approaching, when a Scottish country gentleman may be a scholar without the pedantry of our friend the Baron, a sportsman without the low habits of Mr. Falconer, and a judicious improver of his property without becoming a boorish two-legged steer like Killancureit. Thus did Flora prophesy a revolution, which time indeed has produced, but in a manner very different from what she had in her mind. The amiable Rose was next mentioned, with the warmest encomium on her person, manners, and mind. "That man," said Flora, "will find an inestimable treasure in the affections of Rose Bradwardine who shall be so fortunate as to become their object. Her very soul is in home, and in the discharge of all those quiet virtues of which home is the centre. Her husband will be to her what her father now is, the object of all her care, solicitude, and affection. She will see nothing, and connect herself with nothing, but by him and through him. If he is a man of sense and virtue, she will sympathize in his sorrows, divert his fatigue, and share his pleasures. If she becomes the property of a churlish or negligent husband, she will suit his taste also, for she will not long survive his unkindness. And, alas, how great is the chance that some such unworthy lot may be that of my poor friend! Oh that I were queen this moment, and could command the most amiable and worthy youth of my kingdom to accept happiness with the hand of Rose Bradwardine!" "I wish you would command her to accept mine en attendant," said Fergus, laughing. I don't know by what caprice it was that this wish, however jocularly expressed, rather jarred on Edward's feelings, notwithstanding his growing inclination to Flora and his indifference to Miss Bradwardine. This is one of the inexplicabilities of human nature, which we leave without comment. "Yours, brother?" answered Flora, regarding him steadily. "No, you have another bride, Honour, and the dangers you must run in pursuit of her rival would break poor Rose's heart." With this discourse they reached the castle, and Waverley soon prepared his despatches for Tully Veolan. As he knew the Baron was punctilious in such matters, he was about to impress his billet with a seal on which his armorial bearings were engraved, but he did not find it at his watch, and thought he must have left it at Tully Veolan. He mentioned his loss, borrowing at the same time the family seal of the chieftain. "Surely," said Miss MacIvor, "Donald Bean Lean would not—" "My life for him in such circumstances," answered her brother. "Besides, he would never have left the watch behind." "After all, Fergus," said Flora, "and with every allowance, I am surprised you can countenance that man." "I countenance him? This kind sister of mine would persuade you, Captain Waverley, that I take what the people of old used to call a stake raid, that is, a call up of the foray, or, in plainer words, a portion of the robber's booty, paid by him to the laird, or chief, through whose grounds he drove his prey. Oh, it is certain that, unless I find some way to charm Flora's tongue, General Blakeney will send a sergeant's party from Stirling, this he said with a haughty and emphatic irony, to seize Vich lan Vohr, as they nickname me, in his own castle. Now, Fergus, must not our guest be sensible that all this is folly and affectation? You have men enough to serve you without enlisting banditti, and your honour is above taint. Why don't you send this Donald Bean Lean, whom I hate for his smoothness and duplicity even more than for his rapine, out of your country at once? No cause should induce me to tolerate such a character. No cause, Flora? Said the chieftain significantly. No cause, Fergus, not even that which is nearest to my heart. Spare it the omen of such evil supporters. Oh but, sister, rejoined the chief gaily, you don't consider my respect for La Belle Passion. Evan du Maccombich is in love with Donald's daughter, Alice, and you cannot expect me to disturb him in his amours. Why, the whole clan would cry shame on me. You know it is one of their wise sayings, that a kinsman is part of a man's body, but a foster brother is a piece of his heart. Well, Fergus, there's no disputing with you. But I would all this may end well. Devoutly prayed, my dear and prophetic sister, and the best way in the world to close a dubious argument. But hear ye not the pipes, Captain Waverley? Perhaps you will like better to dance to them in the hall than to be deafened with their harmony without taking part in the exercise they invite us to. Waverley took Flora's hand. The dance, song, and merry-making proceeded, and closed the day's entertainment at the castle of Vich lan Vohr. Edward at length retired, his mind agitated by a variety of new and conflicting feelings, which detained him from rest for some time, in that not unpleasing state of mind in which fancy takes the helm, and the soul rather drifts passively along with the rapid and confused tide of reflections than exerts itself to encounter, systematize, or examine them. At a late hour he fell asleep, and dreamed of Flora MacIvor. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Len Nicholson. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 29. Chapter 24. A Stag Hunt and Its Consequences. Shall this be a long or a short chapter? This is a question in which you, gentle reader, have no vote, however much you may be interested in the consequences, just as you may, like myself, probably have nothing to do with the imposing a new tax, excepting the trifling circumstance of being obliged to pay it. More happy, surely, in the present case, since though it lies within my arbitrary power to extend my materials as I think proper, I cannot call you into exchequer if you do not think proper to read my narrative. Let me therefore consider. It is true that the annals and documents in my hands say but little of this Highland chase, but then I can find copious materials for description elsewhere. There is old Lindsay of Pitscotty ready at my elbow, with his Athole hunting, and his lofted and joisted palace of green timber, with all kind of drink to be had in borough and land, as ale, beer, wine, muscadel, malves, hippocras, and aquavitae, with wheatbread, mainbread, gingerbread, beef, mutton, lamb, veal, venison, goose, grice, capon, coney, crane, swan, partridge, plover, duck, drake, bristlecock, pawnies, blackcock, muirfowl, and capercaillies, not forgetting the costly bedding, vessel, and naprey, and least of all the excelling stewards, cunning Baxters, excellent cooks and pottingers, with confections and drugs for the desserts. Besides the particulars which may be thence gleaned for this Highland feast, the splendour of which induced the Pope's legate to dissent from an opinion which he had hitherto held, that Scotland namely was the latter end of the world, Besides these, might I not illuminate my pages with Taylor the Water Poet's Hunting in the Braes of Mar, where, through heather, moss, 'mong frogs, and bogs and fogs, 'mongst craggy cliffs and thunder-battered hills, hares, hinds, bucks, roes are chased by men and dogs, where 2 hours hunting 80 fat deer kills. Lowland, your sports are low as is your seat, the Highland games and mines are high and great. But without further tyranny over my readers, or display of the extent of my own reading, I shall content myself with borrowing a single incident from the memorable hunting at Lude, commemorated in the ingenious Mr. Gunn's essay on the Caledonian harp, and so proceed in my story with all the brevity that my natural style of composition, partaking of what scholars call the periphrastic and ambagitory, and the vulgar the circumbendibus, will permit me. The solemn hunting was delayed from various causes for about 3 weeks. The interval was spent by Waverley with great satisfaction at Glennaquoich, for the impression which Flora had made on his mind at their first meeting grew daily stronger. She was precisely the character to fascinate a youth of romantic imagination. Her manners, her language, her talents for poetry and music, gave additional and varied influence to her eminent personal charms. Even in her hours of gaiety, she was in his fancy exalted above the ordinary daughters of Eve, and seemed only to stoop for an instant to those topics of amusement and gallantry which others appear to live for. In the neighbourhood of this enchantress, while sport consumed the morning, and music and the dance led on the hours of evening, Waverley became daily more delighted with his hospitable landlord, and more enamoured of his bewitching sister. At length the period fixed for the grand hunting arrived, and Waverley and the chieftain departed for the place of rendezvous, which was a day's journey to the northward of Glennaquoich. Fergus was attended on this occasion by about 300 of his clan, well armed and accoutred in their best fashion. Waverley complied so far with the custom of the country as to adopt the trews (he could not be reconciled to the kilt), brogues, and bonnet, as the fittest dress for the exercise in which he was to be engaged, and which least exposed him to be stared at as a stranger when they should reach the place of rendezvous. They found on the spot appointed several powerful chiefs, to all of whom Waverley was formally presented, and by all cordially received. Their vassals and clansmen, a part of whose feudal duty it was to attend on these parties, appeared in such numbers as amounted to a small army. These active assistants spread through the country far and near, forming a circle, technically called the Tinchel, which gradually closing, drove the deer in herds together towards the glen where the chiefs and principal sportsmen lay in wait for them. In the meanwhile, these distinguished personages bivouacked among the flowery heath, wrapped up in their plaids, a mode of passing a summer's night which Waverley found by no means unpleasant. For many hours after sunrise the mountain ridges and passes retained their ordinary appearance of silence and solitude, and the chiefs, with their followers, amused themselves with various pastimes, in which the joys of the shell, as Ossian has it, were not forgotten. Others apart sate on a hill retired, probably as deeply engaged in the discussion of politics and news as Milton's spirits in metaphysical disquisition. At length, signals of the approach of the game were descried and heard. Distant shouts resounded from valley to valley, as the various parties of Highlanders, climbing rocks, struggling through copses, wading brooks, and traversing thickets, approached more and more near to each other, and compelled the astonished deer, with the other wild animals that fled before them, into a narrower circuit. Every now and then the report of muskets was heard, repeated by 1,000 echoes. The baying of the dogs was soon added to the chorus, which grew ever louder and more loud. At length the advanced parties of the deer began to show themselves, and as the stragglers came bounding down the pass by 2 or 3 at a time, the chiefs showed their skill by distinguishing the fattest deer, and their dexterity in bringing them down with their guns. Fergus exhibited remarkable address, and Edward was also so fortunate as to attract the notice and applause of the sportsmen. But now the main body of the deer appeared at the head of the glen, compelled into a very narrow compass, and presenting such a formidable phalanx that their antlers appeared at a distance, over the ridge of the steep pass, like a leafless grove. Their number was very great, and from a desperate stand which they made, with the tallest of the red deer stags arranged in front in a sort of battle array, gazing on the group which barred their passage down the glen, the more experienced sportsmen began to augur danger. The work of destruction, however, now commenced on all sides. Dogs and hunters were at work, and muskets and fusees resounded from every quarter. The deer, driven to desperation, made at length a fearful charge right upon the spot where the more distinguished sportsmen had taken their stand. The word was given in Gaelic to fling themselves upon their faces, but Waverley, on whose English ears the signal was lost, had almost fallen a sacrifice to his ignorance of the ancient language in which it was communicated. Fergus, observing his danger, sprung up and pulled him with violence to the ground, just as the whole herd broke down upon them. The tide being absolutely irresistible, and wounds from a stag's horn highly dangerous, the activity of the chieftain may be considered, on this occasion, as having saved his guest's life. He detained him with a firm grasp until the whole herd of deer had fairly run over them. Waverley then attempted to rise, but found that he had suffered several very severe contusions, and upon a further examination discovered that he had sprained his ankle violently. Footnote: the thrust from the tines or branches of the stag's horns was accounted far more dangerous than those of the boar's tusk. If thou be hurt with horn of stag, it brings thee to thy bier, but barber's hand shall boar's hurt heal, thereof have thou no fear. This checked the mirth of the meeting, although the Highlanders, accustomed to such incidents, and prepared for them, had suffered no harm themselves. A wigwam was erected almost in an instant, where Edward was deposited on a couch of heather. The surgeon, or he who assumed the office, appeared to unite the characters of a leech and a conjurer. He was an old smoke-dried Highlander, wearing a venerable grey beard, and having for his sole garment a tartan frock, the skirts of which descended to the knee, and being undivided in front, made the vestment serve at once for doublet and breeches. Footnote: this garb, which resembled a dress often put on children in Scotland, called a polonie, i.e. polonaise, is a very ancient modification of the Highland garb. It was in fact the hauberk, or shirt of mail, only composed of cloth instead of rings of armour. He observed great ceremony in approaching Edward, and though our hero was writhing with pain, would not proceed to any operation which might assuage it until he had perambulated his couch 3 times, moving from east to west, according to the course of the sun. This, which was called making the diesel. Footnote: old Highlanders will still make the diesel round those whom they wish well to. To go round a person in the opposite direction, or withershins, German widdershins, is unlucky, and a sort of incantation. Both the leech and the assistant seemed to consider as a matter of the last importance to the accomplishment of a cure, and Waverley, whom pain rendered incapable of expostulation, and who indeed saw no chance of its being attended to, submitted in silence. After this ceremony was duly performed, the old Aesculapius let his patient's blood with a cupping-glass with great dexterity, and proceeded, muttering all the while to himself in Gaelic, to boil on the fire certain herbs, with which he compounded an embrocation. He then fomented the parts which had sustained injury, never failing to murmur prayers or spells, which of the two Waverley could not distinguish, as his ear only caught the words Gaspar, Melchior, Balthazar, Max, Prax, Fax, and similar gibberish. The fomentation had a speedy effect in alleviating the pain and swelling, which our hero imputed to the virtue of the herbs, or the effect of the chafing, but which was by the bystanders unanimously ascribed to the spells with which the operation had been accompanied. Edward was given to understand that not one of the ingredients had been gathered except during the full moon, and that the herbalist had, while collecting them, uniformly recited a charm, which in English ran thus: Hail to thee, them holy herb, that sprung on holy ground, all in the Mount Olivet, first wert thou found. Thou art boot for many a bruise, and healest many a wound. In Our Lady's blessed name, I take thee from the ground. Footnote: this metrical spell, or something very like it, is preserved by Reginald Scott in his work on witchcraft. Edward observed with some surprise that even Fergus, notwithstanding his knowledge and education, seemed to fall in with the superstitious ideas of his countrymen, either because he deemed it impolitic to affect scepticism on a matter of general belief, or more probably because, like most men who do not think deeply or accurately on such subjects, he had in his mind a reserve of superstition, which balanced the freedom of his expressions and practice upon other occasions. Waverley made no commentary, therefore, on the manner of the treatment, but rewarded the professor of medicine with a liberality beyond the utmost conception of his wildest hopes. He uttered on the occasion so many incoherent blessings in Gaelic and English, that Mac Ivor, rather scandalized at the excess of his acknowledgments, cut them short by exclaiming, "Cud mil valachort," i.e., 100,000 curses on you, and so pushed the helper of men out of the cabin. After Waverley was left alone, the exhaustion of pain and fatigue, for the whole day's exercise had been severe, threw him into a profound but yet a feverish sleep, which he chiefly owed to an opiate draught administered by the old Highlander from some decoction of herbs in his pharmacopoeia. Early the next morning, the purpose of their meeting being over, and their sports damped by the untoward accident, in which Fergus and all his friends expressed the greatest sympathy, it became a question how to dispose of the disabled sportsman. This was settled by Mac Ivor, who had a litter prepared, of birch and hazel grey. Footnote. On the morrow they made their biers of birch and hazel grey. Chevy Chase. Which was borne by his people with such caution and dexterity as renders it not improbable that they may have been the ancestors of some of those sturdy Gael who have now the happiness to transport the belles of Edinburgh in their sedan chairs to 10 routs in one evening. When Edward was elevated upon their shoulders, he could not help being gratified with the romantic effect produced by the breaking up of this sylvan camp. Footnote. See Note 25. The various tribes assembled, each at the pibroch of their native clan, and each headed by their patriarchal ruler. Some who had already begun to retire were seen winding up the hills, or descending the passes which led to the scene of action, the sound of their bagpipes dying upon the ear. Others made still a moving picture upon the narrow plain, forming various changeful groups, their feathers and loose plaids waving in the morning breeze, and their arms glittering in the rising sun. Most of the chiefs came to take farewell of Waverley, and to express their anxious hope they might again and speedily meet. But the care of Fergus abridged the ceremony of taking leave. At length, his own men being completely assembled and mustered, Mac Ivor commenced his march, but not towards the quarter from which they had come. He gave Edward to understand that the greater part of his followers, now on the field, were bound on a distant expedition, and that when he had deposited him in the house of a gentleman, who he was sure would pay him every attention, he himself should be under the necessity of accompanying them the greater part of the way, but would lose no time in rejoining his friend. Waverley was rather surprised that Fergus had not mentioned his ulterior destination when they set out upon the hunting party, but his situation did not admit of many interrogatories. The greater part of the clansmen went forward under the guidance of old Ballenkeiroch and Evan du Maccombich, apparently in high spirits. A few remained for the purpose of escorting the chieftain, who walked by the side of Edward's litter, and attended him with the most affectionate assiduity. About noon, after a journey which the nature of the conveyance, the pain of his bruises, and the roughness of the way rendered inexpressibly painful, Waverley was hospitably received into the house of a gentleman related to Fergus, who had prepared for him every accommodation which the simple habits of living, then universal in the Highlands, put in his power. In this person, an old man about 70, Edward admired a relic of primitive simplicity. He wore no dress but what his estate afforded. The cloth was the fleece of his own sheep, woven by his own servants, and stained into tartan by the dyes produced from the herbs and lichens of the hills around him. His linen was spun by his daughters and maidservants, from his own flax. Nor did his table, though plentiful and varied with game and fish, offer an article but what was of native produce. Claiming himself no rights of clanship or vassalage, he was fortunate in the alliance and protection of Vich Ian Vohr and other bold and enterprising chieftains, who protected him in the quiet, unambitious life he loved. It is true, the youth born on his grounds were often enticed to leave him for the service of his more active friends, but a few old servants and tenants used to shake their grey locks when they heard their master censured for want of spirit, and observed, "When the wind is still, the shower falls soft." This good old man, whose charity and hospitality were unbounded, would have received Waverley with kindness had he been the meanest Saxon peasant, since his situation required assistance. But his attention to a friend and guest of Vich Ian Vohr was anxious and unremitted. Other embrocations were applied to the injured limb, and new spells were put in practice. At length, after more solicitude than was perhaps for the advantage of his health, Fergus took farewell of Edward for a few days, when, he said, he would return to Tomanrait, and hoped by that time Waverley would be able to ride one of the Highland ponies of his landlord, and in that manner return to Glennaquoich. The next day, when his good old host appeared, Edward learned that his friend had departed with the dawn, leaving none of his followers except Callum Beg, the sort of foot-page who used to attend his person, and who had now in charge to wait upon Waverley. On asking his host if he knew where the chieftain was gone, the old man looked fixedly at him, with something mysterious and sad in the smile which was his only reply. Waverley repeated his question, to which his host answered in a proverb. What sent the messengers to hell was asking what they knew full well. Footnote, corresponding to the Lowland saying, Mony ane speers the gate they ken fu' weel. He was about to proceed, but Callum Beg said rather pertly, as Edward thought, that Ta Tiernach, i.e., the chief, did not like Ta Sassenach Dún Wassel to be pingled wi' mickle speaking, as she wasna tat weel. From this Waverley concluded he should disoblige his friend by inquiring of a stranger the object of a journey which he himself had not communicated. It is unnecessary to trace the progress of our hero's recovery. The 6th morning had arrived, and he was able to walk about with a staff, when Fergus returned with about a score of his men. He seemed in the highest spirits, congratulated Waverley on his progress towards recovery, and finding he was able to sit on horseback, proposed their immediate return to Glennaquoich. Waverley joyfully acceded, for the form of its fair mistress had lived in his dreams during all the time of his confinement. Now he has ridden o'er moor and moss, o'er hill and many a glen, Fergus all the while with his myrmidons striding stoutly by his side, or diverging to get a shot at a roe or a heathcock. Waverley's bosom beat thick when they approached the old tower of Ian nan Caistel, and could distinguish the fair form of its mistress advancing to meet them. Fergus began immediately, with his usual high spirits, to exclaim, Open your gates, incomparable princess, to the wounded Moor Abindareth, whom Rodrigo de Narvaez, constable of Antequera, conveys to your castle, or open them, if you like it better, to the renowned Marquis of Mantua, the sad attendant of his half-slain friend Baldovinos of the Mountain. Ah, long rest to thy soul, Cervantes! Without quoting thy remnants, how should I frame my language to befit romantic ears? Flora now advanced, and welcoming Waverley with much kindness, expressed her regret for his accident, of which she had already heard particulars, and her surprise that her brother should not have taken better care to put a stranger on his guard against the perils of the sport in which he engaged him. Edward easily exculpated the chieftain, who indeed at his own personal risk had probably saved his life. This greeting over, Fergus said 3 or 4 words to his sister in Gaelic. The tears instantly sprung to her eyes, but they seemed to be tears of devotion and joy, for she looked up to heaven and folded her hands as in a solemn expression of prayer or gratitude. After the pause of a minute, she presented to Edward some letters which had been forwarded from Tully Veolan during his absence, and at the same time delivered some to her brother. To the latter she likewise gave 3 or 4 numbers of the Caledonian Mercury, the only newspaper which was then published to the north of the Tweed. Both gentlemen retired to examine their dispatches, and Edward speedily found that those which he had received contained matters of very deep interest. Note 25. The author has been sometimes accused of confounding fiction with reality. He therefore thinks it necessary to state that the circumstance of the hunting described in the text as preparatory to the insurrection of 1745 is, so far as he knows, entirely imaginary. But it is well known such a great hunting was held in the forest of Bray Mar, under the auspices of the Earl of Mar, as preparatory to the rebellion of 1715, and most of the Highland chieftains who afterwards engaged in that civil commotion were present on this occasion. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 30, Chapter 25. News from England. The letters which Waverley had hitherto received from his relations in England were not such as required any particular notice in this narrative. His father usually wrote to him with a pompous affectation of one who was too much oppressed by public affairs to find leisure to attend to those of his own family. Now and then he mentioned persons of rank in Scotland to whom he wished his son would pay some attention. But Waverley, hitherto occupied by the amusements which he had found at Tully Veolan and Glennaquoich, dispensed with paying any attention to hints so coldly thrown out, especially as distance, shortness of leave of absence, and so forth, furnished a ready apology. But latterly the burden of Mr. Richard Waverley's paternal epistles consisted in certain mysterious hints of greatness and influence which he was speedily to attain, and which would ensure his son's obtaining the most rapid promotion should he remain in the military service. Sir Everard's letters were of a different tenor. They were short, for the good baronet was none of your illimitable correspondents, whose manuscript overflows the folds of their large post paper, and leaves no room for the seal, but they were kind and affectionate, and seldom concluded without some allusion to our hero's stud, some question about the state of his purse, and a special inquiry after such of his recruits as had preceded him from Waverley Honour. Aunt Rachel charged him to remember his principles of religion, to take care of his health, to beware of Scotch mists, which she had heard would wet an Englishman through and through, never to go out at night without his greatcoat, and above all to wear flannel next to his skin. Mr. Pembroke only wrote to our hero one letter, but it was of the bulk of 6 epistles of these degenerate days, containing, in the moderate compass of 10 folio pages, closely written, a précis of a supplementary quarto manuscript of addenda, delenda, et corrigenda in reference to the 2 tracts with which he had presented Waverley. This he considered as a mere sop in the pan to stay the appetite of Edward's curiosity until he should find an opportunity of sending down the volume itself, which was much too heavy for the post, and which he proposed to accompany with certain interesting pamphlets, lately published by his friend in Little Britain, with whom he had kept up a sort of literary correspondence, in virtue of which the library shelves of Waverley Honour were loaded with much trash, and a good round bill, seldom summed in fewer than 3 figures, was yearly transmitted, in which Sir Everard Waverley of Waverley Honour, Baronet, was marked debtor to Jonathan Grubbet, bookseller and stationer, Little Britain. Such had hitherto been the style of the letters which Edward had received from England, but the packet delivered to him at Glennaquoich was of a different and more interesting complexion. It would be impossible for the reader, even were I to insert the letters at full length, to comprehend the real cause of their being written without a glance into the interior of the British cabinet at the period in question. The ministers of the day happened, no very singular event, to be divided into 2 parties, the weakest of which making up by assiduity of intrigue their inferiority in real consequence, had of late acquired some new proselytes, and with them the hope of superseding their rivals in the favour of their sovereign, and overpowering them in the House of Commons. Amongst others, they had thought it worth while to practise upon Richard Waverley. This honest gentleman, by a grave mysterious demeanour, an attention to the etiquette of business rather more than to its essence, a facility in making long, dull speeches, consisting of truisms and commonplaces, hashed up with a technical jargon of office, which prevented the inanity of his orations from being discovered, had acquired a certain name and credit in public life, and even established with many the character of a profound politician. None of your shining orators, indeed, whose talents evaporate in tropes of rhetoric and flashes of wit, but one possessed of steady parts for business, which would wear well, as the ladies say in choosing their silks, and ought in all reason to be good for common and everyday use, since they were confessedly formed of no holiday texture. This faith had become so general that the insurgent party in the Cabinet, of which we have made mention, after sounding Mr. Richard Waverley, were so satisfied with his sentiments and abilities as to propose that, in case of a certain revolution in the ministry, he should take an ostensible place in the new order of things, not indeed of the very first rank, but greatly higher in point both of emolument and influence than that which he now enjoyed. There was no resisting so tempting a proposal, notwithstanding that the great man under whose patronage he had enlisted, and by whose banner he had hitherto stood firm, was the principal object of the proposed attack by the new allies. Unfortunately, this fair scheme of ambition was blighted in the very bud by a premature movement. All the official gentlemen concerned in it who hesitated to take the part of a voluntary resignation were informed that the King had no further occasion for their services, and in Richard Waverley's case, which the minister considered as aggravated by ingratitude, dismissal was accompanied by something like personal contempt and contumely. The public, and even the party of whom he shared the fall, sympathized little in the disappointment of this selfish and interested statesman, and he retired to the country under the comfortable reflection that he had lost, at the same time, character, credit, and, what he at least equally deplored, emolument. Richard Waverley's letter to his son upon this occasion was a masterpiece of its kind. Aristides himself could not have made out a harder case. An unjust monarch and an ungrateful country were the burden of each rounded paragraph. He spoke of long services and unrequited sacrifices, though the former had been overpaid by his salary, and nobody could guess in what the latter consisted, unless it were in his deserting, not from conviction, but for the lucre of gain, the Tory principles of his family. In the conclusion his resentment was wrought to such an excess by the force of his own oratory that he could not repress some threats of vengeance, however vague and impotent, and finally acquainted his son with his pleasure that he should testify his sense of the ill treatment he had sustained by throwing up his commission as soon as the letter reached him. This, he said, was also his uncle's desire, as he would himself intimate in due course. Accordingly, the next letter which Edward opened was from Sir Everard. His brother's disgrace seemed to have removed from his well-natured bosom all recollection of their differences, and remote as he was from every means of learning that Richard's disgrace was in reality only the just as well as natural consequence of his own unsuccessful intrigues, the good but credulous baronet at once set it down as a new and enormous instance of the injustice of the existing government. It was true, he said, and he must not disguise it even from Edward, that his father could not have sustained such an insult as was now, for the first time, offered to one of his house, unless he had subjected himself to it by accepting of an employment under the present system. Sir Everard had no doubt that he now both saw and felt the magnitude of this error, and it should be his, Sir Everard's, business to take care that the cause of his regret should not extend itself to pecuniary consequences. It was enough for a Waverley to have sustained the public disgrace. The patrimonial injury could easily be obviated by the head of their family, but it was both the opinion of Mr. Richard Waverley and his own that Edward, the representative of the family of Waverley Honour, should not remain in a situation which subjected him also to such treatment as that with which his father had been stigmatized. He requested his nephew therefore to take the fittest and at the same time the most speedy opportunity of transmitting his resignation to the War Office, and hinted, moreover, that little ceremony was necessary where so little had been used to his father. He sent multitudinous greetings to the Baron of Bradwardine. A letter from Aunt Rachel spoke out even more plainly. She considered the disgrace of brother Richard as the just reward of his forfeiting his allegiance to a lawful though exiled sovereign, and taking the oaths to an alien, a concession which her grandfather, Sir Nigel Waverley, refused to make. either to the Roundhead Parliament or to Cromwell, when his life and fortune stood in the utmost extremity. She hoped her dear Edward would follow the footsteps of his ancestors, and as speedily as possible get rid of the badge of servitude to the usurping family, and regard the wrongs sustained by his father as an admonition from heaven that every desertion of the line of loyalty becomes its own punishment. She also concluded with her respects to Mr. Bradwardine, and begged Waverley would inform her whether his daughter, Miss Rose, was old enough to wear a pair of very handsome earrings, which she proposed to send as a token of her affection. The good lady also desired to be informed whether Mr. Bradwardine took as much Scotch snuff, and danced as unweariedly as he did when he was at Waverley Honour about 30 years ago. These letters, as might have been expected, highly excited Waverley's indignation. From the desultory style of his studies he had not any fixed political opinion to place in opposition to the movements of indignation which he felt at his father's supposed wrongs. Of the real cause of his disgrace Edward was totally ignorant, nor had his habits at all led him to investigate the politics of the period in which he lived, or remark the intrigues in which his father had been so actively engaged. Indeed, any impressions which he had accidentally adopted concerning the parties of the times were, owing to the society in which he had lived at Waverley Honour, of a nature rather unfavourable to the existing government and dynasty. He entered therefore without hesitation into the resentful feeling of the relations who had the best title to dictate his conduct, and not perhaps the less willingly when he remembered the tedium of his quarters, and the inferior figure which he had made among the officers of his regiment. If he could have had any doubt upon the subject, it would have been decided by the following letter from his commanding officer, which, as it is very short, shall be inserted verbatim. Sir, having carried somewhat beyond the line of my duty an indulgence which even the lights of nature, and much more those of Christianity, direct towards errors which may arise from youth and inexperience, and that altogether without effect, I am reluctantly compelled, at the present crisis, to use the only remaining remedy which is in my power. You are therefore hereby commanded to repair to , the headquarters of the regiment, within 3 days after the date of this letter. If you shall fail to do so, I must report you to the War Office as absent without leave, and also take other steps which will be disagreeable to you as well as to, Sir, your obedient servant, J. Gardner, Lieutenant Colonel, commanding the Regiment Dragoons. Edward's blood boiled within him as he read this letter. He had been accustomed from his very infancy to possess, in a great measure, the disposal of his own time, and thus acquired habits which rendered the rules of military discipline as unpleasing to him in this as they were in some other respects. An idea that in his own case they would not be enforced in a very rigid manner had also obtained full possession of his mind, and had hitherto been sanctioned by the indulgent conduct of his lieutenant colonel. Neither had anything occurred to his knowledge that should have induced his commanding officer, without any other warning than the hints we noticed at the end of the 14th chapter, so suddenly to assume a harsh and, as Edward deemed it, so insolent a tone of dictatorial authority. Connecting it with the letters he had just received from his family, he could not but suppose that it was designed to make him feel, in his present situation, the same pressure of authority which had been exercised in his father's case, and that the whole was a concerted scheme to depress and degrade every member of the Waverley family. Without a pause, therefore, Edward wrote a few cold lines, thanking his lieutenant colonel for past civilities, and expressing regret that he should have chosen to efface the remembrance of them by assuming a different tone towards him. The strain of his letter, as well as what he, Edward, conceived to be his duty in the present crisis, called upon him to lay down his commission, and he therefore enclosed the formal resignation of a situation which subjected him to so unpleasant a correspondence, and requested Colonel Gardner would have the goodness to forward it to the proper authorities. Having finished this magnanimous epistle, he felt somewhat uncertain concerning the terms in which his resignation ought to be expressed. upon which subject he resolved to consult Fergus MacIvor. It may be observed in passing that the bold and prompt habits of thinking, acting, and speaking which distinguished this young chieftain had given him a considerable ascendancy over the mind of Waverley. Endowed with at least equal powers of understanding and with much finer genius, Edward yet stooped to the bold and decisive activity of an intellect which was sharpened by the habit of acting on a preconceived and regular system, as well as by extensive knowledge of the world. When Edward found his friend, the latter had still in his hand the newspaper which he had perused, and advanced to meet him with the embarrassment of one who has unpleasing news to communicate. "Do your letters, Captain Waverley, confirm the unpleasing information which I find in this paper?" He put the paper into his hand, where his father's disgrace was registered in the most bitter terms, transferred probably from some London journal. At the end of the paragraph was this remarkable innuendo: "We understand that this same Richard who hath done all this is not the only example of the wavering honour of Waverley Honour. See the Gazette of this day." With hurried and feverish apprehension our hero turned to the place referred to, and found therein recorded, "Edward Waverley, Captain in Regiment Dragoons, superseded for absence without leave." And in the list of military promotions referring to the same regiment he discovered this farther article: "Lieutenant Julius Butler to be captain, vice Edward Waverley superseded." Our hero's bosom glowed with the resentment which undeserved and apparently premeditated insult was calculated to excite in the bosom of one who had aspired after honour, and was thus wantonly held up to public scorn and disgrace. Upon comparing the date of his colonel's letter with that of the article in the Gazette, he perceived that his threat of making a report upon his absence had been literally fulfilled, and without inquiry, as it seemed, whether Edward had either received his summons or was disposed to comply with it. The whole, therefore, appeared a formed plan to degrade him in the eyes of the public, and the idea of its having succeeded filled him with such bitter emotions that, after various attempts to conceal them, he at length threw himself into MacIvor's arms and gave vent to tears of shame and indignation. It was none of this chieftain's faults to be indifferent to the wrongs of his friends, and for Edward, independent of certain plans with which he was connected, he felt a deep and sincere interest. The proceeding appeared as extraordinary to him as it had done to Edward. He indeed knew of more motives than Waverley was privy to for the peremptory order that he should join his regiment, but that, without further inquiry into the circumstances of a necessary delay, the commanding officer, in contradiction to his known and established character, should have proceeded in so harsh and unusual a manner, was a mystery which he could not penetrate. He soothed our hero, however, to the best of his power, and began to turn his thoughts on revenge for his insulted honour. Edward eagerly grasped at the idea. "Will you carry a message for me to Colonel Gardiner, my dear Fergus, and oblige me for ever?" Fergus paused. "It is an act of friendship which you should command, could it be useful, or lead to the righting of your honour. But in the present case I doubt if your commanding officer would give you the meeting on account of his having taken measures which, however harsh and exasperating, were still within the strict bounds of his duty. Besides, Gardiner is a precise Huguenot, and has adopted certain ideas about the sinfulness of such rencontres, from which it would be impossible to make him depart, especially as his courage is beyond all suspicion. And besides, to say the truth, I dare not at this moment, for some very weighty reasons, go near any of the military quarters or garrisons belonging to this government." "And am I," said Waverley, "to sit down quiet and contented under the injury I have received?" "That will I never advise my friend," replied MacIvor, "but I would have vengeance to fall on the head, not on the hand, on the tyrannical and oppressive government which designed and directed these premeditated and reiterated insults, not on the tools of office which they employed in the execution of the injuries they aimed at you." "On the government!" said Waverley. "Yes," replied the impetuous Highlander, "on the usurping house of Hanover, whom your grandfather would no more have served than he would have taken wages of red-hot gold from the great fiend of hell." "But since the time of my grandfather 2 generations of this dynasty have possessed the throne," said Edward coolly. "True," replied the chieftain, "and because we have passively given them so long the means of showing their native character, because both you and I myself have lived in quiet submission, have even truckled to the times so far as to accept commissions under them, and thus have given them an opportunity of disgracing us publicly by resuming them, are we not on that account to resent injuries which our fathers only apprehended, but which we have actually sustained? Or is the cause of the unfortunate Stuart family become less just because their title has devolved upon an heir who is innocent of the charges of misgovernment brought against his father? Do you remember the lines of your favourite poet? Had Richard unconstrained resigned the throne, a king can give no more than is his own. The title stood entailed, had Richard had a son. You see, my dear Waverley, I can quote poetry as well as Flora and you. But come, clear your moody brow, and trust to me to show you an honourable road to a speedy and glorious revenge. Let us seek Flora, who perhaps has more news to tell us of what has occurred during our absence. She will rejoice to hear that you are relieved of your servitude. But first add a postscript to your letter, marking the time when you receive this Calvinistical colonel's first summons, and express your regret that the hastiness of his proceedings prevented your anticipating them by sending your resignation. Then let him blush for his injustice." The letter was sealed accordingly, covering a formal resignation of the commission, and MacIver dispatched it with some letters of his own by a special messenger, with a charge to put them into the nearest post office in the Lowlands. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 31, Chapter 26, An Éclaircissement. The hint which the chieftain had thrown out respecting Flora was not unpremeditated. He had observed with great satisfaction the growing attachment of Waverley to his sister, nor did he see any bar to their union, excepting the situation which Waverley's father held in the ministry, and Edward's own commission in the army of George II. These obstacles were now removed, and in a manner which apparently paved the way for the son's becoming reconciled to another allegiance. In every other respect the match would be most eligible. The safety, happiness, and honourable provision of his sister, whom he dearly loved, appeared to be ensured by the proposed union, and his heart swelled when he considered how his own interest would be exalted in the eyes of the ex-monarch, to whom he had dedicated his service, by an alliance with one of those ancient, powerful, and wealthy English families of the steady Cavalier faith, to awaken whose decayed attachment to the Stuart family was now a matter of such vital importance to the Stuart cause. Nor could Fergus perceive any obstacle to such a scheme. Waverley's attachment was evident, and as his person was handsome and his taste apparently coincided with her own, he anticipated no opposition on the part of Flora. Indeed, between his ideas of patriarchal power and those which he had acquired in France respecting the disposal of females in marriage, any opposition from his sister, dear as she was to him, would have been the last obstacle on which he would have calculated, even had the union been less eligible. Influenced by these feelings, the chief now led Waverley in quest of Miss MacIver, not without the hope that the present agitation of his guest's spirits might give him courage to cut short what Fergus termed the romance of the courtship. They found Flora, with her faithful attendants, Una and Kathleen, busied in preparing what appeared to Waverley to be white bridal favours. Disguising as well as he could the agitation of his mind, Waverley asked for what joyful occasion Miss Mac Ivor made such ample preparation. "It is for Fergus's bridal," she said, smiling. "Indeed," said Edward, "he has kept his secret well. I hope he will allow me to be his bridesman." "That is a man's office, but not yours, as Beatrice says," retorted Flora. "And who is the fair lady, may I be permitted to ask, Miss Mac Ivor?" "Did not I tell you long since that Fergus wooed no bride but honour?" answered Flora. "And am I then incapable of being his assistant and counsellor in the pursuit of honour?" said our hero, colouring deeply. "Do I rank so low in your opinion?" "Far from it, Captain Waverley. I would to God you were of our determination, and made use of the expression which displeased you solely because you are not of our quality, but stand against us as an enemy." "That time is past, sister," said Fergus, "and you may wish Edward Waverley, no longer captain, joy of being freed from the slavery to an usurper implied in that sable and ill-omened emblem." "Yes," said Waverley, undoing the cockade from his hat, "it has pleased the king who bestowed this badge upon me to resume it in a manner which leaves me little reason to regret his service." "Thank God for that!" cried the enthusiast; "and oh that they may be blind enough to treat every man of honour who serves them with the same indignity, that I may have less to sigh for when the struggle approaches." "And now, sister," said the Chieftain, "replace his cockade with one of a more lively colour. I think it was the fashion of the ladies of yore to arm and send forth their knights to high achievement." "Not," replied the lady, "till the knight adventurer had well weighed the justice and the danger of the cause, Fergus. Mr. Waverley is just now too much agitated by feelings of recent emotion for me to press upon him a resolution of consequence." Waverley felt half alarmed at the thought of adopting the badge of what was by the majority of the kingdom esteemed rebellion, yet he could not disguise his chagrin at the coldness with which Flora parried her brother's hint. "Miss Mac Ivor, I perceive, thinks the knight unworthy of her encouragement and favour," said he, somewhat bitterly. "Not so, Mr. Waverley," she replied with great sweetness. "Why should I refuse my brother's valued friend a boon which I am distributing to his whole clan? Most willingly would I enlist every man of honour in the cause to which my brother has devoted himself. But Fergus has taken his measures with his eyes open. His life has been devoted to this cause from his cradle. With him its call is sacred, were it even a summons to the tomb. But how can I wish you, Mr. Waverley, so new to the world, so far from every friend who might advise and ought to influence you, in a moment too of sudden pique and indignation, how can I wish you to plunge yourself at once into so desperate an enterprise?" Fergus, who did not understand these delicacies, strode through the apartment biting his lip, and then with a constrained smile said, "Well, sister, I leave you to act your new character of mediator between the Elector of Hanover and the subjects of your lawful sovereign and benefactor," and left the room. There was a painful pause, which was at length broken by Miss Mac Ivor. "My brother is unjust," she said, "because he can bear no interruption that seems to thwart his loyal zeal." "And do you not share his ardour?" asked Waverley. "Do I not?" answered Flora. "God knows mine exceeds his, if that be possible. But I am not, like him, wrapped by the bustle of military preparation, and the infinite detail necessary to the present undertaking, beyond consideration of the grand principles of justice and truth on which our enterprise is grounded; and these, I am certain, can only be furthered by measures in themselves true and just. To operate upon your present feelings, my dear Mr. Waverley, to induce you to an irretrievable step, of which you have not considered either the justice or the danger, is, in my poor judgment, neither the one nor the other." "Incomparable Flora," said Edward, taking her hand, "how much do I need such a monitor!" "A better one by far," said Flora, gently withdrawing her hand, "Mr. Waverley will always find in his own bosom, when he will give its small still voice leisure to be heard." "No, Miss Mac Ivor, I dare not hope it. 1,000 circumstances of fatal self-indulgence have made me the creature rather of imagination than reason. Durst I but hope, could I but think, that you would deign to be to me that affectionate, that condescending friend, who would strengthen me to redeem my errors, my future life—" "Hush, my dear sir! Now you carry your joy at escaping the hands of a Jacobite recruiting officer to an unparalleled excess of gratitude. Nay, dear Flora, trifle with me no longer. You cannot mistake the meaning of those feelings which I have almost involuntarily expressed; and, since I have broken the barrier of silence, let me profit by my audacity. Or may I, with your permission, mention to your brother—" "Not for the world, Mr. Waverley." "What am I to understand?" said Edward. "Is there any fatal bar? Has any prepossession—" "None, sir," answered Flora. "I owe it to myself to say that I never yet saw the person on whom I thought with reference to the present subject. The shortness of our acquaintance, perhaps, if Miss Mac Ivor will deign to give me time. I have not even that excuse. Captain Waverley's character is so open, is, in short, of that nature that it cannot be misconstrued, either in its strength or its weakness." "And for that weakness you despise me?" said Edward. "Forgive me, Mr. Waverley, and remember it is but within this half hour that there existed between us a barrier of a nature to me insurmountable, since I never could think of an officer in the service of the Elector of Hanover in any other light than as a casual acquaintance. Permit me then to arrange my ideas upon so unexpected a topic, and in less than an hour I will be ready to give you such reasons for the resolution I shall express as may be satisfactory at least, if not pleasing to you." So saying, Flora withdrew, leaving Waverley to meditate upon the manner in which she had received his addresses. Ere he could make up his mind whether to believe his suit had been acceptable or no, Fergus re-entered the apartment. "What, a la mort, Waverley?" he cried. "Come down with me to the court, and you shall see a sight worth all the tirades of your romances. An 100 firelocks, my friend, and as many broadswords just arrived from good friends, and 200 or 300 stout fellows almost fighting which shall first possess them. But let me look at you closer. Why, a true Highlander would say you had been blighted by an evil eye. Or can it be this silly girl that has thus blanked your spirit? Never mind her, dear Edward. The wisest of her sex are fools in what regards the business of life." "Indeed, my good friend," answered Waverley, "all that I can charge against your sister is, that she is too sensible, too reasonable. If that be all, I ensure you for a louis d'or against the mood lasting 24 hours. No woman was ever steadily sensible for that period; and I will engage, if that will please you, Flora shall be as unreasonable to morrow as any of her sex You must learn, my dear Edward, to consider women en mousquetaire." So saying, he seized Waverley's arm and dragged him off to review his military preparations. End of section 31. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 32. Chapter 27, upon the same subject. Fergus MacIver had too much tact and delicacy to renew the subject which he had interrupted. His head was, or appeared to be, so full of guns, broadswords, bonnets, canteens, and tartan hose, that Waverley could not for some time draw his attention to any other topic. "Are you to take the field so soon, Fergus?" he asked, "that you are making all these martial preparations?" "When we have settled that you go with me, you shall know all, but otherwise the knowledge might rather be prejudicial to you." "But are you serious in your purpose, with such inferior forces, to rise against an established government?" "It is mere frenzy." "Laissez faire à Don Antoine. I shall take good care of myself. We shall at least use the compliment of Conan, who never got a stroke but he gave one. I would not, however," continued the chieftain, "have you think me mad enough to stir till a favourable opportunity. I will not slip my dog before the game's afoot. But, once more, will you join with us, and you shall know all?" "How can I?" said Waverley, "I, who have so lately held that commission which is now posting back to those that gave it? My accepting it implied a promise of fidelity, and an acknowledgment of the legality of the government." "A rash promise," answered Fergus, "is not a steel handcuff. It may be shaken off, especially when it was given under deception, and has been repaid by insult. But if you cannot immediately make up your mind to a glorious revenge, go to England, and ere you cross the Tweed you will hear tidings that will make the world ring. And if Sir Everard be the gallant old cavalier I have heard him described by some of our honest gentlemen of the year 1715, he will find you a better horse troop and a better cause than you have lost." "But your sister, Fergus?" "Out, hyperbolical fiend!" replied the chief, laughing. "How vexest thou this man? Speakest thou of nothing but of ladies?" "Nay, be serious, my dear friend," said Waverley. "I feel that the happiness of my future life must depend upon the answer which Miss Mac Ivor shall make to what I ventured to tell her this morning." "And is this your very sober earnest?" said Fergus more gravely, "or are we in the land of romance and fiction?" "My earnest, undoubtedly. How could you suppose me jesting on such a subject?" "Then, in very sober earnest," answered his friend, "I am very glad to hear it; and so highly do I think of Flora, that you are the only man in England for whom I would say so much. But before you shake my hand so warmly, there is more to be considered. Your own family, will they approve your connecting yourself with the sister of a high-born Highland beggar?" "My uncle's situation," said Waverley, "his general opinions, and his uniform indulgence, entitle me to say, that birth and personal qualities are all he would look to in such a connection. And where can I find both united in such excellence as in your sister?" "Oh, nowhere. Cela va sans dire," replied Fergus with a smile. "But your father will expect a father's prerogative in being consulted." "Surely; but his late breach with the ruling powers removes all apprehension of objection on his part, especially as I am convinced that my uncle will be warm in my cause." "Religion, perhaps," said Fergus, "may make obstacles, though we are not bigoted Catholics." "My grandmother was of the Church of Rome, and her religion was never objected to by my family." Do not think of my friends, dear Fergus. Let me rather have your influence where it may be more necessary to remove obstacles. I mean with your lovely sister." "My lovely sister," replied Fergus, "like her loving brother, is very apt to have a pretty decisive will of her own, by which in this case you must be ruled. But you shall not want my interest nor my counsel; and, in the first place, I will give you one hint. Loyalty is her ruling passion, and since she could spell an English book, she has been in love with the memory of the gallant Captain Wogan, who renounced the service of the usurper Cromwell to join the standard of Charles II, marched a handful of cavalry from London to the Highlands to join Middleton, then in arms for the king, and at length died gloriously in the royal cause. Ask her to show you some verses she made on his history and fate. They have been much admired, I assure you. The next point is, I think I saw Flora go up towards the waterfall a short time since. Follow, man, follow. Don't allow the garrison time to strengthen its purposes of resistance. Alerte à la muraille. Seek Flora out, and learn her decision as soon as you can, and Cupid go with you, while I go to look over belts and cartouche boxes." Waverley ascended the glen with an anxious and throbbing heart. Love, with all its romantic train of hopes, fears, and wishes, was mingled with other feelings of a nature less easily defined. He could not but remember how much this morning had changed his fate, and into what a complication of perplexity it was likely to plunge him. Sunrise had seen him possessed of an esteemed rank in the honourable profession of arms, his father, to all appearance, rising rapidly in the favour of his sovereign. All this had passed away like a dream. He himself was dishonoured, his father disgraced, and he had become involuntarily the confidant, at least, if not the accomplice, of plans dark, deep, and dangerous, which must infer either the subversion of the government he had so lately served, or the destruction of all who had participated in them. Should Flora even listen to his suit favourably, what prospect was there of its being brought to a happy termination amid the tumult of an impending insurrection? Or how could he make the selfish request that she should leave Fergus, to whom she was so much attached, and, retiring with him to England, wait as a distant spectator the success of her brother's undertaking, or the ruin of all his hopes and fortunes? Or, on the other hand, to engage himself, with no other aid than his single arm, in the dangerous and precipitate counsels of the chieftain, to be whirled along by him, the partaker of all his desperate and impetuous motions, renouncing almost the power of judging or deciding upon the rectitude or prudence of his actions? This was no pleasing prospect for the secret pride of Waverley to stoop to. And yet what other conclusion remained, saving the rejection of his addresses by Flora, an alternative not to be thought of in the present high-wrought state of his feelings with anything short of mental agony? Pondering the doubtful and dangerous prospect before him, he at length arrived near the cascade, where, as Fergus had augured, he found Flora seated. She was quite alone, and as soon as she observed his approach, she rose and came to meet him. Edward attempted to say something within the verge of ordinary compliment and conversation, but found himself unequal to the task. Flora seemed at first equally embarrassed, but recovered herself more speedily, and, an unfavourable augury for Waverley's suit, was the first to enter upon the subject of their last interview. "It is too important in every point of view, Mr. Waverley, to permit me to leave you in doubt upon my sentiments." "Do not speak them speedily," said Waverley, much agitated, "unless they are such as I fear, from your manner, I must not dare to anticipate. Let time, let my future conduct, let your brother's influence—" "Forgive me, Mr. Waverley," said Flora, her complexion a little heightened, but her voice firm and composed. I should incur my own heavy censure did I delay expressing my sincere conviction that I can never regard you otherwise than as a valued friend. I should do you the highest injustice did I conceal my sentiments for a moment. I see I distress you, and I grieve for it, but better now than later, and oh, better 1,000 times, Mr. Waverley, that you should feel at present momentary disappointment than the long and heart-sickening griefs which attend a rash and ill-assorted marriage. Good God! exclaimed Waverley, why should you anticipate such consequences from a union where birth is equal, where fortune is favourable, where, if I may venture to say so, the tastes are similar, where you allege no preference for another, where you even express a favourable opinion of him whom you reject? Mr. Waverley, I have that favourable opinion, answered Flora, and so strongly that, though I would rather have been silent on the grounds of my resolution, you shall command them, if you exact such a mark of my esteem and confidence. She sat down upon a fragment of rock, and Waverley, placing himself near her, anxiously pressed for the explanation she offered. I dare hardly, she said, tell you the situation of my feelings. They are so different from those usually ascribed to young women at my period of life, and I dare hardly touch upon what I conjecture to be the nature of yours, lest I should give offence where I would willingly administer consolation. For myself, from my infancy till this day, I have had but one wish, the restoration of my royal benefactors to their rightful throne. It is impossible to express to you the devotion of my feelings to this single subject, and I will frankly confess that it has so occupied my mind as to exclude every thought respecting what is called my own settlement in life. Let me but live to see the day of that happy restoration, and a Highland cottage, a French convent, or an English palace will be alike indifferent to me. But, dearest Flora, how is your enthusiastic zeal for the exiled family inconsistent with my happiness? Because you seek, or ought to seek, in the object of your attachment, a heart whose principal delight should be in augmenting your domestic felicity and returning your affection, even to the height of romance. To a man of less keen sensibility and less enthusiastic tenderness of disposition, Flora Mac Ivor might give content, if not happiness, for, were the irrevocable words spoken, never would she be deficient in the duties which she vowed. And why, Miss Mac Ivor, should you think yourself a more valuable treasure to one who is less capable of loving, of admiring you, than to me? Simply because the tone of our affections would be more in unison, and because his more blunted sensibility would not require the return of enthusiasm which I have not to bestow. But you, Mr. Waverley, would for ever refer to the idea of domestic happiness which your imagination is capable of painting, and whatever fell short of that ideal representation would be construed into coolness and indifference, while you might consider the enthusiasm with which I regarded the success of the royal family as defrauding your affection of its due return. In other words, Miss Mac Ivor, you cannot love me, said her suitor dejectedly. I could esteem you, Mr. Waverley, as much, perhaps more, than any man I have ever seen, but I cannot love you as you ought to be loved. Oh, do not, for your own sake, desire so hazardous an experiment. The woman whom you marry ought to have affections and opinions moulded upon yours. Her studies ought to be your studies. Her wishes, her feelings, her hopes, her fears, should all mingle with yours. She should enhance your pleasures, share your sorrows, and cheer your melancholy. And why will not you, Miss Mac Ivor, who can so well describe a happy union, why will not you be yourself the person you describe? Is it possible you do not yet comprehend me? answered Flora. "Have I not told you that every keener sensation of my mind is bent exclusively towards an event upon which, indeed, I have no power but those of my earnest prayers?" "And might not the granting the suit I solicit," said Waverley, too earnest on his purpose to consider what he was about to say, "even advance the interest to which you have devoted yourself? My family is wealthy and powerful, inclined in principles to the Stuart race, and should a favourable opportunity—" "A favourable opportunity!" said Flora, somewhat scornfully. "Inclined in principles! Can such lukewarm adherence be honourable to yourselves, or gratifying to your lawful sovereign? Think, from my present feelings, what I should suffer when I held the place of member in a family where the rights which I hold most sacred are subjected to cold discussion, and only deemed worthy of support when they shall appear on the point of triumphing without it." "Your doubts," quickly replied Waverley, "are unjust as far as concerns myself. The cause that I shall assert, I dare support through every danger, as undauntedly as the boldest who draws sword in its behalf." "Of that," answered Flora, "I cannot doubt for a moment; but consult your own good sense and reason rather than a prepossession hastily adopted, probably only because you have met a young woman possessed of the usual accomplishments in a sequestered and romantic situation. Let your part in this great and perilous drama rest upon conviction, and not on a hurried and probably a temporary feeling." Waverley attempted to reply, but his words failed him. Every sentiment that Flora had uttered vindicated the strength of his attachment, for even her loyalty, although wildly enthusiastic, was generous and noble, and disdained to avail itself of any indirect means of supporting the cause to which she was devoted. After walking a little way in silence down the path, Flora thus resumed the conversation: "One word more, Mr. Waverley, ere we bid farewell to this topic for ever, and forgive my boldness if that word have the air of advice. My brother Fergus is anxious that you should join him in his present enterprise, but do not consent to this. You could not by your single exertions further his success, and you would inevitably share his fall, if it be God's pleasure that fall he must. Your character would also suffer irretrievably. Let me beg you will return to your own country, and having publicly freed yourself from every tie to the usurping government, I trust you will see cause, and find opportunity to serve your injured sovereign with effect, and stand forth as your loyal ancestors at the head of your natural followers and adherents, a worthy representative of the house of Waverley. And should I be so happy as thus to distinguish myself, might I not hope—" "Forgive my interruption," said Flora. "The present time only is ours, and I can but explain to you with candour the feelings which I now entertain. How they might be altered by a train of events too favourable perhaps to be hoped for, it were in vain even to conjecture. Only be assured, Mr. Waverley, that, after my brother's honour and happiness, there is none which I shall more sincerely pray for than for yours." With these words she parted from him, for they were now arrived where two paths separated. Waverley reached the castle amidst a medley of conflicting passions. He avoided any private interview with Fergus, as he did not find himself able either to encounter his raillery or reply to his solicitations. The wild revelry of the feast, for Mac Ivor kept open table for his clan, served in some degree to stun reflection. When their festivity was ended, he began to consider how he should again meet Miss Mac Ivor after the painful and interesting explanation of the morning, but Flora did not appear. Fergus, whose eyes flashed when he was told by Cathleen that her mistress designed to keep her apartment that evening, went himself in quest of her, but apparently his remonstrances were in vain, for he returned with a heightened complexion and manifest symptoms of displeasure. The rest of the evening passed on without any allusion, on the part either of Fergus or Waverley, to the subject which engrossed the reflections of the latter, and perhaps of both. When retired to his own apartment, Edward endeavoured to sum up the business of the day. That the repulse he had received from Flora would be persisted in for the present, there was no doubt. But could he hope for ultimate success, in case circumstances permitted the renewal of his suit? Would the enthusiastic loyalty, which at this animating moment left no room for a softer passion, survive, at least in its engrossing force, the success or the failure of the present political machinations? And if so, could he hope that the interest which he had acknowledged him to possess in her favour might be improved into a warmer attachment? He taxed his memory to recall every word she had used, with the appropriate looks and gestures which had enforced them, and ended by finding himself in the same state of uncertainty. It was very late before sleep brought relief to the tumult of his mind, after the most painful and agitating day which he had ever passed. End of section 32. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Section 33 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 33. Chapter 28. A Letter from Tully Veolan. In the morning, when Waverley's troubled reflections had for some time given way to repose, there came music to his dreams, but not the voice of Selma. He imagined himself transported back to Tully Veolan, and that he heard Davy Gellatley singing in the court those matins which used generally to be the first sounds that disturbed his repose while a guest of the Baron of Bradwardine. The notes which suggested this vision continued, and waxed louder, until Edward awoke in earnest. The illusion, however, did not seem entirely dispelled. The apartment was in the fortress of Jan nan Chastel, but it was still the voice of Davy Gellatley that made the following lines resound under the window. My heart's in the Highlands, my heart is not here. My heart's in the Highlands, a chasing the deer, a chasing the wild deer, and following the roe. My heart's in the Highlands, wherever I go. Footnote: these lines form the burden of an old song to which Burns wrote additional verses. Curious to know what could have determined Mr. Gellatley on an excursion of such unwonted extent, Edward began to dress himself in all haste, during which operation the minstrelsy of Davy changed its tune more than once. There is nought in the Highlands but sieballs and leeks, and long-legged callants going wanting the breeks, and without hose and shoon. But we'll all win the breeks when King Jamie comes hame. Footnote: these lines are also ancient, and I believe to the tune of We'll never hae peace till Jamie comes hame, to which Burns likewise wrote some verses. By the time Waverley was dressed and had issued forth, David had associated himself with 2 or 3 of the numerous Highland loungers who always graced the gates of the castle with their presence, and was capering and dancing full merrily in the doubles and full career of a Scotch foursome reel, to the music of his own whistling. In this double capacity of dancer and musician he continued, until an idle piper, who observed his zeal, obeyed the unanimous call of Shad Suas, i.e. blow up, and relieved him from the latter part of his trouble. young and old, then mingled in the dance as they could find partners. The appearance of Waverley did not interrupt David's exercise, though he contrived, by grinning, nodding, and throwing one or two inclinations of the body into the graces with which he performed the Highland fling, to convey to our hero symptoms of recognition. Then, while busily employed in setting, hooping all the while, and snapping his fingers over his head, he of a sudden prolonged his side step until it brought him to the place where Edward was standing, and, still keeping time to the music like Harlequin in a pantomime, he thrust a letter into our hero's hand, and continued his salutation without pause or intermission. Edward, who perceived that the address was in Rose's handwriting, retired to peruse it, leaving the faithful bearer to continue his exercise until the piper or he should be tired out. The contents of the letter greatly surprised him. It had originally commenced with "Dear Sir," but these words had been carefully erased, and the monosyllable "Sir" substituted in their place. The rest of the contents shall be given in Rose's own language. I fear I am using an improper freedom by intruding upon you, yet I cannot trust to any one else to let you know some things which have happened here, with which it seems necessary you should be acquainted. Forgive me if I am wrong in what I am doing, for, alas, Mr. Waverley, I have no better advice than that of my own feelings. My dear father is gone from this place, and when he can return to my assistance and protection, God alone knows. You have probably heard that, in consequence of some troublesome news from the Highlands, warrants were sent out for apprehending several gentlemen in these parts, and among others my dear father. In spite of all my tears and entreaties that he would surrender himself to the government, he joined with Mr. Falconer and some other gentlemen, and they have all gone northwards with a body of about 40 horsemen. So I am not so anxious concerning his immediate safety as about what may follow afterwards, for these troubles are only beginning. But all this is nothing to you, Mr. Waverley, only I thought you would be glad to learn that my father has escaped, in case you happen to have heard that he was in danger. The day after my father went off, there came a party of soldiers to Tully Veolan, and behaved very rudely to Bailie Macwheeble, but the officer was very civil to me, only said his duty obliged him to search for arms and papers. My father had provided against this by taking away all the arms except the old useless things which hung in the hall, and he had put all his papers out of the way. But, oh, Mr. Waverley, how shall I tell you that they made strict inquiry after you, and asked when you had been at Tully Veolan, and where you now were? The officer is gone back with his party, but a non-commissioned officer and 4 men remain as a sort of garrison in the house. They have hitherto behaved very well, as we are forced to keep them in good humour. But these soldiers have hinted as if, on your falling into their hands, you would be in great danger. I cannot prevail on myself to write what wicked falsehoods they said, for I am sure they are falsehoods. But you will best judge what you ought to do. The party that returned carried off your servant prisoner, with your 2 horses, and everything that you left at Tully Veolan. I hope God will protect you, and that you will get safe home to England, where you used to tell me there was no military violence nor fighting among clans permitted, but everything was done according to an equal law that protected all who were harmless and innocent. I hope you will exert your indulgence as to my boldness in writing to you, where it seems to me, though perhaps erroneously, that your safety and honour are concerned. I am sure, at least I think, my father would approve of my writing, for Mr. Rubrick is fled to his cousins at the Duckern, to be out of danger from the soldiers and the Whigs, and Bailie Macwheeble does not like to meddle, he says, in other men's concerns, though I hope what may serve my father's friend at such a time as this cannot be termed improper interference. Farewell, Captain Waverley. I shall probably never see you more, for it would be very improper to wish you to call at Tully Veolan just now, even if these men were gone, but I will always remember with gratitude your kindness in assisting so poor a scholar as myself, and your attentions to my dear, dear father. I remain your obliged servant, Rose Common Bradwardine. P.S. I hope you will send me a line by David Gellatley, just to say you have received this, and that you will take care of yourself, and forgive me if I entreat you, for your own sake, to join none of these unhappy cabals, but escape as fast as possible to your own fortunate country. My compliments to my dear Flora and to Glennaquoich. Is she not as handsome and accomplished as I have described her? Thus concluded the letter of Rose Bradwardine, the contents of which both surprised and affected Waverley. That the Baron should fall under the suspicions of government, in consequence of the present stir among the partisans of the House of Stuart, seemed only the natural consequence of his political predilections. But how he himself should have been involved in such suspicions, conscious that until yesterday he had been free from harbouring a thought against the prosperity of the reigning family, seemed inexplicable. Both at Tully Veolan and Glennaquoich his hosts had respected his engagements with the existing government, and though enough passed by accidental innuendo that might induce him to reckon the Baron and the Chief among those disaffected gentlemen who were still numerous in Scotland, yet until his own connection with the army had been broken off by the resumption of his commission, he had no reason to suppose that they nourished any immediate or hostile attempts against the present establishment. Still he was aware that, unless he meant at once to embrace the proposal of Fergus Mac Ivor, it would deeply concern him to leave the suspicious neighbourhood without delay, and repair where his conduct might undergo a satisfactory examination. Upon this he the rather determined, as Flora's advice favoured his doing so, and because he felt inexpressible repugnance at the idea of being accessory to the plague of civil war. Whatever were the original rights of the Stuarts, calm reflection told him that, omitting the question how far James II. Could forfeit those of his posterity, he had, according to the united voice of the whole nation, justly forfeited his own. Since that period, 4 monarchs had reigned in peace and glory over Britain, sustaining and exalting the character of the nation abroad and its liberties at home. Reason asked, was it worth while to disturb a government so long settled and established, and to plunge a kingdom into all the miseries of civil war, for the purpose of replacing upon the throne the descendants of a monarch by whom it had been wilfully forfeited? If, on the other hand, his own final conviction of the goodness of their cause, or the commands of his father or uncle, should recommend to him allegiance to the Stuarts, still it was necessary to clear his own character by showing that he had not, as seemed to be falsely insinuated, taken any step to this purpose during his holding the commission of the reigning monarch. The affectionate simplicity of Rose, and her anxiety for his safety, his sense too of her unprotected state, and of the terror and actual dangers to which she might be exposed, made an impression upon his mind, and he instantly wrote to thank her in the kindest terms for her solicitude on his account, to express his earnest good wishes for her welfare and that of her father, and to assure her of his own safety. The feelings which this task excited were speedily lost in the necessity which he now saw of bidding farewell to Flora Mac Ivor, perhaps for ever. The pang attending this reflection was inexpressible, for her high-minded elevation of character, her self-devotion to the cause which she had embraced, united to her scrupulous rectitude as to the means of serving it, had vindicated to his judgment the choice adopted by his passions. But time pressed, calumny was busy with his fame, and every hour's delay increased the power to injure it. His departure must be instant. With this determination he sought out Fergus, and communicated to him the contents of Rose's letter, with his own resolution instantly to go to Edinburgh, and put into the hands of some one or other of those persons of influence, to whom he had letters from his father, his exculpation from any charge which might be preferred against him. "You run your head into the lion's mouth," answered Mac Ivor. "You do not know the severity of a government harassed by just apprehensions, and a consciousness of their own illegality and insecurity. I shall have to deliver you from some dungeon in Stirling or Edinburgh Castle." "My innocence, my rank, my father's intimacy with Lord M, General G, etc., will be a sufficient protection," said Waverley. "You will find the contrary," replied the Chieftain. "These gentlemen will have enough to do about their own matters. Once more will you take the plaid, and stay a little while with us among the mists and the crows, in the bravest cause ever sword was drawn in." [Footnote: A Highland rhyme on Glen Cairn's expedition in 1650 has these lines: "We'll bide a while amang ta crows, we'll whisk tar sword and bend tar bows." For many reasons, my dear Fergus, you must hold me excused. "Well then," said Mac Ivor, "I shall certainly find you exerting your poetical talents in elegies upon a prison, or your antiquarian researches in detecting the ogham." [Footnote: The ogham is a species of the old Irish character. The idea of the correspondence betwixt the Celtic and Punic, founded on a scene in Plautus, was not started till General Vallancey set up his theory, long after the date of Fergus Mac Ivor. Character, or some Punic hieroglyphic upon the keystones of a vault curiously arched. Or what say you to un petit pendement bien joli, against which awkward ceremony I don't warrant you, should you meet a body of the armed West Country Whigs? "And why should they use me so?" said Waverley. "For 100 good reasons," answered Fergus. "First, you are an Englishman. Secondly, a gentleman. Thirdly, a prelatist abjured. And fourthly, they have not had an opportunity to exercise their talents on such a subject this long while. But don't be cast down, beloved, all will be done in the fear of the Lord. Well, I must run my hazard." "You are determined then?" "I am. Wilful will do it," said Fergus, But you cannot go on foot, and I shall want no horse, as I must march on foot at the head of the children of Ivor. You shall have brown Dermid. If you will sell him, I shall certainly be much obliged. If your proud English heart cannot be obliged by a gift or loan, I will not refuse money at the entrance of a campaign. His price is 20 guineas. Remember, reader, it was 60 years since. And when do you propose to depart? The sooner the better, answered Waverley. You are right, since go you must, or rather, since go you will. I will take Flora's pony and ride with you as far as Ballybrough. Callum Beg, see that our horses are ready, with a pony for yourself, to attend and carry Mr. Waverley's baggage as far as, naming a small town, where he can have a horse and guide to Edinburgh. Put on a Lowland dress, Callum, and see you keep your tongue close, if you would not have me cut it out. Mr. Waverley rides Dermid. Then, turning to Edward, you will take leave of my sister? Surely, that is, if Miss Mac Ivor will honour me so far. Kathleen, let my sister know Mr. Waverley wishes to bid her farewell before he leaves us. But Rose Bradwardine, her situation must be thought of. I wish she were here, and why should she not? There are but 4 redcoats at Tully Veolan, and their muskets would be very useful to us. To these broken remarks Edward made no answer. His ear indeed received them, but his soul was intent upon the expected entrance of Flora. The door opened. It was but Kathleen, with her lady's excuse, and wishes for Captain Waverley's health and happiness. End of section 33. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Section 34 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 34, Chapter 29, Waverley's reception in the Lowlands after his Highland tour. It was noon when the two friends stood at the top of the pass of Ballybrough. I must go no farther, said Fergus Mac Ivor, who during the journey had in vain endeavoured to raise his friend's spirits. If my cross-grained sister has any share in your dejection, trust me, she thinks highly of you, though her present anxiety about the public cause prevents her listening to any other subject. Confide your interest to me. I will not betray it, providing you do not again assume that vile cockade. No fear of that, considering the manner in which it has been recalled. Adieu, Fergus. Do not permit your sister to forget me. And adieu, Waverley. You may soon hear of her with a prouder title. Get home, write letters, and make friends as many and as fast as you can. There will speedily be unexpected guests on the coast of Suffolk, or my news from France has deceived me. [Footnote: The sanguine Jacobites, during the eventful years 1745-46, kept up the spirits of their party by the rumour of descents from France on behalf of the Chevalier Saint George. Thus parted the friends, Fergus returning back to his castle, while Edward, followed by Callum Beg, the latter transformed from point to point into a Low Country groom, proceeded to the little town of . Edward paced on under the painful and yet not altogether embittered feelings which separation and uncertainty produce in the mind of a youthful lover. I am not sure if the ladies understand the full value of the influence of absence, nor do I think it wise to teach it them, lest, like the Clelias and Mandanes of yore, they should resume the humour of sending their lovers into banishment. Distance, in truth, produces in idea the same effect as in real perspective. Objects are softened and rounded and rendered doubly graceful. The harsher and more ordinary points of character are mellowed down, and those by which it is remembered are the more striking outlines that mark sublimity, grace, or beauty. There are mists, too, in the mental as well as the natural horizon, to conceal what is less pleasing in distant objects, and there are happy lights to stream in full glory upon those points which can profit by brilliant illumination. Waverley forgot Flora Mac Ivor's prejudices in her magnanimity, and almost pardoned her indifference towards his affection, when he recollected the grand and decisive object which seemed to fill her whole soul. She, whose sense of duty so wholly engrossed her in the cause of a benefactor, what would be her feelings in favour of the happy individual who should be so fortunate as to awaken them? Then came the doubtful question whether he might not be that happy man, a question which fancy endeavoured to answer in the affirmative by conjuring up all she had said in his praise, with the addition of a comment much more flattering than the text warranted. All that was commonplace, all that belonged to the everyday world, was melted away and obliterated in those dreams of imagination, which only remembered with advantage the points of grace and dignity that distinguished Flora from the generality of her sex, not the particulars which he held in common with them. Edward was, in short, in the fair way of creating a goddess out of a high-spirited, accomplished, and beautiful young woman, and the time was wasted in castle building, until at the descent of a steep hill he saw beneath him the market town of . The Highland politeness of Callum Beg. There are few nations, by the way, who can boast of so much natural politeness as the Highlanders. [Footnote: The Highlander in former times had always a high idea of his own gentility, and was anxious to impress the same upon those with whom he conversed. His language abounded in the phrases of courtesy and compliment, and the habit of carrying arms, and mixing with those who did so, made it particularly desirable they should use cautious politeness in their intercourse with each other. The Highland civility of his attendant had not permitted him to disturb the reveries of our hero; but, observing him rouse himself at the sight of the village, Callum pressed closer to his side, and hoped, when they came to the public, his honour would not say nothing about Vicky Ananvor, for the people were a bit of Whigs, deil burst him. Waverley assured the prudent page that he would be cautious, and as he now distinguished, not indeed the ringing of bells, but the tinkling of something like a hammer against the side of an old mossy, green, inverted porridge pot that hung in an open booth, of the size and shape of a parrot's cage, erected to grace the east end of a building resembling an old barn, he asked Callum Beg if it was Sunday. "Couldna say just precisely. Sunday seldom came abune the paths of Ballybrow." On entering the town, however, and advancing towards the most apparent public house which presented itself, the numbers of old women in tartan screens and red cloaks, who streamed from the barn resembling building, debating as they went the comparative merits of the blessed youth Jabesh Rentowel, and that chosen vessel Meester Guichthrappel, induced Callum to assure his temporary master that it was either ta muckle Sunday hersel, or ta little government Sunday that they called ta fast. On alighting at the sign of the seven-branched golden candlestick, which, for the further delectation of the guests, was graced with a short Hebrew motto, they were received by mine host, a tall, thin, puritanical figure, who seemed to debate with himself whether he ought to give shelter to those who travelled on such a day, reflecting, however, in all probability, that he possessed the power of mulcting them for this irregularity, a penalty which they might escape by passing into Gregor Duncanson's at the sign of the Highlander and the Hawick Gill, Mr. Ebenezer Cruikshanks condescended to admit them into his dwelling. To this sanctified person Waverley addressed his request that he would procure him a guide with a saddle horse to carry his portmanteau to Edinburgh. "And where may you be coming from?" demanded mine host of the Candlestick. "I have told you where I wish to go. I do not conceive any further information necessary either for the guide or his saddle horse." "Ahem! Ahem!" returned he of the Candlestick, somewhat disconcerted at this rebuff. "It's the general fast, sir, and I cannot enter into any carnal transactions on sic a day, when the people should be humbled and the backsliders should return, as worthy Mr. Gouthrappel said. And moreover, when, as the precious Mr. Jarbish Rentowel did well observe, the land was mourning for covenants burnt, broken, and buried." "My good friend," said Waverley, "if you cannot let me have a horse and guide, my servant shall seek them elsewhere." "Well, your servant? And what for gangs he not forward wi' ye himsell?" Waverley had but very little of a captain of horse's spirit within him. I mean of that sort of spirit which I have been obliged to when I happened in a mail coach or diligence to meet some military man who has kindly taken upon him the disciplining of the waiters and the taxing of reckonings. Some of this useful talent our hero had, however, acquired during his military service, and on this gross provocation it began seriously to arise. "Look ye, sir, I came here for my own accommodation, and not to answer impertinent questions. Either say you can or cannot get me what I want. I shall pursue my course in either case." Mr. Ebenezer Cruikshanks left the room with some indistinct mutterings, but whether negative or acquiescent Edward could not well distinguish. The hostess, a civil, quiet, laborious drudge, came to take his orders for dinner, but declined to make answer on the subject of the horse and guide, for the Salique law, it seems, extended to the stables of the Golden Candlestick. From a window which overlooked the dark and narrow court in which Callum Beg rubbed down the horses after their journey, Waverley heard the following dialogue betwixt the subtle foot-page of Vich Vohr and his landlord. "You'll be frae the north, young man," began the latter. "And ye may say that," answered Callum. "And ye hae ridden a long way the day, it may well be, so long that I could well take a dram. Good wife, bring the girl stoop." Here some compliments passed fitting the occasion, when my host of the Golden Candlestick, having, as he thought, opened his guest's heart by this hospitable propitiation, resumed his scrutiny. "You'll no hae mickle better whisky than that aboon the pass." "I'm nae frae aboon the pass." "Ye're a Highlandman by your tongue." "Na, I am, but just Aberdeen away." "And did your master come frae Aberdeen wi' ye?" "Ay, that's when I left it mysell," answered the cool and impenetrable Callum Beg. "And what kind of a gentleman is he?" "I believe he is ane of King George's state officers. At least he's aye for ganging on to the south, and he has a hantle siller, and never grudges onything till a poor body or in the way of a lowing." "He wants a guide and a horse frae hence to Edinburgh." "Ay, and ye maun find it him forthwith." "It will be chargeable." "He caresna for that aboard him." "Well, Duncan, did ye say your name was Duncan or Donald?" "No, man, Jamie Steenson, I telled ye before." This last undaunted parry altogether foiled Mr. Cruikshanks, who, though not quite satisfied either with the reserve of the master or the extreme readiness of the man, was contented to lay a tax on the reckoning and horse hire that might compound for his ungratified curiosity. The circumstance of it being the fast day was not forgotten in the charge, which on the whole did not, however, amount to much more than double what in fairness it should have been. Callum Beg soon after announced in person the ratification of this treaty, adding, "The old devil was ganging to ride with that Jeannie Wassel herself." "That will not be very pleasant, Callum, nor altogether safe, for our host seems a person of great curiosity. But a traveller must submit to these inconveniences. Meanwhile, my good lad, here is a trifle for you to drink Vich Jan Vohr's health." The hawk's eye of Callum flashed delight upon a golden guinea, with which these last words were accompanied. He hastened, not without a curse on the intricacies of a Saxon breeches pocket, or splechan as he called it, to deposit the treasure in his fob; and then, as if he conceived the benevolence called for some requital on his part, he gathered close up to Edward with an expression of countenance peculiarly knowing, and spoke in an undertone, "If his honour thought the old devil Whig Kyle was a bit dangerous, she could easily provide for him until ane tar wiser." "How, and in what manner?" "Her ain sel," replied Callum, "could wait for him a wee bit frae the town, and kittle his quarters wi' her skean o' ocle." "Skean o' ocle? What's that?" Callum unbuttoned his coat, raised his left arm, and, with an emphatic nod, pointed to the hilt of a small dirk, snugly deposited under it in the lining of his jacket. Waverley thought he had misunderstood his meaning. He gazed in his face, and discovered in Callum's very handsome though embrowned features just the degree of roguish malice with which a lad of the same age in England would have brought forward a plan for robbing an orchard. "Good God, Callum, would you take the man's life?" "Indeed," answered the young desperado, "and I think he has had just a lang enough lease o't. When he's for betraying honest folk, they'll come to spend siller at his public." Edward saw nothing was to be gained by argument, and therefore contented himself with enjoining Callum to lay aside all practices against the person of Mr. Ebenezer Cruikshanks, in which injunction the page seemed to acquiesce with an air of great indifference. "Ta Jeannie Wassel might please himsell. Ta old Rita Slean had never done Callum nae ill. But here's a bit line frae ta Erna, that he bade me gie your honour ere I came back." The letter from the Chief contained Flora's lines on the fate of Captain Wogan, whose enterprising character is so well drawn by Clarendon. He had originally engaged in the service of the Parliament, but had abjured that party upon the execution of Charles I., and upon hearing that the royal standard was set up by the Earl of Glencairn and General Middleton in the Highlands of Scotland, took leave of Charles II., who was then at Paris, passed into England, assembled a body of cavaliers in the neighbourhood of London, and traversed the kingdom, which had been so long under domination of the usurper, by marches conducted with such skill, dexterity, and spirit, that he safely united his handful of horsemen with the body of Highlanders then in arms. After several months of desultory warfare, in which Wogan's skill and courage gained him the highest reputation, he had the misfortune to be wounded in a dangerous manner, and no surgical assistance being within reach, he terminated his short but glorious career. There were obvious reasons why the politic chieftain was desirous to place the example of this young hero under the eye of Waverley, with whose romantic disposition it coincided so peculiarly. But his letter turned chiefly upon some trifling commissions which Waverley had promised to execute for him in England, and it was only towards the conclusion that Edward found these words: "I owe Flora a grudge for refusing us her company yesterday, and, as I am giving you the trouble of reading these lines, in order to keep in your memory your promise to procure me the fishing tackle and crossbow from London, I will enclose her verses on the grave of Wogan. This I know will tease her, for, to tell you the truth, I think her more in love with the memory of that dead hero than she is likely to be with any living one, unless he shall tread a similar path, but English squires of our day keep their oak trees to shelter their deer parks, or repair the losses of an evening at White's, and neither invoke them to wreathe their brows nor shelter their graves. Let me hope for one brilliant exception in a dear friend, to whom I would most gladly give a dearer title. The verses were inscribed to an oak tree in the churchyard of in the Highlands of Scotland, said to mark the grave of Captain Wogan, killed in 1649. Emblem of England's ancient faith, full proudly may thy branches wave, where loyalty lies low in death, and valour fills a timeless grave. And thou, brave tenant of the tomb, repine not if our clime deny above thine honoured sod to bloom the flowerets of a milder sky. These owe their birth to genial May. Beneath a fiercer sun they pine before the winter storm decay. And can their worth be type of thine? No, for, mid storms of fate opposing, still higher swelled thy dauntless heart, and, while despair the scene was closing, commenced thy brief but brilliant part. 'Twas then thou soughtest on Albyn's hill, when England's son the strife resigned, a rugged race resisting still, and unsubdued, though unrefined. Thy death's hour heard no kindred wail, no holy knell thy requiem rung, thy mourners were the plaided Gael, thy dirge the clamorous pibroch sung. Yet who, in fortune's summer shine, to waste life's longest term away, would change that glorious dawn of thine, though darkened ere its noontide day? Be thine the tree whose dauntless boughs brave summer's drought and winter's gloom. Rome bound with oak her patriots' brows, as Albyn shadows Wogan's tomb. Whatever might be the real merit of Flora Mac Ivor's poetry, the enthusiasm which it intimated was well calculated to make a corresponding impression upon her lover. The lines were read again, then deposited in Waverley's bosom, then again drawn out and read line by line, in a low and smothered voice, and with frequent pauses which prolonged the mental treat, as an epicure protracts, by sipping slowly, the enjoyment of a delicious beverage. The entrance of Mrs. Cruikshanks with the sublunary articles of dinner and wine hardly interrupted this pantomime of affectionate enthusiasm. At length the tall, ungainly figure and ungracious visage of Ebenezer presented themselves. The upper part of his form, notwithstanding the season required no such defence, was shrouded in a large greatcoat, belted over his under habiliments, and crested with a huge cowl of the same stuff, which, when drawn over the head and hat, completely overshadowed both, and, being buttoned beneath the chin, was called a trot cosy. His hand grasped a huge jockey whip garnished with brass mounting. His thin legs tenanted a pair of gambadoes, fastened at the sides with rusty clasps. Thus accoutred, he stalked into the midst of the apartment, and announced his errand in brief phrase. "Your horses are ready." "You go with me yourself, then, landlord?" "I do, as far as Perth, where ye may be supplied with a guide to Embro, as your occasion shall require." Thus saying, he placed under Waverley's eye the bill which he held in his hand, and at the same time, self invited, filled a glass of wine and drank devoutly to a blessing on their journey. Waverley stared at the man's impudence, but as their connection was to be short and promised to be convenient, he made no observation upon it, and, having paid his reckoning, expressed his intention to depart immediately. He mounted Dermid accordingly, and sallied forth from the Golden Candlestick, followed by the puritanical figure we have described, after he had, at the expense of some time and difficulty, and by the assistance of a looping on-stand, or structure of masonry erected for the traveller's convenience in front of the house, elevated his person to the back of a long-backed, raw-boned, thin-gutted phantom of a broken-down blood-horse, on which Waverley's portmanteau was deposited. Our hero, though not in a very gay humour, could hardly help laughing at the appearance of his new squire, and at imagining the astonishment which his person and equipage would have excited at Waverley Honour. Edward's tendency to mirth did not escape mine host of the Candlestick, who, conscious of the cause, infused a double portion of souring into the pharisaical leaven of his countenance, and resolved internally that in one way or other the young Englisher should pay dearly for the contempt with which he seemed to regard him. Callum also stood at the gate and enjoyed with undissembled glee the ridiculous figure of Mr. Cruikshanks. As Waverley passed him, he pulled off his hat respectfully, and approaching his stirrup, bade him "take heed the old Whig deevil plead him nae cantrip." Waverley once more thanked and bade him farewell, and then rode briskly onward, not sorry to be out of hearing of the shouts of the children, as they beheld old Ebenezer rise and sink in his stirrups to avoid the concussions occasioned by a hard trot upon a half-paved street. The village of was soon several miles behind him. End of section 34. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Section 35 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 35. Chapter 30. Shows that the loss of a horse's shoe may be a serious inconvenience. The manner and air of Waverley, but above all, the glittering contents of his purse, and the indifference with which he seemed to regard them, somewhat overawed his companion, and deterred him from making any attempts to enter upon conversation. His own reflections were, moreover, agitated by various surmises, and by plans of self-interest with which these were intimately connected. The travellers journeyed, therefore, in silence, until it was interrupted by the annunciation, on the part of the guide, that his nag had lost a 4-foot shoe, which, doubtless, his honour would consider it was his part to replace. This was what lawyers call a fishing question, calculated to ascertain how far Waverley was disposed to submit to petty imposition. "My part to replace your horse's shoe, you rascal!" said Waverley, mistaking the purport of the intimation. "Indubitably," answered Mr. Cruikshanks. "Though there was no precise clause to that effect, it cannot be expected that I am to pay for the casualties whilk may befall the poor nag while in your honour's service. Natheless, if your honour— Oh, you mean I am to pay the farrier. But where shall we find one?" Rejoiced at discerning there would be no objection made on the part of his temporary master, Mr. Cruikshanks assured him that Cairnvracken, a village which they were about to enter, was happy in an excellent blacksmith. But as he was a professor, he would drive a nail for no man on the Sabbath or Kirkfast, unless it were in a case of absolute necessity, for which he always charged 6d. each shoe. The most important part of this communication, in the opinion of the speaker, made a very slight impression on the hearer, who only internally wondered what college this veterinary professor belonged to, not aware that the word was used to denote any person who pretended to uncommon sanctity of faith and manner. As they entered the village of Cairnvracken, they speedily distinguished the smith's house. Being also a public, it was 2 stories high, and proudly reared its crest, covered with grey slate, above the thatched hovels by which it was surrounded. The adjoining smithy betokened none of the sabbatical silence and repose which Ebenezer had augured from the sanctity of his friend. On the contrary, hammer clashed and anvil rang, the bellows groaned, and the whole apparatus of Vulcan appeared to be in full activity. Nor was the labour of a rural and pacific nature. The master smith, beneath, as his sign intimated, John Mucklewrath, with 2 assistants toiled busily in arranging, repairing, and refurbishing old muskets, pistols, and swords, which lay scattered around his workshop in military confusion. The open shed, containing the forge, was crowded with persons who came and went as if receiving and communicating important news, and a single glance at the aspect of the people who traversed the street in haste, or stood assembled in groups, with eyes elevated and hands uplifted, announced that some extraordinary intelligence was agitating the public mind of the municipality of Cairnvreckan. "There is some news," said mine host of the Candlestick, pushing his lantern-jawed visage and bare-boned nag rudely forward into the crowd. "There is some news, and, if it please my Creator, I will forthwith obtain spearings thereof." Waverley, with better regulated curiosity than his attendants, dismounted and gave his horse to a boy who stood idling near. It arose, perhaps, from the shyness of his character in early youth, that he felt dislike at applying to a stranger even for casual information, without previously glancing at his physiognomy and appearance. While he looked about in order to select the person to whom he would most willingly hold communication, the buzz around saved him in some degree the trouble of interrogatories. The names of Lochiel, Clanronald, Glengarry, and other distinguished Highland chiefs, among whom Vish Ian Vohr was repeatedly mentioned, were as familiar in men's mouths as household words; and from the alarm generally expressed, he easily conceived that their descent into the Lowlands, at the head of their armed tribes, had either already taken place or was instantly apprehended. Ere Waverley could ask particulars, a strong, large-boned, hard-featured woman, about 40, dressed as if her clothes had been flung on with a pitchfork, her cheeks flushed with a scarlet red where they were not smutted with soot and lamp-black, jostled through the crowd, and, brandishing high a child of 2 years old, which she danced in her arms without regard to its screams of terror, sang forth with all her might, "Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling! Charlie is my darling, the young chevalier." "D'ye hear what's come over ye now?" continued the virago, "ye whining Whig carles? D'ye hear wha's coming to cow your cracks? Little wot ye was coming, little wot ye was coming. Ah, the wild macraws are coming." The Vulcan of Cairnvreckan, who acknowledged his Venus in this exulting bacchante, regarded her with a grim and ire-foreboding countenance, while some of the senators of the village hastened to interpose. "Whisht, goodwife! Is this a time or is this a day to be singing your ranting fool songs in? A time when the wine of wrath is poured out without mixture in the cup of indignation, and a day when the land should give testimony against popery, and prelacy, and Quakerism, and independency, and supremacy, and Erastianism, and antinomianism, and all the errors of the church?" "And that's a' your Whiggery," re-echoed the Jacobite heroine. "That's a' your Whiggery and your Presbytery, ye cut-lugged granning carles. What! D'ye think the lads wi' the kilts will care for your synods and your presbyteries, and your buttock mail, and your stool o' repentance? Vengeance on the black face o't! Mony an honester woman's been set upon it than streaks doon beside ony Whig in the country. I mysel—" Here John Mucklewrath, who dreaded her entering upon a detail of personal experience, interposed his matrimonial authority. "Gae hame, and be d—d, that I should say, and put on the sowens for supper." "And you, ye doiled dotard," replied his gentle helpmate, her wrath, which had hitherto wandered abroad over the whole assembly, being at once and violently impelled into its natural channel, "ye stand there hammering dog-heads for fools that will never snap them at a Highlandman, instead of earning bread for your family and shoeing this winsome young gentleman's horse that's just come frae the north. I'se warrant him nane of your whinging King George folk, but a gallant Gordon, at the least o' him." The eyes of the assembly were now turned upon Waverley,
who took the opportunity to beg the smith to shoe his guide's horse with all speed, as he wished to proceed on his journey; for he had heard enough to make him sensible that there would be danger in delaying long in this place. The smith's eyes rested on him with a look of displeasure and suspicion, not lessened by the eagerness with which his wife enforced Waverley's mandate. "D'ye hear what the weel-favoured young gentleman says, ye drunken ne'er-do-good?" "And what may your name be, sir?" quoth Mucklewrath. "It's of no consequence to you, my friend, provided I pay your labour." "But it may be of consequence to the state, sir," replied an old farmer, smelling strongly of whiskey and peat smoke, "and I doubt we maun delay your journey till you have seen the laird." "You certainly," said Waverley, haughtily, "will find it both difficult and dangerous to detain me, unless you can produce some proper authority." There was a pause and a whisper among the crowd. "Secretary Murray! Lord Louis Gordon! Maybe the Chevalier himsel'!" Such were the surmises that passed hurriedly among them, and there was obviously an increased disposition to resist Waverley's departure. He attempted to argue mildly with them, but his voluntary ally, Mrs. Mucklewrath, broke in upon and drowned his expostulations, taking his part with an abusive violence which was all set down to Edward's account by those on whom it was bestowed. "Ye'll stop ony gentleman that's the prince's friend?" For she, too, though with other feelings, had adopted the general opinion respecting Waverley. "I dar ye to touch him," spreading abroad her long and muscular fingers, garnished with claws which a vulture might have envied. "I'll set my 10 Commandments in the face of the first loon that lays a finger on him." "Gae hame, goodwife," quoth the farmer aforesaid. "It wad better set you to be nursing the gudeman's bairns than to be deaving us here." "His bairns?" retorted the Amazon, regarding her husband with a grin of ineffable contempt. "His bairns? O gin ye were dead, goodman, and a green turf on your head, goodman! Then I wad wear my widowhood upon a ranting Highlandman." This canticle, which excited a suppressed titter among the younger part of the audience, totally overcame the patience of the taunted man of the anvil. "De'll be in me, but I'll put this het gad down her throat!" cried he in an ecstasy of wrath, snatching a bar from the forge. And he might have executed his threat, had he not been withheld by a part of the mob, while the rest endeavoured to force the termagant out of his presence. Waverley meditated a retreat in the confusion, but his horse was nowhere to be seen. At length he observed at some distance his faithful attendant, Ebenezer, who, as soon as he had perceived the turn matters were likely to take, had withdrawn both horses from the press, and, mounted on the one and holding the other, answered the loud and repeated calls of Waverley for his horse. "Na, na, if ye are nae friend to Kirk and the king, and are detained as siccan a person, ye maun answer to honest men of the country for breach of contract, and I maun keep the nag and the walise for damage and expense, in respect my horse and mysell will lose to-morrow's day's wark, besides the afternoon preaching." Edward, out of patience, hemmed in and hustled by the rabble on every side, and every moment expecting personal violence, resolved to try measures of intimidation, and at length drew a pocket pistol, threatening, on the one hand, to shoot whomever dared to stop him, and, on the other, menacing Ebenezer with a similar doom if he stirred a foot with the horses. The sapient Partridge says that one man with a pistol is equal to 100 unarmed, because, though he can shoot but one of the multitude, yet no one knows but that he himself may be that luckless individual. The levy and mass of Cairnvreckan would therefore probably have given way, nor would Ebenezer, whose natural paleness had waxed 3 shades more cadaverous, have ventured to dispute a mandate so enforced, had not the Vulcan of the village, eager to discharge upon some more worthy object the fury which his helpmate had provoked, and not ill satisfied to find such an object in Waverley, rushed at him with the red-hot bar of iron with such determination as made the discharge of his pistol an act of self-defense. The unfortunate man fell, and while Edward, thrilled with a natural horror at the incident, neither had presence of mind to unsheath his sword nor to draw his remaining pistol, the populace threw themselves upon him, disarmed him, and were about to use him with great violence, when the appearance of a venerable clergyman, the pastor of the parish, put a curb on their fury. This worthy man, none of the gowk thrapples or rentowels, maintained his character with the common people, although he preached the practical fruits of Christian faith as well as its abstract tenets, and was respected by the higher orders, notwithstanding he declined soothing their speculative errors by converting the pulpit of the gospel into a school of heathen morality. Perhaps it is owing to this mixture of faith and practice in his doctrine that, although his memory has formed a sort of era in the annals of Cairnvreckan, so that the parishioners, to denote what befell 60 years since, still say it happened in good Mr. Morton's time, I have never been able to discover which he belonged to, the evangelical or the moderate party in the kirk. Nor do I hold the circumstance of much moment, since, in my own remembrance, the one was headed by an Erskine, the other by a Robertson. [Footnote: The Reverend John Erskine, D.D., an eminent Scottish divine, and a most excellent man, headed the evangelical party in the Church of Scotland at the time when the celebrated Dr. Robertson, the historian, was the leader of the moderate party. These two distinguished persons were colleagues in the old Grey Friars Church, Edinburgh, and however much they differed in church politics, preserved the most perfect harmony as private friends, and as clergymen serving the same cure. Mr. Morton had been alarmed by the discharge of the pistol and the increasing hubbub around the smithy. His first attention, after he had directed the bystanders to detain Waverley, but to abstain from injuring him, was turned to the body of Mucklewrath, over which his wife, in a revulsion of feeling, was weeping, howling, and tearing her elf-locks in a state little short of distraction. On raising up the smith, the first discovery was that he was alive, and the next that he was likely to live as long as if he had never heard the report of a pistol in his life. He had made a narrow escape, however. The bullet had grazed his head and stunned him for a moment or two, which trance, terror, and confusion of spirit had prolonged somewhat longer. He now arose to demand vengeance on the person of Waverley, and with difficulty acquiesced in the proposal of Mr. Morton, that he should be carried before the laird as a justice of peace, and placed at his disposal. The rest of the assistants unanimously agreed to the measure recommended. Even Mrs. Mucklewrath, who had begun to recover from her hysterics, whimpered forth, "She wadna say nothing against what the minister proposed. He was e'en ower good for his trade, and she hoped to see him wi' a dainty decent bishop's gown on his back, a comelier sight than your Geneva cloaks and bands, I wis." All controversy being thus laid aside, Waverley, escorted by the whole inhabitants of the village who were not bedridden, was conducted to the house of Cairnvreckan, which was about half a mile distant. Section 36
of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piper Hayes. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 36. Chapter 31. An Examination. Major Melville of Cairnvreckan, an elderly gentleman, who had spent his youth in the military service, received Mr. Morton with great kindness, and our hero with civility, which the equivocal circumstances wherein Edward was placed rendered constrained and distant. The nature of the smith's hurt was inquired into, and as the actual injury was likely to prove trifling, and the circumstances in which it was received rendered the infliction on Edward's part a natural act of self-defence, the Major conceived he might dismiss that matter on Waverley's depositing in his hands a small sum for the benefit of the wounded person. "I could wish, sir," continued the Major, "that my duty terminated here, but it is necessary that we should have some further inquiry into the cause of your journey through the country at this unfortunate and distracted time." Mr. Ebenezer Cruikshanks now stood forth, and communicated to the magistrate all he knew or suspected from the reserve of Waverley, and the evasions of Callum Beg. The horse upon which Edward rode, he said, he knew to belong to Vicky and Vore, though he dared not tax Edward's former attendant with the fact, lest he should have his house and stables burnt over his head some night by that godless gang, the Mackivores. He concluded by exaggerating his own services to Kirk and State, as having been the means under God, as he modestly qualified the assertion, of attaching this suspicious and formidable delinquent. He intimated hopes of future reward, and of instant reimbursement for loss of time, and even of character, by travelling on the state business on the fast day. To this Major Melville answered with great composure that so far from claiming any merit in this affair, Mr. Cruikshanks ought to deprecate the imposition of a very heavy fine for neglecting to lodge, in terms of the recent proclamation, an account with the nearest magistrate of any stranger who came to his inn. That, as Mr. Cruikshanks boasted so much of religion and loyalty, he should not impute this conduct to disaffection, but only suppose that his zeal for Kirk and State had been lulled asleep by the opportunity of charging a stranger with double horse hire. That, however, feeling himself incompetent to decide singly upon the conduct of a person of such importance, he should reserve it for consideration of the next quarter sessions. Now our history for the present saith no more of him of the Candlestick, who wended, dolorous and malcontent, back to his own dwelling. Major Melville then commanded the villagers to return to their homes, excepting two, who officiated as constables, and whom he directed to wait below. The apartment was thus cleared of every person but Mr. Morton, whom the Major invited to remain, a sort of factor who acted as clerk, and Waverley himself. There ensued a painful and embarrassed pause, till Major Melville, looking upon Waverley with much compassion, and often consulting a paper or memorandum which he held in his hand, requested to know his name. "Edward Waverley." "I thought so. Late of the Dragoons, and nephew of Sir Everard Waverley, of Waverley Honour?" "The same." "Young gentleman, I am extremely sorry that this painful duty has fallen to my lot." "Duty, Major Melville, renders apologies superfluous." "True, sir. Permit me, therefore, to ask you how your time has been disposed of since you obtained leave of absence from your regiment several weeks ago, until the present moment?" "My reply," said Waverley, "to so general a question must be guided by the nature of the charge which renders it necessary. I request to know what that charge is, and upon what authority I am forcibly detained to reply to it." "The charge, Mr. Waverley, I grieve to say, is of a very high nature, and affects your character both as a soldier and a subject. In the former capacity you are charged with spreading mutiny and rebellion among the men you commanded, and setting them the example of desertion, by prolonging your own absence from the regiment, contrary to the express orders of your commanding officer. The civil crime of which you stand accused is that of high treason, and levying war against the King, the highest delinquency of which a subject can be guilty." "And by what authority am I detained to reply to such heinous calumnies?" "By one which you must not dispute, nor I disobey." He handed to Waverley a warrant from the Supreme Criminal Court of Scotland, in full form, for apprehending and securing the person of Edward Waverley, Esquire, suspected of treasonable practices and other high crimes and misdemeanours. The astonishment which Waverley expressed at this communication was imputed by Major Melville to conscious guilt, while Mr. Morton was rather disposed to construe it into the surprise of innocence unjustly suspected. There was something true in both conjectures, for although Edward's mind acquitted him of the crime with which he was charged, yet a hasty review of his own conduct convinced him he might have great difficulty in establishing his innocence to the satisfaction of others. "It is a very painful part of this painful business," said Major Melville, after a pause, "that, under so grave a charge, I must necessarily request to see such papers as you have on your person." "You shall, sir, without reserve," said Edward, throwing his pocket-book and memorandums upon the table. "There is but one with which I could wish you would dispense." "I am afraid, Mr. Waverley, I can indulge you with no reservation." "You shall see it then, sir, and as it can be of no service, I beg it may be returned." He took from his bosom the lines he had that morning received, and presented them with the envelope. The Major perused them in silence, and directed his clerk to make a copy of them. He then wrapped the copy in the envelope, and placing it on the table before him, returned the original to Waverley with an air of melancholy gravity. After indulging the prisoner, for such our hero must now be considered, with what he thought a reasonable time for reflection, Major Melville resumed his examination, premising that, as Mr. Waverley seemed to object to general questions, his interrogatories should be as specific as his information permitted. He then proceeded in his investigation, dictating as he went on the import of the questions and answers to the amanuensis by whom it was written down. "Did Mr. Waverley know one Humphrey Houghton, a non-commissioned officer in Gardiner's Dragoons?" "Certainly. He was sergeant of my troop, and son of a tenant of my uncle." "Exactly. And had a considerable share of your confidence, and an influence among his comrades?" "I had never occasion to repose confidence in a person of his description," answered Waverley. "I favoured Sergeant Houghton as a clever, active young fellow, and I believe his fellow soldiers respected him accordingly." "But you used, through this man," answered Major Melville, "to communicate with such of your troop as were recruited upon Waverley honour?" "Certainly. The poor fellows, finding themselves in a regiment chiefly composed of Scotch or Irish, looked up to me in any of their little distresses, and naturally made their countryman and sergeant their spokesman on such occasions." "Sergeant Houghton's influence," continued the Major, "extended then particularly over those soldiers who followed you to the regiment from your uncle's estate?" "Surely. But what is that to the present purpose?" "To that I am just coming, and I beseech your candid reply. Have you, since leaving the regiment, held any correspondence, direct or indirect, with this Sergeant Houghton?" "I hold correspondence with a man of his rank and situation? How, or for what purpose?" "That you are to explain. But did you not, for example, send to him for some books?" "You remind me of a trifling commission," said Waverley, "which I gave Sergeant Houghton because my servant could not read. I do recollect I bade him, by letter, select some books, of which I sent him a list, and send them to me at Tully Veolan." "And of what description were those books?" "They related almost entirely to elegant literature. They were designed for a lady's perusal." "Were there not, Mr. Waverley, treasonable tracts and pamphlets among them?" "There were some political treatises, into which I hardly looked. They had been sent to me by the officiousness of a kind friend, whose heart is more to be esteemed than his prudence or political sagacity. They seemed to be dull compositions." "That friend," continued the persevering inquirer, "was a Mr. Pembroke, a non-juring clergyman, the author of 2 treasonable works, of which the manuscripts were found among your baggage?" "But of which, I give you my honour as a gentleman," replied Waverley, "I never read 6 pages. I am not your judge, Mr. Waverley. Your examination will be transmitted elsewhere. And now to proceed. Do you know a person that passes by the name of Wiley Will, or Will Ruthven?" "I never heard of such a name till this moment." "Did you never, through such a person, or any other person, communicate with Sergeant Humphrey Houghton, instigating him to desert, with as many of his comrades as he could seduce to join him, and unite with the Highlanders and other rebels now in arms under the command of the young Pretender?" "I assure you I am not only entirely guiltless of the plot you have laid to my charge, but I detest it from the very bottom of my soul. Nor would I be guilty of such treachery to gain a throne either for myself or any other man alive." "Yet when I consider this envelope in the handwriting of one of those misguided gentlemen who are now in arms against their country, and the verses which it enclosed, I cannot but find some analogy between the enterprise I have mentioned and the exploit of Wogan, which the writer seems to expect you should imitate." Waverley was struck with the coincidence, but denied that the wishes or expectations of the letter writer were to be regarded as proofs of a charge otherwise chimerical. "But if I am rightly informed, your time was spent during your absence from the regiment between the house of this Highland chieftain and that of Mr. Bradwardine of Bradwardine, also in arms for this unfortunate cause?" "I do not mean to disguise it, but I do deny most resolutely being privy to any of their designs against the government." "You do not, however, I presume, intend to deny that you attended your host Glennaquoich to a rendezvous, where, under a pretence of a general hunting match, most of the accomplices of his treason were assembled to concert measures for taking arms?" "I acknowledge having been at such a meeting," said Waverley, "but I neither heard nor saw anything which could give it the character you affix to it." "From thence you proceeded," continued the magistrate, "with Glennaquoich and a part of his clan to join the army of the young Pretender, and returned, after having paid your homage to him, to discipline and arm the remainder, and unite them to his bands on their way southward?" "I never went with Glennaquoich on such an errand. I never so much as heard that the person whom you mention was in the country." He then detailed the history of his misfortune at the hunting match, and added that on his return he found himself suddenly deprived of his commission, and did not deny that he then, for the first time, observed symptoms which indicated a disposition in the Highlanders to take arms, but added that, having no inclination to join their cause, and no longer any reason for remaining in Scotland, he was now on his return to his native country, to which he had been summoned by those who had a right to direct his motions, as Major Melville would perceive from the letters on the table. Major Melville accordingly perused the letters of Richard Waverley, of Sir Everard, and of Aunt Rachel, but the inferences he drew from them were different from what Waverley expected. They held the language of discontent with government, threw out no obscure hints of revenge, and that of poor Aunt Rachel, which plainly asserted the justice of the Stuart cause, was held to contain the open avowal of what the others only ventured to insinuate. "Permit me another question, Mr. Waverley," said Major Melville. "Did you not receive repeated letters from your commanding officer, warning you and commanding you to return to your post, and acquainting you with the use made of your name to spread discontent among your soldiers?" "I never did, Major Melville. One letter indeed I received from him, containing a civil intimation of his wish that I would employ my leave of absence otherwise than in constant residence at Bradwardine, as to which, I own, I thought he was not called on to interfere. And finally I received, on the same day on which I observed myself superseded in the Gazette, a second letter from Colonel Gardiner, commanding me to join the regiment, an order which, owing to my absence, already mentioned and accounted for, I received too late to be obeyed. If there were any intermediate letters, and certainly from the Colonel's high character I think it probable that there were, they have never reached me." "I have omitted, Mr. Waverley," continued Major Melville, to inquire after a matter of less consequence, but which has nevertheless been publicly talked of to your disadvantage. It is said that a treasonable toast having been proposed in your hearing and presence, you, holding his Majesty's commission, suffered the task of resenting it to devolve upon another gentleman of the company. This, sir, cannot be charged against you in a court of justice. But if, as I am informed, the officers of your regiment requested an explanation of such a rumor, as a gentleman and soldier, I cannot but be surprised that you did not afford it to them." This was too much. Beset and pressed on every hand by accusations, in which gross falsehoods were blended with such circumstances of truth as could not fail to procure them credit, alone, unfriended, and in a strange land, Waverley almost gave up his life and honour for lost, and leaning his head upon his hand, resolutely refused to answer any further questions, since the fair and candid statement he had already made had only served to furnish arms against him. Without expressing either surprise or displeasure at the change in Waverley's manner, Major Melville proceeded composedly to put several other queries to him. "What does it avail me to answer you?" said Edward sullenly. "You appear convinced of my guilt, and rest every reply I have made to support your own preconceived opinion. Enjoy your supposed triumph, then, and torment me no further. If I am capable of the cowardice and treachery your charge burdens me with, I am not worthy to be believed in any reply I can make to you. If I am not deserving of your suspicion, and God and my own conscience bear evidence with me that it is so, then I do not see why I should, by my candour, lend my accusers arms against my innocence. There is no reason I should answer a word more, and I am determined to abide by this resolution." And again he resumed his posture of sullen and determined silence. "Allow me," said the magistrate, "to remind you of one reason that may suggest the propriety of a candid and open confession. The inexperience of youth, Mr. Waverley, lays it open to the plans of the more designing and artful, and one of your friends at least, I mean MacIver of Glennaquoich, ranks high in the latter class, as from your apparent ingenuousness, youth, and unacquaintance with the manners of the Highlands, I should be disposed to place you among the former. In such a case, a false step or error like yours, which I shall be happy to consider as involuntary, may be atoned for, and I would willingly act as intercessor. But as you must necessarily be acquainted with the strength of the individuals in this country who have assumed arms, with their means and with their plans, I must expect you will merit this mediation on my part by a frank and candid avowal of all that has come to your knowledge upon these heads, in which case I think I can venture to promise that a very short personal restraint will be the only ill consequence that can arise from your accession to these unhappy intrigues." Waverley listened with great composure until the end of this exhortation, when, springing from his seat with an energy he had not yet displayed, he replied, "Major Melville, since that is your name, I have hitherto answered your questions with candour, or declined them with temper, because their import concerned myself alone. But as you presume to esteem me mean enough to commence informer against others who received me, whatever may be their public misconduct, as a guest and friend, I declare to you that I consider your questions as an insult infinitely more offensive than your calumnious suspicions, and that since my hard fortune permits me no other mode of resenting them than by verbal defiance, you should sooner have my heart out of my bosom than a single syllable of information on subjects which I could only become acquainted with in the full confidence of unsuspecting hospitality." Mr. Morton and the Major looked at each other, and the former, who in the course of the examination had been repeatedly troubled with a sorry rheum, had recourse to his snuff-box and his handkerchief. "Mr. Waverley," said the Major, "my present situation prohibits me alike from giving or receiving offence, and I will not protract a discussion which approaches to either. I am afraid I must sign a warrant for detaining you in custody, but this house shall for the present be your prison. I fear I cannot persuade you to accept a share of our supper?" Edward shook his head. "But I will order refreshments in your apartment." Our hero bowed and withdrew, under guard of the officers of justice, to a small but handsome room, where, declining all offers of food or wine, he flung himself on the bed, and, stupefied by the harassing events and mental fatigue of this miserable day, he sunk into a deep and heavy slumber. This was more than he himself could have expected. But it is mentioned of the North American Indians, when at the stake of torture, that on the least intermission of agony they will sleep until the fire is applied to awaken them. End of Section 36, Chapter 31.
Section 37 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or To 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 37. Chapter 32. A Conference and the Consequence. Major Melville had detained Mr. Morton during his examination of Waverley, both because he thought he might derive assistance from his practical good sense and approved loyalty, and also because it was agreeable to have a witness of unimpeached candour and veracity to proceedings which touched the honour and safety of a young Englishman of high rank and family, and the expectant heir of a large fortune. Every step he knew would be rigorously canvassed, and it was his business to place the justice and integrity of his own conduct beyond the limits of question. When Waverley retired, the laird and clergyman of Cairnvreckan sat down in silence to their evening meal. While the servants were in attendance, neither chose to say anything on the circumstances which occupied their minds, and neither felt it easy to speak upon any other. The youth and apparent frankness of Waverley stood in strong contrast to the shades of suspicion which darkened around him, and he had a sort of naivete and openness of demeanour that seemed to belong to one unhackneyed in the ways of intrigue, and which pleaded highly in his favour. Each mused over the particulars of the examination, and each viewed it through the medium of his own feelings. Both were men of ready and acute talent, and both were equally competent to combine various parts of evidence, and to deduce from them the necessary conclusions. But the wide difference of their habits and education often occasioned a great discrepancy in their respective deductions from admitted premises. Major Melville had been versed in camps and cities. He was vigilant by profession and cautious from experience, had met with much evil in the world, and therefore, though himself an upright magistrate and an honourable man, his opinions of others were always strict and sometimes unjustly severe. Mr. Morton, on the contrary, had passed from the literary pursuits of a college, where he was beloved by his companions and respected by his teachers, to the ease and simplicity of his present charge, where his opportunities of witnessing evil were few, and never dwelt upon but in order to encourage repentance and amendment, and where the love and respect of his parishioners repaid his affectionate zeal in their behalf, by endeavouring to disguise from him what they knew would give him the most acute pain, namely, their own occasional transgressions of the duties which it was the business of his life to recommend. Thus it was a common saying in the neighbourhood, though both were popular characters, that the laird knew only the ill in the parish, and the minister only the good. A love of letters, though kept in subordination to his clerical studies and duties, also distinguished the pastor of Cairnvreckan, and had tinged his mind in earlier days with a slight feeling of romance, which no after incidents of real life had entirely dissipated. The early loss of an amiable young woman whom he had married for love, and who was quickly followed to the grave by an only child, had also served, even after the lapse of many years, to soften a disposition naturally mild and contemplative. His feelings on the present occasion were therefore likely to differ from those of the severe disciplinarian, strict magistrate, and distrustful man of the world. When the servants had withdrawn, the silence of both parties continued, until Major Melville, filling his glass and pushing the bottle to Mr. Morton, commenced. A distressing affair, this, Mr. Morton. I fear this youngster has brought himself within the compass of a halter. God forbid, answered the clergyman. Marry and amen, said the temporal magistrate. But I think even your merciful logic will hardly deny the conclusion. Surely, Major, answered the clergyman. I should hope it might be averted, for aught we have heard tonight. Indeed, replied Melville. But, my good parson, you are one of those who would communicate to every criminal the benefit of clergy. Unquestionably I would. Mercy and long-suffering are the grounds of the doctrine I am called to teach. True, religiously speaking, but mercy to a criminal may be gross injustice to the community. I don't speak of this young fellow in particular, who I heartily wish may be able to clear himself, for I like both his modesty and his spirit. But I fear he has rushed upon his fate. And why? Hundreds of misguided gentlemen are now in arms against the government, many doubtless upon principles which education and early prejudice have gilded with the names of patriotism and heroism. Justice, when she selects her victims from such a multitude, for surely all will not be destroyed, must regard the moral motive. He whom ambition or hope of personal advantage has led to disturb the peace of a well-ordered government, let him fall a victim to the laws, but surely youth, misled by the wild visions of chivalry and imaginary loyalty, may plead for pardon. If visionary chivalry and imaginary loyalty come within the predicament of high treason, replied the magistrate, I know no court in Christendom, my dear Mr. Morton, where they can sue out their habeas corpus. But I cannot see that this youth's guilt is at all established to my satisfaction, said the clergyman. Because your good nature blinds your good sense, replied Major Melville. Observe now. This young man descended of a family of hereditary Jacobites, his uncle the leader of the Tory interest in the county of blank blank. His father a disobliged and discontented courtier, his tutor a nonjuror, and the author of 2 treasonable volumes. This youth, I say, enters into Gardiner's dragoons, bringing with him a body of young fellows from his uncle's estate, who have not stickled at avowing in their way the high church principles they learned at Waverley, honour in their disputes with their comrades. To these young men Waverley is unusually attentive. They are supplied with money beyond a soldier's wants, and inconsistent with his discipline, and are under the management of a favourite sergeant, through whom they hold an unusually close communication with their captain, and affect to consider themselves as independent of the other officers, and superior to their comrades. All this, my dear Major, is the natural consequence of their attachment to their young landlord, and of their finding themselves in a regiment levied chiefly in the north of Ireland and the west of Scotland, and of course among comrades disposed to quarrel with them, both as Englishmen and as members of the Church of England. Well said, parson, replied the magistrate. I would some of your senate heard you. But let me go on. This young man obtains leave of absence, goes to Tully-Veolan. The principles of the Baron of Bradwardine are pretty well known, not to mention that this lad's uncle brought him off in the year 15. He engages there in a brawl, which he is said to have disgraced the commission he bore. Colonel Gardiner writes to him first mildly, then more sharply. I think you will not doubt his having done so, since he says so. The mess invite him to explain the quarrel in which he is said to have been involved. He neither replies to his commander nor his comrades. In the meanwhile, his soldiers become mutinous and disorderly. And at length, when the rumour of his unhappy rebellion becomes general, his favourite Sergeant Houghton and another fellow are detached in correspondence with a French emissary, accredited, as he says, by Captain Waverley, who urges him, according to the men's confession, to desert with a troop and join their captain, who is with Prince Charles. In the meanwhile, this trusty captain is, by his own admission, residing at Glennaquoich, with the most active, subtle, and desperate Jacobite in Scotland. He goes with him at least as far as their famous hunting rendezvous, and I fear a little farther. Meanwhile 2 other summonses are sent him. one warning him of the disturbances in his troop, another peremptorily ordering him to repair to the regiment, which indeed common sense might have dictated. When he observed rebellion thickening all round him, he returns an absolute refusal and throws up his commission. He had been already deprived of it, said Mr. Morton. But he regrets, replied Melville, that the measure had anticipated his resignation. His baggage is seized at his quarters and at Tully-Veolan, and is found to contain a stock of pestilent Jacobitical pamphlets, enough to poison a whole country, besides the unprinted lucubrations of his worthy friend and tutor, Mr. Pembroke. He says he never read them, answered the minister. In an ordinary case I should believe him, replied the magistrate, for they are as stupid and pedantic in composition as mischievous in their tenets. But can you suppose anything but value for the principles they maintain would induce a young man of his age to lug such trash about with him? Then, when news arrive of the approach of the rebels, he sets out in a sort of disguise, refusing to tell his name, and if yon old fanatic tell truth, attended by a very suspicious character, and mounted on a horse known to have belonged to Glennaquoich, and bearing on his person letters from his family expressing high rancour against the House of Brunswick, and a copy of verses in praise of one Wogan, who abjured the service of the Parliament to join the Highland insurgents, went in arms to restore the House of Stuart with a body of English cavalry, the very counterpart of his own plot, and summed up with a "Go thou and do likewise," from that loyal subject and most safe and peaceable character, Fergus MacIvor of Glennaquoich, Vicayan Vor, and so forth. And lastly, continued Major Melville, warming in the detail of his arguments, where do we find the second edition of Cavalier Wogan? Why, truly, in the very tract most proper for execution of his design, and pistoling the first of the king's subjects, who ventures to question his intentions. Mr. Morton prudently abstained from argument which he perceived would only harden the magistrate in his opinion, and merely asked how he intended to dispose of the prisoner. "It is a question of some difficulty, considering the state of the country," said Major Melville. "Could you not detain him, being such a gentlemanlike young man, here in your own house, out of harm's way, till the storm blow over?" "My good friend," said Major Melville, "neither your house nor mine will be long out of harm's way, even were it legal to confine him here. I have just learned that the commander-in-chief who marched into the Highlands to seek out and disperse the insurgents has declined giving them battle at Coryeric, and marched on northward with all the disposable force of government to Inverness, John o' Groat's house, or the devil, for what I know, leaving the road to the low country open and undefended to the Highland army." "Good God!" said the clergyman. "Is the man a coward, a traitor, or an idiot?" "None of the three, I believe," answered Melville. "Sir John has the commonplace courage of a common soldier, is honest enough, does what he is commanded, and understands what is told him, but is as fit to act for himself in circumstances of importance, as I, my dear parson, to occupy your pulpit." This important public intelligence naturally diverted the discourse from Waverley for some time. At length, however, the subject was resumed. "I believe," said Major Melville, "that I must give this young man in charge to some of the detached parties of armed volunteers who were lately sent out to overawe the disaffected districts. They are now recalled towards Stirling, and a small body comes this way tomorrow or next day, commanded by the Westland man. What's his name? You saw him, and said he was the very model of one of Cromwell's military saints." "Gilfillan, the Cameronian," answered Mr. Morton. "I wish the young gentleman may be safe with him. Strange things are done in the heat and hurry of minds in so agitating a crisis, and I fear Gilfillan is a sect which has suffered persecution without learning mercy." "He has only to lodge Mr. Waverley in Stirling Castle," said the Major. "I will give him strict injunctions to treat him well. I really cannot devise any better mode for securing him, and I fancy you would hardly advise me to encounter the responsibility of setting him at liberty." "But "You will have no objection to my seeing him tomorrow in private," said the minister. "None, certainly. Your loyalty and character are my warrant. But with what view do you make the request?" "Simply," replied Mr. Morton, "to make the experiment whether he may not be brought to communicate to me some circumstances which may hereafter be useful to alleviate, if not exculpate, his conduct." The friends now parted and retired to rest, each filled with the most anxious reflections on the state of the country. End of Section 37. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas. Section 38 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 38. Chapter 33. A Confidant. Waverley awoke in the morning from troubled dreams and unrefreshing slumbers to a full consciousness of the horrors of his situation. How it might terminate he knew not. He might be delivered up to military law, which, in the midst of civil war, was not likely to be scrupulous in the choice of its victims or the quality of the evidence. Nor did he feel much more comfortable at the thought of a trial before a Scottish court of justice, where he knew the laws and forms differed in many respects from those of England, and had been taught to believe, however erroneously, that the liberty and rights of the subject were less carefully protected. A sentiment of bitterness rose to his mind against the government, which he considered as the cause of his embarrassment and peril, and he cursed internally his scrupulous rejection of MacIvor's invitation to accompany him to the field. "Why did I not," he said to himself, "like other men of honor, take the earliest opportunity to welcome to Britain the descendant of her ancient kings and lineal heir of her throne? Why did I not unthread the rude eyes of rebellion, and welcome home again discarded faith, seek out Prince Charles, and fall before his feet? All that has been recorded of excellence and worth in the House of Waverley has been founded upon their loyal faith to the House of Stuart. From the interpretation which this Scotch magistrate has put upon the letters of my uncle and father, it is plain that I ought to have understood them as marshalling me to the course of my ancestors, and it has been my gross dullness, joined to the obscurity of expression which they adopted for the sake of security, that has confounded my judgment. Had I yielded to the first generous impulse of indignation when I learned that my honor was practised upon, how different had been my present situation! I had then been free and in arms fighting, like my forefathers, for love, for loyalty, and for fame, and now I am here, netted and in the toils of the disposal of a suspicious, stern, and cold-hearted man, perhaps to be turned over to the solitude of a dungeon or the infamy of public execution. O Fergus, how true has your prophecy proved, and how speedy, how very speedy, has been its accomplishment!" While Edward was ruminating on these painful subjects of contemplation, and very naturally, though not quite so justly, bestowing upon the reigning dynasty that blame which was due to chance, or in part at least to his own unreflecting conduct, Mr. Morton availed himself of Major Melville's permission to pay him an early visit. Waverley's first impulse was to intimate a desire that he might not be disturbed with questions or conversation, but he suppressed it upon observing the benevolent and reverend appearance of the clergyman who had rescued him from the immediate violence of the villagers. "I believe, sir," said the unfortunate young man, "that in any other circumstance I should have had as much gratitude to express to you as the safety of my life may be worth. But such is the present tumult of my mind, and such is my anticipation of what I am yet likely to endure, that I can hardly offer you thanks for your interposition." Mr. Morton replied, that far from making any claim upon his good opinion, his only wish and the sole purpose of his visit was to find out the means of deserving it. "My excellent friend, Major Melville," he continued, "has feelings and duties as a soldier and public functionary by which I am not fettered, nor can I always coincide in opinions which he forms, perhaps with too little allowance for imperfections of human nature. He paused, and then proceeded. "I do not intrude myself on your confidence, Mr. Waverley, for the purpose of learning any circumstances, the knowledge of which can be prejudicial either to yourself or to others. But I own my earnest wish is that you would entrust me with any particulars which could lead to your exculpation. I can solemnly assure you that they will be deposited with a faithful and, to the extent of his limited powers, a zealous agent." "You are, sir, I presume, a Presbyterian clergyman?" Mr. Morton bowed. "Were I to be guided by the prepossessions of education, I might distrust your friendly professions in my case. But I have observed that similar prejudices are nourished in this country against your professional brethren of the Episcopal persuasion, and I am willing to believe them equally unfounded in both cases." "Evil to him that thinks otherwise," said Mr. Morton. "Or who holds church government and ceremonies as the exclusive gauge of Christian faith or moral virtue." "But," continued Waverley, "I cannot perceive why I should trouble you with the detailed particulars out of which, after revolving them as carefully as possible in my recollection, I find myself unable to explain much of what is charged against me. I know indeed that I am innocent, but I hardly see how I can hope to prove myself so." "It is for that very reason, Mr. Waverley," said the clergyman, "that I venture to solicit your confidence. My knowledge of individuals in this country is pretty general, and can upon occasion be extended. Your situation will, I fear, preclude your taking those active steps for recovering intelligence, or tracing imposture which I would willingly undertake in your behalf, and if you are not benefited from my exertions, at least they cannot be prejudicial to you." Waverley, after a few minutes' reflection, was convinced that his reposing confidence in Mr. Morton, so far as he himself was concerned, could hurt neither Mr. Bradwardine nor Fergus MacIver, both of whom had openly assumed arms against the government, and that it might possibly, if the professions of his new friend corresponded in sincerity with the earnestness of his expression, be of some service to himself. He therefore ran briefly over the events with which the reader is already acquainted, suppressing his attachment to Flora, and indeed neither mentioning her nor Rose Bradwardine in the course of his narrative. Mr. Morton seemed particularly struck with the account of Waverley's visit to Donald Bean Lean. "I am glad," he said, "you did not mention this circumstance to the Major. It is capable of great misconstruction on the part of those who do not consider the power of curiosity and the influence of romance as motives of youthful conduct. When I was a young man like you, Mr. Waverley, any such harebrained expedition, I beg your pardon for the expression, would have had inexpressible charms for me. But there are men in the world who will not believe that danger and fatigue are often incurred without any very adequate cause, and therefore who are sometimes led to assign motives of action entirely foreign to the truth. This man, Bean Lean, is renowned through the country as a sort of Robin Hood, and the stories which are told of his address and enterprise are the common tales of winter fireside. He certainly possesses talents beyond the rude sphere in which he moves, and being neither destitute of ambition nor encumbered with scruples, he will probably attempt by every means to distinguish himself during the period of these unhappy commotions." Mr. Morton then made a careful memorandum of the various particulars of Waverley's interview with Donald Bean Lean, and the other circumstances which he had communicated. The interest which this good man seemed to take in his misfortunes, above all, the full confidence he appeared to repose in his innocence, had the natural effect of softening Edward's heart, whom the coldness of Major Melville had taught to believe that the world was leagued to oppress him. He shook Mr. Morton warmly by the hand, and assuring him that his kindness and sympathy had relieved his mind of a heavy load, told him that, whatever might be his own fate, he belonged to a family who had both gratitude and the power of displaying it. The earnestness of his thanks called drops to the eyes of the worthy clergyman, who was doubly interested in the cause for which he had volunteered his services, by observing the genuine and undissembled feelings of his young friend. Edward now inquired if Mr. Morton knew what was likely to be his destination. "Stirling Castle," replied his friend, "and so far I am well pleased for your sake, for the governor is a man of honor and humanity, but I am more doubtful of your treatment upon the road. Major Melville is involuntarily obliged to entrust the custody of your person to another." "I am glad of it," answered Waverley. "I detest that cold-blooded, calculating Scotch magistrate. I hope he and I shall never meet more. He had neither sympathy with my innocence nor with my wretchedness, and the petrifying accuracy with which he attended to every form of civility, while he tortured me by his questions, his suspicions, and his inferences, was as tormenting as the racks of the Inquisition. Do not vindicate him, my dear sir, for that I cannot bear with patience. Tell me rather, who is to have the charge of so important a state prisoner as I am?" "I believe a person called Gilfillan, one of the sect who are termed Cameronians." "I've never heard of them before." "They claim," said the clergyman, "to represent the more strict and severe Presbyterians who, in Charles II's and James II's days, refused to profit by the toleration, or indulgence, as it was called, which was extended to others of that religion. They held conventicles in the open fields, and, being treated with great violence and cruelty by the Scottish government, more than once took arms during those reigns. They take their name from their leader, Richard Cameron." "I recollect," said Waverley. "But did not the triumph of the Presbytery at the Revolution extinguish that sect?" "By no means," said Morton. "That great event fell yet far short of what they proposed, which was nothing less than the complete establishment of the Presbyterian Church upon the grounds of old solemn league and covenant. Indeed, I believe they scarce knew what they wanted, but being a numerous body of men, and not unacquainted with the use of arms, they kept themselves neither as a separate party in the state, and at the time of the Union had nearly formed a most unnatural league with their old enemies the Jacobites to oppose that important national measure. Since that time their numbers have gradually diminished, but a good many are still to be found in the western counties, and several, with a better temper than in 1707, have now taken arms for government. This person, whom they call Gifted Gilfillan, has been long a leader among them, and now heads a small party which will pass here today or tomorrow on their march towards Stirling, under whose escort Major Melville proposes you shall travel. I would willingly speak to Gilfillan in your behalf, but having deeply imbibed all the prejudices of his sect, and being of the same fierce disposition, he would pay little regard to the remonstrances of an Erastian divine, as he would politely term me. And now, farewell, my young friend. For the present I must not weary out the Major's indulgence, that I may obtain his permission to visit you again in the course of the day. End of Section 38. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas. Section 39 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 39. Chapter 34. Things Mend a Little. About noon, Mr. Morton returned and brought an invitation from Major Melville that Mr. Waverley would honour him with his company to dinner, notwithstanding the unpleasant affair which detained him at Cairnvreckan, from which he should heartily rejoice to see Mr. Waverley completely extricated. The truth was that Mr. Morton's favourable report and opinion had somewhat staggered the preconceptions of the old soldier concerning Edward's supposed accession to the mutiny in the regiment. And in the unfortunate state of the country's mere suspicion of disaffection or an inclination to join the insurgent Jacobites might infer criminality indeed, but certainly not dishonour. Besides, a person whom the Major trusted had reported to him, though as it proved inaccurately, a contradiction to the agitating news of the preceding evening. According to this second edition of intelligence, the Highlanders had withdrawn from the lowland frontier, with the purpose of following the army to their march to Inverness. The Major was at a loss indeed to reconcile his information with the well-known abilities of some of the gentlemen in the Highland army. yet it was the course which was likely to be most agreeable to the others. He remembered the same policy had detained them in the north in the year 1715, and he anticipated a similar termination to the insurrection as upon that occasion. This news put him in such good humor that he readily acquiesced to Mr. Morton's proposal to pay some hospitable attention to his unfortunate guest, and voluntarily added he hoped the whole affair would prove a youthful escapade, which might be easily atoned by a short confinement. The kind mediator had some trouble to prevail on his young friend to accept the invitation. He dared not urge to him the real motive, which was a good-natured wish to secure a favorable report of Waverley's case from Major Melville to Governor Blakeney. He remarked from the flashes of our hero's spirit that touching upon this topic would be sure to defeat his purpose. He therefore pleaded that the invitation argued the Major's disbelief of any part of the accusation which was inconsistent with Waverley's conduct as a soldier and a man of honour, and that to decline his courtesy might be interpreted into a consciousness that it was unmerited. In short, he so far satisfied Edward that the manly and proper course was to meet the Major on easy terms, that suppressing his strong dislike again to encounter his cold and punctilious civility, Waverley agreed to be guided by his new friend. The meeting was at first stiff and formal enough, but Edward, having accepted the invitation, and his mind being really soothed and relieved by the kindness of Morton, held himself bound to behave with ease, though he could not affect cordiality. The Major was somewhat of a bon vivant, and his wine was excellent. He told his old campaign stories, and displayed much knowledge of men and manners. Mr. Morton had an internal fund of placid and quiet gaiety, which seldom failed to enliven any small party in which he found himself pleasantly seated. Waverley, whose life was a dream, gave ready way to the predominating impulse, and became the most lively of the party. He had at all times remarkable natural powers of conversation, though easily silenced by discouragement. On the present occasion he piqued himself upon leaving on the minds of his companions a favourable impression of one who, under such disastrous circumstances, could sustain his misfortunes with ease and gaiety. His spirits, though not unyielding, were abundantly elastic, and soon seconded his efforts. The trio were engaged in very lively discourse, apparently delighted with each other, and the kind host was pressing a third bottle of Burgundy, when the sound of a drum was heard at some distance. The Major, who in the glee of an old soldier had forgot the duties of a magistrate, cursed, with a muttered military oath, the circumstances which recalled him to his official functions. He rose and went towards the window, which commanded a very near view of the high road, and he was followed by his guests. The drum advanced, beating no measured martial tune, but a kind of rub-a-dub-dub, like that with which the fire-drum startles the slumbering artisans of a Scotch burgh. It is the object of this history to do justice to all men. I must therefore record, in justice to the drummer, that he protested he could beat any known march or point of war known in the British army, and had accordingly commenced with Dumbarton's drums. When he was silenced by gifted Gilfillan, the commander of the party, who refused to permit his followers to move to this profane and even, as he said, persecutive tune, and commanded the drummer to beat the 119th psalm. As this was beyond the capacity of the drummer of sheepskin, he was fain to have recourse to the inoffensive row-de-dow as a harmless substitute for the sacred music which his instrument or skill were unable to achieve. This may be held a trifling anecdote, but the drummer in question was no less than town drummer of Anderton. I remember his successor in office, a member of that enlightened body, the British Convention. Be his memory therefore treated with due respect. End of section 39. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas. Section 40 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or To 60 Years Since, Volume 1 by Sir Walter Scott. Section 40. Chapter 35. A volunteer 60 years since. On hearing the unwelcome sound of the drum, Major Melville hastily opened a sash door and stepped out upon a sort of terrace which divided his house from the high road from which the martial music proceeded. Waverley and his new friend followed him, though probably he would have dispensed with their attendance. They soon recognized in solemn march, first the performer upon the drum, secondly a large flag of 4 compartments, on which were inscribed the words Covenant, Kirk, King, Kingdoms. The person who was honored with this charge was followed by the commander of the party, a thin, dark, rigid-looking man, about 60 years old. The spiritual pride, which in mine host of the Candlestick mantled in a sort of supercilious hypocrisy, was in this man's face elevated and yet darkened by genuine and undoubting fanaticism. It was impossible to behold him without imagination placing him in some sort of strange crisis, where religious zeal was the ruling principle, a martyr at the stake, a soldier in the field, a lonely and banished wanderer, consoled by the intensity and supposed purity of his faith under every earthly privation. Perhaps a persecuting inquisitor, as terrific in power as unyielding in adversity. Any of these seemed congenial characters to this personage. With these high traits of energy, there was something in the affected precision and solemnity of his deportment and discourse that bordered upon the ludicrous, so that according to the mood of the spectator's mind and the light under which Mr. Gilfillan presented himself, one might have feared, admired, or laughed at him. His dress was that of a west country peasant, of better materials indeed than that of the lower rank, but in no respect affecting either the mode of the age or of the Scottish gentry at any period. His arms were a broadsword and pistols, which from the antiquity of their appearance might have seen the rout of Pentland or Bothwell Brig. As he came up a few steps to meet Major Melville, and touched solemnly but slightly his huge and over-brimmed blue bonnet, in answer to the Major, who had courteously raised a small, triangular, gold-laced hat, Waverley was irresistibly impressed with the idea that he beheld a leader of the Roundheads of yore in conference with one of Marlborough's captains. The group of about 30 armed men who followed this gifted commander was of a motley description. They were in ordinary lowland dresses of different colors, which, contrasted with the arms they bore, gave them an irregular and mobbish appearance, so much is the eye accustomed to connect uniformity of dress with the military character. In front were a few who apparently partook of their leader's enthusiasm, men obviously to be feared in combat, where their natural courage was exalted by religious zeal. Others puffed and strutted, filled with the importance of carrying arms, and all the novelty of their situation, while the rest, apparently fatigued with their march, dragged their limbs listlessly along, or straggled from their companions to procure such refreshments as the neighbouring cottages and alehouses afforded. 6 grenadiers of Lingoners, thought the Major to himself, as his mind reverted to his own military experience, would have sent all these fellows to the right-about. Greeting, however, Mr. Gilfillan civilly, he requested to know if he had received the letter he had sent to him upon his march, and could undertake the charge of the state prisoner whom he there mentioned as far as Stirling Castle. "Yea," was the concise reply of the Cameronian leader, in a voice which seemed to issue from the very penetralia of his person. "But your escort, Mr. Gilfillan, is not so strong as I expected," said Major Melville. "Some of the people," replied Gilfillan, "hungered and were athirst by the way, and tarried until their poor souls were refreshed with a word." "I am sorry, sir," replied the Major, "you did not trust your refreshing your men at Cairnvreckan. Whatever my house contains is at the command of persons employed in the service." "It was not of creature comforts I spake," answered the Covenanter, regarding Major Melville with something like a smile of contempt. "Howbeit I thank you, but the people remained waiting upon the precious Mr. Jabash Rentowel for the outpouring of the afternoon exhortation." "And have you, sir," said the Major, "when the rebels are about to spread themselves through this country, actually left a great part of your command at a field preaching?" Gilfillan again smiled scornfully as he made this indirect answer. "Even thus are the children of this world, wiser in their generation than the children of light." "However, sir," said the Major, As you are to take charge of this gentleman to Stirling, and deliver him with these papers into the hands of Governor Blakeney, I beseech you to observe some rules of military discipline upon your march. For example, I would advise you to keep your men more closely together, and that each in his march should cover his file leader, instead of straggling like geese upon a common. And for fear of surprise, I further recommend to you to form a small advance party of your best men, with a single vidette in front of the whole march, so that when you approach a village or a wood— Here the Major interrupted himself. But as I don't observe you listen to me, Mr. Gilfillan, I suppose I need not give myself the trouble to say more upon the subject. You are a better judge, unquestionably, than I am of the measures to be pursued. But one thing I would have you well aware of, that you are to treat this gentleman, your prisoner, with no rigour nor incivility, and are to subject him to no other restraint than is necessary for his security.
I have looked into my commission, said Mr. Gilfillan, subscribed by a worthy and professing nobleman, William, Earl of Glencairn. Nor do I find it therein set down that I am to receive any charges or commands anent my doings from Major William Melville of Cairnvreckan.
Major Melville reddened, even to the well-powdered ears which appeared beneath his neat military side-curls, the more so as he observed Mr. Morton smile at the same moment. "Mr. Gilfillan," he answered, with some asperity, "I beg 10,000 pardons for interfering with a person of your importance. I thought, however, that as you had been bred a grazier, if I mistake not, there might be occasion to remind you of the difference between Highlanders and Highland cattle. And if you should happen to meet with any gentleman who has seen service, and is disposed to speak upon the subject, I should still imagine that listening to him would do you no sort of harm. But I have done, and have only once more to recommend this gentleman to your civility as well as to your custody. Mr. Waverley, I am truly sorry we should part in this way, but I trust, when you are again in this country, I may have an opportunity to render Cairnvreckan more agreeable than circumstances have permitted on this occasion." So saying, he shook our hero by the hand. Morton also took an affectionate farewell, and Waverley, having mounted his horse, with a musketeer leading it by the bridle and a file upon each side to prevent his escape, set forward upon the march with Gilfillan and his party. Through the little village they were accompanied with the shouts of children, who cried, "Eh, see to this Outland gentleman that's gone to be hanged for shooting Lang John Muckleshrath, the smith." End of section 40. Recording by Stacy Colon, Fort Worth, Texas.
Section 41 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 41. Appendices to the General Preface, Number 1. Fragment. Footnote. It is not to be supposed that these fragments are given in possessing any intrinsic value of themselves, but there may be some curiosity attached to them as to the first etchings of a plate, which are accounted interesting by those who have, in any degree, been interested in the more finished works of the artist, of a romance which was to have been entitled Thomas the Rhymer, Chapter 1. The sun was nearly set behind the distant mountains of Liddesdale, when a few of the scattered and terrified inhabitants of the village of Herseldown, which had 4 days before been burned by a predatory band of English borderers, were now busied in repairing their ruined dwellings. One high tower in the centre of the village alone exhibited no appearance of devastation. It was surrounded with court walls, and the outer gate was barred and bolted. The bushes and brambles which grew around, and had even insinuated their branches beneath the gate, plainly showed that it must have been many years since it had been opened. While the cottages around lay in smoking ruins, this pile, deserted and desolate as it seemed to be, had suffered nothing from the violence of the invaders, and the wretched beings who were endeavouring to repair their miserable huts against nightfall seemed to neglect the preferable shelter which it might have afforded them without the necessity of labor. Before the day had quite gone down, a knight, richly armed and mounted upon an ambling hackney, rode slowly into the village. His attendants were a lady, apparently young and beautiful, who rode by his side upon a dappled palfrey, his squire, who carried his helmet and lance, and led his battle-horse, a noble steed richly caparisoned. A page and 4 yeomen bearing bows and quivers, short swords, and targets of a span breadth, completed his equipage, which, though small, denoted him to be a man of high rank. He stopped and addressed several of the inhabitants, whom curiosity had withdrawn from their labor to gaze at him, but at the sound of his voice, and still more on perceiving the St. George's cross in the caps of his followers, they fled with a loud cry, "That the Southrons have returned!" The knight endeavored to expostulate with the fugitives, who were chiefly aged men, women, and children. But their dread of the English name accelerated their flight, and in a few minutes, excepting the knight and his attendants, the place was deserted by all. He paced through the village to seek a shelter for the night, and, despairing to find one either in the inaccessible tower or the plundered huts of the peasantry, he directed his course to the left hand, where he spied a small decent habitation, apparently the abode of a man considerably above the common rank. After much knocking, the proprietor at length showed himself at the window, and speaking in the English dialect, with great signs of apprehension, demanded their business. The warrior replied that his quality was an English knight and baron, and that he was travelling to the court of the King of Scotland on affairs of consequence to both kingdoms. "Pardon my hesitation, noble Sir Knight," said the old man, as he unbolted and unbarred his doors. "Pardon my hesitation, but we are here exposed to too many intrusions to admit of our exercising unlimited and unsuspicious hospitality. What I have is yours, and God send your mission may bring back peace and the good days of our old Queen Margaret." "Amen, worthy Franklin," quoth the knight. "Did you know her?" "I came to this country in her train," said the Franklin, "and the care of some of her jointure lands, which she devolved on me, occasioned my settling here." "And how do you, being an Englishman," said the knight, "protect your life and property here, when one of your nation cannot obtain a single night's lodging, or a draught of water were he thirsty?" "Marry, noble sir," answered the Franklin, "use, as they say, will make a man live in a lion's den, and as I settled here in a quiet time, and have never given cause of offence, I am respected by my neighbours, and even, as you see, by our forayers from England." "I rejoice to hear it, and accept your hospitality. Isabella, my love, our worthy host will provide you a bed. My daughter, good Franklin, is ill at ease. We will occupy your house till the Scottish king shall return from his northern expedition. Meanwhile, call me Lord Lacy of Chester." The attendants of the Baron, assisted by the Franklin, were now busied in disposing of the horses, and arranging the table for some refreshment for Lord Lacy and his fair companion. While they sat down to it, they were attended by their host and his daughter, whom custom did not permit to eat in their presence, and who afterwards withdrew to an outer chamber, where the squire and page, both young men of noble birth, partook of supper, and were accommodated with beds. The yeomen, after doing honour to the rustic cheer of Queen Margaret's bailiff, withdrew to the stable, and each, beside his favourite horse, snored away the fatigues of their journey. Early on the following morning the travellers were roused by a thundering knocking at the door of the house, accompanied with many demands for instant admission in the roughest tone. The squire and page of Lord Lacy, after buckling on their arms, were about to sally out to chastise these intruders, when the old host, after looking out at a private casement contrived for reconnoitring his visitors, entreated them, with great signs of terror, to be quiet, if they did not mean that all in the house should be murdered. He then hastened to the apartment of Lord Lacy, whom he met dressed in a long furred gown and the knightly cap called a mortier, irritated at the noise, and demanding to know the cause which had disturbed the repose of the household. "Noble sir," said the franklin, "one of the most formidable and bloody of the Scottish border riders is at hand. He is never seen," added he, faltering with terror, "so far from the hills but with some bad purpose, and the power of accomplishing it. So hold yourself to your guard, for—" A loud crash here announced that the door was broken down, and the knight just descended the stair in time to prevent bloodshed betwixt his attendants and the intruders. They were 3 in number. Their chief was tall, bony, and athletic. His spare and muscular frame, as well as the hardness of his features, marked the course of his life to have been fatiguing and perilous. The effect of his appearance was aggravated by his dress, which consisted of a jack or jacket composed of thick buff leather, on which small plates of iron of a lozenge form were stitched in such a manner as to overlap each other and form a coat of mail, which swayed with every motion of the wearer's body. This defensive armour covered a doublet of coarse grey cloth, and the borderer had a few half-rusted plates of steel on his shoulders, a 2-edged sword with a dagger hanging beside it in a buff belt. A helmet, with a few iron bars to cover the face instead of a visor, and a lance of tremendous and uncommon length completed his appointments. The looks of the man were as wild and rude as his attire. His keen black eyes never rested one moment fixed on a single object, but constantly traversed all around, as if they ever sought some danger to oppose, some plunder to seize, or some insult to revenge. The latter seemed to be his present object, for, regardless of the dignified presence of Lord Lacy, he uttered the most incoherent threats against the owner of the house and his guests. "We shall see, ay, marry shall we, if an English hound is to harbour and reset the Southrons here. Thank the Abbot of Melrose and the good Knight of Coldingnow that have so long kept me from your skirts. But those days are gone, by St. Mary, and you shall find it." It is probable the enraged borderer would not have long continued to vent his rage in empty menaces, had not the entrance of the 4 yeomen with their bows bent convinced him that the force was not at this moment on his own side. Lord Lacy now advanced towards him. "You intrude upon my privacy, soldier. Withdraw yourself and your followers. There is peace betwixt our nations, or my servants should chastise thy presumption." "Such peace as ye give, such shall ye have," answered the moss trooper, first pointing with his lance toward the burned village, and then almost instantly levelling it against Lord Lacy. The squire drew his sword and severed at one blow the steel head from the truncheon of the spear. "Arthur Fitzherbert," said the Baron, "that stroke has deferred thy knighthood for 1 year. Never must that squire wear the spurs whose unbridled impetuosity can draw unbidden his sword in the presence of his master. Go hence and think on what I have said." The squire left the chamber abashed. "It were vain," continued Lord Lacy, "to expect that courtesy from a mountain churl which even my own followers can forget. Yet, before thou drawest thy brand," for the intruder laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword, "thou wilt do well to reflect that I came with a safe conduct from thy king, and have no time to waste in brawls with such as thou." "From my king! From my king!" re-echoed the mountaineer. "I care not that rotten truncheon," striking the shattered spear furiously on the ground, "for the King of Fife and Lothian. But Habby of Cessford will be here belive, and we shall soon know if he will permit an English churl to occupy his hostelry." Having uttered these words, accompanied with a lowering glance from under his shaggy black eyebrows, he turned on his heel and left the house with his 2 followers. They mounted their horses, which they had tied to an outer fence, and vanished in an instant. "Who is this discourteous ruffian?" said Lord Lacy to the franklin, who had stood in the most violent agitation during this whole scene.
"His name, noble lord, is Adam Kerr of the Moat, but he is commonly called by his companions the Black Rider of Cheviot. I fear, he comes hither for no good, but if the Lord of Cessford be near, he will not dare offer any unprovoked outrage." "I have heard of that chief," said the Baron. "Let me know when he approaches, and do thou, Rudolph," to the eldest yeoman, "keep a strict watch. Adelbert," to the page, "attend to arm me." The page bowed, and the Baron withdrew to the chamber of the Lady Isabella to explain the cause of the disturbance. No more of the proposed tale was ever written, but the author's purpose was that it should turn upon a fine legend of superstition which is current in the part of the Borders where he had his residence, where, in the reign of Alexander III of Scotland, that renowned person Thomas of Hersildoune, called the Rhymer, actually flourished. This personage, the Merlin of Scotland, and to whom some of the adventures which the British bards assigned to Merlin Caledonius or the Wild have been transferred by tradition, was, as is well known, a magician, as well as a poet and a prophet. He is alleged still to live in the land of Faery, and is expected to return at some great convulsion of society, in which he is to act a distinguished part, a tradition common to all nations, as the belief of the Mohammedans respecting their 12th Imam demonstrates. Now, it chanced many years since that there lived on the Borders a jolly, rattling horse cowper, who was remarkable for a reckless and fearless temper, which made him much admired and a little dreaded amongst his neighbours. One moonlit night, as he rode over Bowden Moor, on the west side of the Eildon Hills, the scene of Thomas the Rhymer's prophecies, and often mentioned in his story, having a brace of horses along with him, which he had not been able to dispose of, he met a man of venerable appearance and singularly antique dress, who, to his great surprise, asked the price of his horses, and began to chaffer with him on the subject. To Cannobie Dick, for so shall we call our Border dealer, a chap was a chap, and he would have sold a horse to the devil himself, without minding his cloven hoof, and would have probably cheated old Nick into the bargain. The stranger paid the price they agreed on, and all that puzzled Dick in the transaction was, that the gold which he received was in unicorns, bonnet pieces, and other ancient coins, which would have been invaluable to collectors, but were rather troublesome in modern currency. It was gold, however, and therefore Dick contrived to get better value for the coin than he perhaps gave to his customer. By the command of so good a merchant, he brought horses to the same spot more than once, the purchaser only stipulating that he should always come by night and alone. I do not know whether it was from mere curiosity, or whether some hope of gain mixed with it, but after Dick had sold several horses in this way, he began to complain that dry bargains were unlucky, and to hint that, since his chap must live in the neighbourhood, he ought, in the courtesy of dealing, to treat him to half a mutchkin. "You may see my dwelling if you will," said the stranger, "but if you lose courage at what you see there, you will rue it all your life." Dickon, however, laughed the warning to scorn, and, having alighted to secure his horse, he followed the stranger up a narrow footpath, which led them up the hills to the singular eminence stuck betwixt the most southern and the centre peaks, and called from its resemblance to such an animal in its form, the Lucken Hare. At the foot of this eminence, which is almost as famous for witch meetings as the neighbouring windmill of Kippelah, Dick was somewhat startled to observe that his conductor entered the hillside by a passage or cavern, of which he himself, though well acquainted with the spot, had never seen or heard. "You may still return," said his guide, looking ominously back upon him. But Dick scorned to show the white feather, and on they went. They entered a very long range of stables. In every stall stood a coal-black horse. By every horse lay a knight in coal-black armour, with a drawn sword in his hand. But all were as silent, hoof and limb, as if they had been cut out of marble. A great number of torches lent a gloomy lustre to the hall, which, like those of the Caliph Vathek, was of large dimensions. At the upper end, however, they at length arrived, where a sword and horn lay on an antique table. "He that shall sound that horn and draw that sword," said the stranger, who now intimated that he was the famous Thomas of Hersildown, "shall, if his heart fail him not, be king over all broad Britain. So speaks the tongue that cannot lie. But all depends on courage, and much on your taking the sword or the horn first." Dick was much disposed to take the sword, but his bold spirit was quailed by the supernatural terrors of the hall, and he thought to unsheath the sword first might be construed into defiance, and give offence to the powers of the mountain. He took the bugle with a trembling hand, and sounded a feeble note, but loud enough to produce a terrible answer. Thunder rolled in stunning peals through the immense hall. Horses and men started to life. The steeds snorted, stamped, grinded their bits, and tossed on high their heads. The warriors sprung to their feet, clashed their armor, and brandished their swords. Dick's terror was extreme at seeing the whole army, which had been so lately silent as the grave, in uproar, and about to rush on him. He dropped the horn, and made a feeble attempt to seize the enchanted sword, but at the same moment a voice pronounced aloud the mysterious words, "Woe to the coward that ever he was born, who did not draw the sword before he blew the horn." At the same time a whirlwind of irresistible fury howled through the long hall, bore the unfortunate horse-jockey clear out of the mouth of the cavern, and precipitated him over a steep bank of loose stones, where the shepherds found him the next morning, with just breath sufficient to tell his fearful tale, after concluding which he expired. This legend, with several variations, is found in many parts of Scotland and England. The scene is sometimes laid in a favourite glen of the Highlands, sometimes in the deep coal mines of Northumberland and Cumberland, which run so far beneath the ocean. It is also to be found in Reginald Scott's book on witchcraft, which was written in the 16th century. It would be in vain to ask what was the original of the tradition. The choice between the horn and sword may perhaps include as a moral that it is foolhardy to awaken danger before we have arms in our hands to resist it. Although admitting of much poetical ornament, it is clear that this legend would have formed but an unhappy foundation for a prose story, and must have degenerated into a mere fairy tale. Dr. John Leyden has beautifully introduced the tradition in his Scenes of Infancy. Mysterious rhymer, doomed by fate's decree, still to revisit Eildon's faded tree, where oft the swain, at dawn of hallowed day, hears thy fleet barb with wild impatience neigh. Say, who is he, with summons long and high, shall bid the charmed sleep of ages fly, roll the long sound through Eildon's caverns vast, while each dark warrior kindles at the blast, the horn, the falchion grasp with mighty hand, and peal proud Arthur's march from fairyland. Scenes of Infancy, Part I. In the same cabinet with the preceding fragment, the following occurred among other disjecta membra. It seems to be an attempt at a tale of a different description from the last, but was almost instantly abandoned. The introduction points out the time of the composition to have been about the end of the 18th century. The Lord of Ennerdale, a fragment of a letter from John B., Esquire, of that ilk, to William G., F.R.S.E. "Fill a bumper," said the knight. "The ladies may spare us a little longer. Fill a bumper to the Archduke Charles." The company did due honour to the toast of their landlord. "The success of the Archduke," said the muddy vicar, "will tend to further our negotiation at Paris, and if—" "Pardon the interruption, doctor," quoth a thin, emaciated figure with somewhat of a foreign accent, "but why should you connect those events, unless to hope that the bravery and victories of our allies may supersede the necessity of a degrading treaty?" "We begin to feel, Monsieur l'Abbé," answered the vicar with some asperity, that a continental war entered into for the defence of an ally who was unwilling to defend himself, and for the restoration of a royal family, nobility, and priesthood who tamely abandoned their own rights, is a burden too much even for the resources of this country." "And was the war then on the part of Great Britain," rejoined the Abbé, "a gratuitous exertion of generosity? Was there no fear of the wide-wasting spirit of innovation which had gone abroad? Did not the laity tremble for their property, the clergy for their religion, and every loyal heart for the Constitution? Was it not thought necessary to destroy the building which was on fire, ere the conflagration spread around the vicinity?" "Yet, if upon trial," said the doctor, "the walls were found to resist our utmost efforts, I see no great prudence in persevering in our labour amid the smouldering ruins." "What, doctor," said the baronet, "must I call to your recollection your own sermon on the late general fast? Did you not encourage us to hope that the Lord of hosts would go forth with our armies, and that our enemies who blasphemed him should be put to shame?" "It may please a kind father to chasten even his beloved children," answered the vicar. "I think," said a gentleman near the foot of the table, "that the Covenanters made some apology of the same kind for the failure of their prophecies at the battle of Dunbar, when their mutinous preachers compelled the prudent Leslie to go down against the Philistines in Gilgal." The vicar fixed a scrutinizing and not a very complacent eye upon this intruder. He was a young man, of mean stature, and rather a reserved appearance. Early and severe study had quenched in his features the gaiety peculiar to his age, and impressed upon them a premature cast of thoughtfulness. His eye had, however, retained its fire, and his gesture its animation. Had he remained silent, he would have been long unnoticed, but when he spoke there was something in his manner which arrested attention. "Who is this young man?" said the vicar in a low voice to his neighbour. "A Scotchman named Maxwell, on a visit to Sir Henry," was the answer. "I thought so, from his accent and his manners," said the vicar. It may be here observed that the northern English retain rather more of the ancient hereditary aversion to their neighbours than their countrymen in the south. The interference of other disputants, each of whom urged his opinion with all the vehemence of wine and politics, rendered the summons to the drawing-room agreeable to the more sober part of the company. The company dispersed by degrees, and at length the vicar and the young Scotchman alone remained, besides the baronet, his lady, daughters, and myself. The clergyman had not, it would seem, forgot the observation which ranked him with the false prophets of Dunbar, for he addressed Mr. Maxwell upon the first opportunity. I think, sir, you mentioned something about the civil wars of last century? You must be deeply skilled in them, indeed, if you can draw any parallel betwixt those and the present evil days, days in which I am ready to maintain are the most gloomy that ever darkened the prospects of Britain. God forbid, doctor, that I should draw a comparison between the present times and those you mention. I am too sensible of the advantages we enjoy over our ancestors. Faction and ambition have introduced division among us, but we are still free from the guilt of civil bloodshed, and from all the evils which flow from it. Our foes, sir, are not those of our own household, and while we continue united and firm, from the attacks of a foreign enemy, however artful or however inveterate, we have, I hope, little to dread. Have you found anything curious, Mr. Maxwell, among the dusty papers? Said Sir Henry, who seemed to dread a revival of political discussion. My investigation amongst them led to reflections at which I have just now hinted, said Maxwell, and I think they are pretty strongly exemplified by a story which I have been endeavouring to arrange from some of your family manuscripts. You are welcome to make what use of them you please, said Sir Henry. They have been undisturbed for many a day, and I have often wished for some person as well skilled as you in these old pothooks to tell me their meaning. "Those I just mentioned," answered Maxwell, "relate to a piece of private history, savouring not a little of the marvellous, and intimately connected with your family. If it is agreeable, I can read to you the anecdotes in the modern shape into which I have been endeavouring to throw them, and you can then judge of the value of the originals." There was something in this proposal agreeable to all parties. Sir Henry had family pride, which prepared him to take an interest in whatever related to his ancestors. The ladies had dipped deeply into the fashionable reading of the present day. Lady Ratcliffe and her fair daughters had climbed every pass, viewed every pine-shrouded ruin, heard every groan, and lifted every trap-door in company with the noted heroine of Udolpho. They had been heard, however, to observe that the famous incident of the Black Veil singularly resembled the ancient apologue of the Mountain in Labour, so that they were unquestionably critics as well as admirers. Besides all this, they had valorously mounted in croupe behind the ghostly horseman of Prague, through all his 7 translators, and followed the footsteps of Moore through the forest of Bohemia. Moreover, it was even hinted, but this was a greater mystery than all the rest, that a certain performance called The Monk, in 3 neat volumes, had been seen by a prying eye in the right-hand drawer of the Indian cabinet of Lady Ratcliffe's dressing-room. Thus predisposed for wonders and signs, Lady Ratcliffe and her nymphs drew their chairs round a large blazing wood fire, and arranged themselves to listen to the tale. To that fire I also approached, moved thereunto partly by the inclemency of the season, and partly that my deafness, which you know, cousin, I acquired during my campaign under Prince Charles Edward, might be no obstacle to the gratification of my curiosity, which was awakened by what had any reference to the fate of such faithful followers of royalty as you well know the house of Ratcliffe have ever been. To this wood fire the vicar likewise drew near, and reclined himself conveniently in his chair, seemingly disposed to testify his disrespect for the narration and narrator by falling asleep as soon as he conveniently could. By the side of Maxwell, by the way, I cannot learn that he is in the least related to the Nithsdale family, was placed a small table and a couple of lights, by the assistance of which he read as follows. Journal of Jan van Eulen. On the 6th November, 1645, I, Jan van Eulen, merchant in Rotterdam, embarked with my only daughter on board of the good vessel Vryheid of Amsterdam, in order to pass into the unhappy and disturbed kingdom of England. 7th November, a brisk gale, daughter sea-sick, myself unable to complete the calculation which I have begun of the inheritance left by Jane Lansatch of Carlisle, my late dear wife's sister, the collection of which is the object of my voyage. 8th November. Wind still stormy and adverse. A horrid disaster nearly happened. My dear child washed overboard as the vessel lurched to leeward. Memorandum. To reward the young sailor who saved her, out of the first moneys which I can recover from the inheritance of her aunt Lansatch. 9th November. Calm. P.M. light breezes from north-northwest. I talked with the captain about the inheritance of my sister-in-law, Jane Lansatch. He says he knows the principal subject, which will not exceed £1,000 in value. N.B. He is a cousin to a family of Petersons, which was the name of the husband of my sister-in-law. So there is room to hope it may be worth more than he reports. 10th November, 10 a.m. May God pardon all our sins! An English frigate, bearing the Parliament flag, has appeared in the offing, and gives chase. 11 a.m. She nears us every moment, and the captain of our vessel prepares to clear for action. May God again have mercy upon us. Here, said Maxwell, the journal with which I have opened the narration ends somewhat abruptly. I am glad of it, said Lady Ratcliffe. But, Mr. Maxwell, said young Frank, Sir Henry's grandchild, shall we not hear how the battle ended? I do not know, cousin, whether I have not formerly made you acquainted with the abilities of Frank Ratcliffe. There is not a battle fought between the troops of the Prince and of the Government during the years 1745–46, of which he is not able to give an account. It is true, I have taken particular pains to fix the events of this important period upon his memory by frequent repetition. No, my dear, said Maxwell, in answer to young Frank Ratcliffe, no, my dear, I cannot tell you the exact particulars of the engagement, but its consequences appear from the following letter, dispatched by Garbonette von Eulen, daughter of our journalist, to a relation in England, from whom she implored assistance. After some general account of the purpose of the voyage and of the engagement, her narrative proceeds thus. The noise of the cannon had hardly ceased before the sounds of a language to me but half known, and the confusion on board our vessel, informed me that the captors had boarded us and taken possession of our vessel. I went on deck, where the first spectacle that met my eyes was a young man, mate of our vessel, who, though disfigured and covered with blood, was loaded with irons, and whom they were forcing over the side of the vessel into a boat. The two principal persons among our enemies appeared to be a man of a tall thin figure, with a high-crowned hat and long neckband, and short-cropped head of hair, accompanied by a bluff, open-looking elderly man in a naval uniform. "Yarely, yarely, pull away, my hearts," said the latter, and the boat bearing the unlucky young man soon carried him on board the frigate. Perhaps you will blame me for mentioning this circumstance, but consider, my dear cousin, this man saved my life, and his fate, even when my own and my father's were in the balance, could not but affect me nearly. In the name of him who is jealous even to slaying, said the first. Caetera desunt. End of section 41. Section 42 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott. Section 42. Appendices to the General Preface, No. 2. Conclusion of Mr. Strutt's romance of Queen Ho Hall by the author of Waverley. Chapter 4. A Hunting Party. An Adventure. A Deliverance. The next morning the bugles were sounded by daybreak in the court of Lord Boteler's mansion, to call the inhabitants from their slumbers to assist in a splendid chase with which the Baron had resolved to entertain his neighbour Fitzallen and his noble visitor St. Clair. Peter Lanaret, the falconer, was in attendance, with falcons for the knights and tiercelets for the ladies, if they should choose to vary their sport from hunting to hawking. 5 stout yeomen keepers, with their attendants, called Ragged Robins, all meetly arrayed in Kendal green, with bugles and short hangers by their sides, and quarterstaffs in their hands, led the slow-hounds or brachets by which the deer were to be put up. 10 brace of gallant greyhounds, each of which was fit to pluck down, singly, the tallest red deer, were led in leashes by as many of Lord Boteler's foresters. The pages, squires, and other attendants of feudal splendour, well attired, in their best hunting gear, upon horseback or foot, according to their rank, with their boar-spears, long bows, and crossbows, were in seemly waiting. A numerous train of yeomen, called in the language of the times retainers, who yearly received a livery coat and a small pension for their attendance on such solemn occasions, appeared in cassocks of blue, bearing upon their arms the cognizance of the house of Boteler, as a badge of their adherence. They were the tallest men of their hands that the neighbouring villages could supply, with every man his good buckler on his shoulder, and a bright burnished broadsword dangling from his leathern belt. On this occasion they acted as rangers for beating up the thickets and rousing the game. These attendants filled up the court of the castle, spacious as it was. On the green without you might have seen the motley assemblage of peasantry convened by report of the splendid hunting, including most of our old acquaintances from Tewen, as well as the jolly partakers of good cheer at Hob Filcher's. Gregory the jester, it may well be guessed, had no great mind to exhibit himself in public after his recent disaster. But Oswald the steward, a great formalist in whatever concerned the public exhibition of his master's household state, had positively enjoined his attendance. "What," quoth he, "shall the house of the brave Lord Boteler on such a brave day as this be without a fool? Certes, the good Lord St. Clair and his fair lady sister might think our housekeeping as niggardly as that of their churlish kinsman at Gaybowers, who sent his father's jester to the hospital, sold the poor sot's bells for hawk-jesses, and made a nightcap of his long-eared bonnet. And, sirrah, let me see thee fool handsomely. Speak squibs and crackers instead of that dry, barren, musty gibing which thou hast used of late, or, by the bones, the porter shall have thee to his lodge, and cob thee with thine own wooden sword, till thy skin is as motley as thy doublet." To this stern injunction Gregory made no reply, any more than to the courteous offer of old Albert Drawslot, the chief park-keeper, who proposed to blow vinegar in his nose to sharpen his wit, as he had done that blessed morning to Bragger, the old hound, whose scent was failing. There was, indeed, little time to reply, for the bugles, after a lively flourish, were now silent, and Peretto, with his 2 attendant minstrels, stepping beneath the windows of the stranger's apartments, joined in the following roundelay, the deep voices of the rangers and falconers making up a chorus that caused the very battlements to ring again. "Waken, lords and ladies gay, on the mountain dawns the day, all the jolly chase is here, with hawk and horse and hunting spear. Hounds are in their couples yelling, hawks are whistling, horns are knelling, merrily, merrily mingle they, waken, lords and ladies gay. Waken, lords and ladies gay, the mist has left the mountain gray, springlets in the dawn are streaming, diamonds on the brake are gleaming, and foresters have busy been to track the buck in thicket green. Now we come to chant our lay, waken, lords and ladies gay. Waken, lords and ladies gay, to the green wood haste away. We can show you where he lies, fleet of foot and tall of size. We can show the marks he made, when 'gainst the oak his antlers frayed. You shall see him brought to bay, waken, lords and ladies gay. Louder, louder chant the lay, waken, lords and ladies gay. Tell them youth and mirth and glee run a course as well as we. Time, stern huntsman, who can balk, staunch as hound and fleet as hawk. Think of this, and rise with day, gentle lords and ladies gay. By the time this lay was finished, Lord Boteler, with his daughter and kinsman, Fitzallen of Harden, and other noble guests, had mounted their palfreys, and the hunt set forward in due order. The huntsmen, having carefully observed the traces of a large stag on the preceding evening, were able, without loss of time, to conduct the company, by the marks which they had made upon the trees, to the side of the thicket in which, by the report of Drawslot, he had harboured all night. The horsemen, spreading themselves along the side of the cover, waited until the keeper entered, leading his ban-dog, a large bloodhound tied in a learn or band, from which he takes his name. But it befell thus. A hart of the second year, which was in the same cover with the proper object of their pursuit, chanced to be unharboured first, and broke cover very near where the Lady Emma and her brother were stationed. An inexperienced varlet, who was nearer to them, instantly unloosed 2 tall greyhounds, who sprung after the fugitive with all the fleetness of the north wind. Gregory, restored a little to spirits by the enlivening scene around him, followed, encouraging the hounds with a loud lay-out, for which he had the hearty curses of the huntsmen, as well as of the Baron, who entered into the spirit of the chase with all the juvenile ardour of 20. "May the foul fiend, booted and spurred, ride down his bawling throat with a scythe at his girdle," quoth Albert Drawslot. Here have I been telling him that all the marks were those of a buck of the first head, and he has hallooed the hounds upon a velvet-headed nobbler. By St. Hubert, if I break not his pate with my crossbow, may I never cast off hound more. But to it, my lords and masters, the noble beast is here yet, and, thank the saints, we have enough of hounds. The cover being now thoroughly beat by the attendants, the stag was compelled to abandon it and trust to his speed for his safety. 3 greyhounds were slipped upon him, whom he threw out, after running a couple of miles, by entering an extensive furzy brake, which extended along the side of a hill. The horsemen soon came up, and casting off a sufficient number of slow hounds, sent them with the prickers into the cover, in order to drive the game from his strength. This object being accomplished, afforded another severe chase of several miles, in a direction almost circular, during which the poor animal tried every while to get rid of his persecutors. He crossed and traversed all such dusty paths as were likely to retain the least scent of his footsteps. He laid himself close to the ground, drawing his feet under his belly, and clapping his nose close to the earth, lest he should be betrayed to the hounds by his breath and hoofs. When all was in vain, and he found the hounds coming fast in upon him, his own strength failing, his mouth embossed with foam, and the tears dropping from his eyes, he turned in despair upon his pursuers, who then stood at gaze, making an hideous clamour, and awaiting their 2-footed auxiliaries. Of these, it chanced that the Lady Eleanor, taking more pleasure in the sport than Matilda, and being less burdened to her palfrey than the Lord Boteler, was the first who arrived on the spot, and taking a crossbow from an attendant, discharged a bolt at the stag. When the infuriated animal felt himself wounded, he pushed frantically towards her from whom he had received the shaft, and Lady Eleanor might have had occasion to repent of her enterprise, had not young Fitzallen, who had kept near her during the whole day, at that instant galloped briskly in, and, ere the stag could change his object of assault, dispatched him with his short hunting-sword. Albert Drawslot, who had just come up in terror for the young lady's safety, broke out into loud encomiums upon Fitzallen's strength and gallantry. "By'r Lady," said he, taking off his cap and wiping his sunburnt face with his sleeve, "well struck, and in good time. But now, boys, doff your bonnets and sound the mort." The sportsmen then sounded a terrible mort, and set up a general whoop, which, mingled with the yelping of the dogs, made the welkin ring again. The huntsman then offered his knife to Lord Boteler, that he might take the say of the deer, but the Baron courteously insisted upon Fitzallen going through that ceremony. The Lady Matilda was now come up, with most of the attendants; and the interest of the chase being ended, it excited some surprise that neither St. Clair nor his sister made their appearance. The Lord Boteler commanded the horns again to sound the recheat, in hopes to call in the stragglers, and said to Fitzallen, "Methinks St. Clair, so distinguished for service in war, should have been more forward in the chase." "I trow," said Peter Lanaret, "I know the reason of the noble lord's absence, for when that mooncalf Gregory hallooed the dogs upon the nobbler, and galloped like a green hilding, as he is, after them, I saw the Lady Emma's palfrey follow apace after that varlet, who should be thrashed for overrunning, and I think her noble brother has followed her, lest she should come to harm. But here, by the rood, is Gregory to answer for himself." At this moment Gregory entered the circle which had been formed round the deer, out of breath, and his face covered with blood. He kept for some time uttering inarticulate cries of "Harrow" and "Well away," and other exclamations of distress and terror, pointing all the while to a thicket at some distance from the spot where the deer had been killed. "By my honour," said the Baron, "I would gladly know who has dared to array the poor knave thus, and I trust he should dearly abye his outrequitance, were he the best, save one, in England." Gregory, who had now found more breath, cried, "Help, an ye be men! Save Lady Emma and her brother, whom they are murdering in Brokenhurst thicket." This put all in motion. Lord Boteler hastily commanded a small party of his men to abide for the defence of the ladies, while he himself, Fitzallen, and the rest made what speed they could towards the thicket, guided by Gregory, who for that purpose was mounted behind Fabian. Pushing through a narrow path, the first object they encountered was a man of small stature lying on the ground, mastered and almost strangled by 2 dogs, which were instantly recognized to be those that had accompanied Gregory. A little farther was an open space, where lay 3 bodies of dead or wounded men. Beside these was Lady Emma, apparently lifeless, her brother and a young forester bending over and endeavouring to recover her. By employing the usual remedies this was soon accomplished. While Lord Boteler, astonished at such a scene, anxiously inquired at St. Clair the meaning of what he saw, and whether more danger was to be expected. "For the present I trust not," said the young warrior, who they now observed was slightly wounded. "But I pray you, of your nobleness, let the woods here be searched, for we were assaulted by 4 of these base assassins, and I see 3 only on the sward." The attendants now brought forward the person whom they had rescued from the dogs, and Henry, with disgust, shame, and astonishment, recognized his kinsman, Gaston St. Clair. This discovery he communicated in a whisper to Lord Boteler, who commanded the prisoner to be conveyed to Queenhoo Hall, and closely guarded. Meanwhile he anxiously inquired of young St. Clair about his wound. "A scratch, a trifle," cried Henry. "I am in less haste to bind it than to introduce to you one without whose aid that of the leech would have come too late. Where is he? Where is my brave deliverer?" "Here, most noble lord," said Gregory, sliding from his palfrey and stepping forward, "ready to receive the guerdon which your bounty would heap on him." "Truly, friend Gregory," answered the young warrior, "thou shalt not be forgotten, for thou didst run speedily and roar manfully for aid, without which, I think verily, we had not received it. But the brave forester, who came to my rescue when these 3 ruffians had nigh overpowered me, where is he?" Every one looked around, but though all had seen him on entering the thicket, he was not now to be found. They could only conjecture that he had retired during the confusion occasioned by the detention of Gaston. "Seek not for him," said the Lady Emma, who had now in some degree recovered her composure. "He will not be found of mortal unless at his own season." The Baron, convinced from this answer that her terror had for the time somewhat disturbed her reason, forbore to question her. Matilda and Eleanor, to whom a message had been dispatched with the result of this strange adventure, arriving, they took the Lady Emma between them, and all in a body returned to the castle. The distance was, however, considerable, and before reaching it they had another alarm. The prickers, who rode foremost in the troop, halted and announced to Lord Boteler that they perceived advancing towards them a body of armed men. The followers of the Baron were numerous, but they were arrayed for the chase, not for battle, and it was with great pleasure that he discerned, on the pennon of the advancing body of men-at-arms, instead of the cognizance of Gaston, as he had some reason to expect, the friendly bearings of Fitzosborne of Digswell, the same young lord who was present at the May games with Fitzallen of Harden. The knight himself advanced, sheathed in armour, and without raising his visor, informed Lord Boteler that, having heard of a base attempt made upon a part of his train by ruffianly assassins, he had mounted and armed a small party of his retainers to escort them to Queenhoo Hall. Having received and accepted an invitation to attend them thither, they prosecuted their journey in confidence and security, and arrived safe at home without any further incident. Chapter 5. Investigation of the Adventure of the Hunting. A Discovery. Gregory's Manhood. Fate of Gaston St. Clair. Conclusion. So soon as they arrived at the princely mansion of Boteler, the Lady Emma craved permission to retire to her chamber, that she might compose her spirits after the terror she had undergone. Henry St. Clair, in a few words, proceeded to explain the adventure to the curious audience. I had no sooner seen my sister's palfrey, in spite of her endeavours to the contrary, entering with spirit into the chase set on foot by the worshipful Gregory, than I rode after to give her assistance. So long was the chase that, when the greyhounds pulled down the knobbler, we were out of hearing of your bugles; and having rewarded and coupled the dogs, I gave them to be led by the jester, and we wandered in quest of our company, whom it would seem the sport had led in a different direction. At length, passing through the thicket where you found us, I was surprised by a crossbow bolt whizzing past mine head. I drew my sword and rushed into the thicket, but was instantly assailed by 2 ruffians, while other 2 made towards my sister and Gregory. The poor knave fled, crying for help, pursued by my false kinsman, now your prisoner; and the designs of the other on my poor Emma, murderous no doubt, were prevented by the sudden apparition of a brave woodsman, who, after a short encounter, stretched the miscreant at his feet, and came to my assistance. I was already slightly wounded, and nearly overlaid with odds. The combat lasted some time, for the caitiffs were both well armed, strong, and desperate. At length, however, we had each mastered our antagonist, when your retinue, my Lord Boteler, arrived to my relief. So ends my story, but, by my knighthood, I would give an earl's ransom for an opportunity of thanking the gallant forester by whose aid I live to tell it. "Fear not," said Lord Boteler, "he shall be found, if this or the 4 adjacent counties hold him. And now Lord Fitzosborne will be pleased to doff the armour he has so kindly assumed for our sakes, and we will all brown ourselves for the banquet." When the hour of dinner approached, the Lady Matilda and her cousin visited the chamber of the fair Darcy. They found her in a composed but melancholy postmire. She turned the discourse upon the misfortunes of her life, and hinted, that having recovered her brother, and seeing him look forward to the society of one who would amply repay to him the loss of hers, she had thoughts of dedicating her remaining life to heaven, by whose providential interference it had been so often preserved. Matilda coloured deeply at something in this speech, and her cousin inveighed loudly against Emma's resolution. "Ah, my dear Lady Eleanor," replied she, "I have to-day witnessed what I cannot but judge a supernatural visitation, and to what end can it call me, but to give myself to the altar? That peasant who guided me to Badow, through the park of Danbury, the same who appeared before me at different times and in different forms during that eventful journey, that youth, whose features are imprinted on my memory, is the very individual forester who this day rescued us in the forest. I cannot be mistaken; and, connecting these marvellous appearances with the spectre which I saw while at Gay Bowers, I cannot resist the conviction that Heaven has permitted my guardian angel to assume mortal shape for my relief and protection." The fair cousins, after exchanging looks which implied a fear that her mind was wandering, answered her in soothing terms, and finally prevailed upon her to accompany them to the banqueting hall. Here the first person they encountered was the Baron Fitzosborne of Digswell, now divested of his armour, at the sight of whom the Lady Emma changed colour, and exclaiming, "It is the same!" sunk senseless into the arms of Matilda. "She is bewildered by the terrors of the day," said Eleanor, "and we have done ill in obliging her to descend." "And I," said Fitzosborne, "have done madly in presenting before her one whose presence must recall moments the most alarming in her life." While the ladies supported Emma from the hall, Lord Boteler and St. Clair requested an explanation from Fitzosborne of the words he had used. "Trust me, gentle lords," said the Baron of Digswell, "ye shall have what ye demand when I learn that Lady Emma Darcy has not suffered from my imprudence." At this moment Lady Matilda, returning, said that her fair friend, on her recovery, had calmly and deliberately insisted that she had seen Fitzosborne before, in the most dangerous crisis of her life. "I dread," said she, her disordered mind connects all that her eye beholds with the terrible passages that she has witnessed. Nay, said Fitzosborne, if noble St. Clair can pardon the unauthorized interest which, with the purest and most honourable intentions, I have taken in his sister's fate, it is easy for me to explain this mysterious impression. He proceeded to say that, happening to be in the hostelry called the Griffin, near Badow, while upon a journey in that country, he had met with the old nurse of the Lady Emma Darcy, who, being just expelled from Gay Bowers, was in the height of her grief and indignation, and made loud and public proclamation of Lady Emma's wrongs. From the description she gave of the beauty of her foster-child, as well as from the spirit of chivalry, Fitzosborne became interested in her fate. This interest was deeply enhanced when, by a bribe to old Gaunt the Reeve, he procured a view of the Lady Emma as she walked near the castle of Gay Bowers. The aged churl refused to give him access to the castle, yet dropped some hints as if he thought the lady in danger, and wished she were well out of it. His master, he said, had heard she had a brother in life, and since that deprived him of all chance of gaining her domains by purchase, in short, Gaunt wished that they were safely separated. If any injury, quoth he, should happen to the damsel here, it were ill for us all. I tried by an innocent stratagem to frighten her from the castle, by introducing a figure through the trap-door, and warning her, as if by a voice from the dead, to retreat from thence. But the giglet is wilful, and is running upon her fate. Finding Gaunt, although covetous and communicative, too faithful a servant to his wicked master to take any active steps against his commands, Fitzosborne applied himself to old Ursely, whom he found more tractable. Through her he learned the dreadful plot Gaston had laid to rid himself of his kinswoman, and resolved to effect her deliverance. But aware of the delicacy of Emma's situation, he charged Ursely to conceal from her the interest he took in her distress, resolving to watch over her in disguise until he saw her in a place of safety. Hence the appearance he made before her in various dresses during her journey, in the course of which he was never far distant. And he had always 4 stout yeomen within hearing of his bugle, had assistance been necessary. When she was placed in safety at the lodge, it was Fitzosborne's intention to have prevailed upon his sisters to visit and take her under their protection. But he found them absent from Digswell, having gone to attend an aged relation who lay dangerously ill in a distant county. They did not return until the day before the May games, and the other events followed too rapidly to permit Fitzosborne to lay any plan for introducing them to Lady Emma Darcy. On the day of the chase he resolved to preserve his romantic disguise, and attend the Lady Emma as a forester, partly to have the pleasure of being near her, and partly to judge whether, according to an idle report in the country, she favoured his friend and comrade Fitzallen of Marden. This last motive, it may easily be believed, he did not declare to the company. After the skirmish with the ruffians, he waited till the Baron and the hunters arrived, and then, still doubting the farther designs of Gaston, hastened to his castle to arm the band which had escorted them to Queenhoo Hall. Fitzosborne's story being finished, he received the thanks of all the company, particularly of St. Clair, who felt deeply the respectful delicacy with which he had conducted himself towards his sister. The lady was carefully informed of her obligations to him, and it is left to the well-judging reader whether even the raillery of Lady Eleanor made her regret that Heaven had only employed natural means for her security, and that the guardian angel was converted into a handsome, gallant, and enamoured knight. The joy of the company in the hall extended itself to the buttery, where Gregory the jester narrated such feats of arms done by himself in the fray of the morning as might have shamed Bevis and Guy of Warwick. He was, according to his narrative, singled out for destruction by the gigantic Baron himself, while he abandoned to meaner hands the destruction of St. Clair and Fitzosborne. But certes, said he, the foul Paynim met his match, for ever as he foined at me with his brand, I parried his blows with my bauble, and, closing with him upon the third venny, threw him to the ground, and made him cry recreant to an unarmed man. Tush, man, said Drawslot, thou forgettest thy best auxiliaries, the good greyhounds, Help and Holdfast. I warrant thee, that when the hump-backed baron caught thee by the cowl, which he hath almost torn off, thou hadst been in a fair plight, had they not remembered an old friend, and come in to the rescue. Why, man, I found them fastened on him myself, and there was odd staving and stickling to make them wear haunch. Their mouths were full of the flax, for I pulled a piece of the garment from their jaws. I warrant thee, that when they brought him to the ground, thou fleddest like a frighted pricket. And as for Gregory's gigantic Paynim, said Fabian, why, he lies yonder in the guard-room, the very size, shape, and colour of a spider in the yew-hedge. It is false, said Gregory. Colbrand the Dane was a dwarf to him. It is as true, returned Fabian, as that the Tasker is to be married on Tuesday to pretty Marjorie. Gregory, thy sheet hath brought them between a pair of blankets. I care no more for such a gill-flirt, said the jester, than I do for thy leasings. Marry, thou hop o' my thumb, happy wouldst thou be could thy head reach the captive baron's girdle. By the mass, said Peter Lanneret, I will have one peep at this burly gallant. And, leaving the buttery, he went to the guard-room where Gaston St. Clair was confined. A man-at-arms, who kept sentinel on the strong-studded door of the apartment, said he believed he slept, for that, after raging, stamping, and uttering the most horrid imprecations, he had been of late perfectly still. The falconer gently drew back a sliding board of a foot square towards the top of the door, which covered a hole of the same size, strongly latticed, through which the warder, without opening the door, could look in upon his prisoner. From this aperture he beheld the wretched Gaston suspended by the neck by his own girdle to an iron ring in the side of his prison. He had clambered to it by means of the table on which his food had been placed, and, in the agonies of shame and disappointed malice, had adopted this mode of ridding himself of a wretched life. He was found yet warm, but totally lifeless. A proper account of the manner of his death was drawn up and certified. He was buried that evening in the chapel of the castle, out of respect to his high birth; and the chaplain of Fitzallen of Marden, who said the service upon the occasion, preached the next Sunday an excellent sermon upon the text, Radix malorum est cupiditas, which we have here transcribed. Here the manuscript, from which we have painfully transcribed, and frequently, as it were, translated, this tale for the reader's edification, is so indistinct and defaced, that, excepting certain howbeits, nathelesses, lo ye's, etc., we can pick out little that is intelligible, save that avarice is defined, a liquorishness of heart after earthly things. A little farther there seems to have been a gay account of Marjorie's wedding with Ralph the Tasker, the running at the quintain, and other rural games practised on the occasion. There are also fragments of a mock sermon preached by Gregory upon that occasion, as for example, My dear cursed caitiffs, there was once a king, and he wedded a young old queen, and she had a child, and this child was sent to Solomon the sage, praying he would give it the same blessing which he got from the witch of Endor when she bit him by the heel. Hereof speaks the worthy Doctor Radagundus Potator. Why should not the mass be said for all the roasted shoe-soles served up in the king's dish on Saturday? For true it is that St. Peter asked Father Adam, as they journeyed to Camelot, an high, great, and doubtful question, Adam, Adam, why eatest thou the apple without paring? [Footnote: This tirade of gibberish is literally taken or selected from a mock discourse pronounced by a professed jester, which occurs in an ancient manuscript in the Advocate's Library, the same from which the late ingenious Mr. Weber published the curious comic romance of the Hunting of the Hare. It was introduced in compliance with Mr. Strutt's plan of rendering his tale an illustration of ancient manners. A similar burlesque sermon is pronounced by the fool in Sir David Lindesay's satire of the Three Estates. The nonsense and vulgar burlesque of that composition illustrate the ground of Sir Andrew Aguecheek's eulogy on the exploits of the jester in Twelfth Night, who, reserving his sharper jests for Sir Toby, had doubtless enough of the jargon of his calling to captivate the imbecility of his brother knight, who is made to exclaim, "In sooth, thou wast in very gracious fooling last night, when thou spokest of Pigrogrammatis, and of the vapours passing the equinoctials of Quenbus. 'Twas very good, i' faith." It is entertaining to find commentators seeking to discover some meaning in the professional jargon of such a passage as this. With much goodly gibberish to the same effect, which display of Gregory's ready wit not only threw the whole company into convulsions of laughter, but made such an impression on Rose, the potter's daughter, that it was thought it would be the jester's own fault if Jack was long without his Jill. Much pithy matter concerning the bringing the bride to bed, the loosing the bridegroom's points, the scramble which ensued for them, and the casting of the stocking, is also omitted from its obscurity. The following song, which has been since borrowed by the worshipful author of the famous History of Friar Bacon, has been with difficulty deciphered. It seems to have been sung on occasion of carrying home the bride. Bridal Song, to the tune of "I have been a fiddler," etc. And did you not hear of a mirth befell the morrow after a wedding day, and carrying a bride at home to dwell? And away to Tewin, away, away. The quintain was set, and the garlands were made, 'tis a pity old customs should ever decay, and woe be to him that was horsed on a jade, for he carried no credit, away, away. We met a consort of fiddle-de-dees, we set them a cock-horse and made them play, the winning of Bullen and Upsey Freeze, and away to Tewin, away, away. There was ne'er a lad in all the parish that would go to the plough that day, but on his forehorse his wench he carries, and away to Tewin, away, away. The butler was quick, and the ale he did tap, the maidens did make the chamber full gay, the servants did give me a fuddling cup, and I did carry it away, away. The smith of the town his liquor so took, that he was persuaded that the ground looked blue, and I dare boldly be sworn on a book, such smiths as he there's but a few. A posset was made, and the women did sip, and simpering said they would eat no more. Full many a maiden was laid on the lip. I'll say no more, but give o'er, give o'er. But what our fair readers will chiefly regret is the loss of 3 declarations of love. The first by St. Clair to Matilda, which, with the lady's answer, occupies 15 closely written pages of manuscript. That of Fitzosborne to Emma is not much shorter, but the amours of Fitzallen and Eleanor, being of a less romantic cast, are closed in 3 pages only. The 3 noble couples were married in Queenhoo Hall upon the same day, being the 20th Sunday after Easter. There is a prolix account of the marriage feast, of which we can pick out the names of a few dishes, such as peterel, crane, sturgeon, swan, etc., etc., with a profusion of wild fowl and venison. We also see that a suitable song was produced by Peretto on the occasion, and that the bishop who blessed the bridal beds which received the happy couples was no niggard of his holy water, bestowing half a gallon upon each of the couches. We regret we cannot give these curiosities to the reader in detail, but we hope to expose the manuscript to abler antiquaries so soon as it shall be framed and glazed by the ingenious artist who rendered that service to Mr. Ireland's Shakespeare manuscripts. And so, being unable to lay aside the style to which our pen is habituated, gentle reader, we bid thee heartily farewell. Section 42.
Section 43 of Waverley, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott, Section 43. Appendices to the General Preface, Number 3. Anecdote of School Days, upon which Mr. Thomas Scott proposed to found a tale of fiction. It is well known in the South that there is little or no boxing at the Scottish schools. About 40 or 50 years ago, however, a far more dangerous mode of fighting, in parties or factions, was permitted in the streets of Edinburgh, to the great disgrace of the police and danger of the parties concerned. These parties were generally formed from the quarters of the town in which the combatants resided, those of a particular square or district fighting against those of an adjoining one. Hence it happened that the children of the higher classes were often pitted against those of the lower, each taking their side according to the residence of their friends. So far as I recollect, however, it was unmingled either with feelings of democracy or aristocracy, or indeed with malice or ill will of any kind towards the opposite party. In fact, it was only a rough mode of play. Such contests were, however, maintained with great vigor with stones and sticks and fisticuffs, when one party dared to charge and the other stood their ground. Of course, mischief sometimes happened. Boys are said to have been killed at these bickers, as they were called, and serious accidents certainly took place, as many contemporaries can bear witness. The author's father residing in George Square, in the southern side of Edinburgh, the boys belonging to that family, with others in the square, were arranged into a sort of company, to which a lady of distinction presented a handsome set of colours. Now this company or regiment, as a matter of course, was engaged in weekly warfare with the boys inhabiting Cross Causeway, Bristow Street, the Potter Row, in short, the neighbouring suburbs. These last were chiefly of the lower rank, but hardy loons who threw stones to a hair's breadth, and were very rugged antagonists at close quarters. The skirmish sometimes lasted for a whole evening, until one party or the other was victorious. Then, if ours were successful, we drove the enemy to their quarters, and were usually chased back by the reinforcement of bigger lads who came to their assistance. If, on the contrary, we were pursued, as was often the case, into the precincts of our square, we were in our turn supported by our elder brothers, domestic servants, and similar auxiliaries. It followed, from our frequent opposition to each other, that though not knowing the names of our enemies, we were yet well acquainted with their appearance, and had nicknames for the most remarkable of them. One very active and spirited boy might be considered as the principal leader in the cohort of the suburbs. He was, I suppose, 13 or 14 years old, finely made, tall, blue-eyed, with long fair hair, the very picture of a youthful Goth. This lad was always the first in the charge and last in the retreat, the Achilles, at once, and Ajax of the Cross Causeway. He was too formidable for us not to have a cognomen, and like that of a knight of old, it was taken from the most remarkable part of his dress, being a pair of old green livery breeches, which was the principal part of his clothing. For like Pentapolin, according to Don Quixote's account, green breeks, as we called him, always entered the battle with bare arms, legs, and feet. It fell that once upon a time, when the combat was at the thickest, this plebeian champion headed a sudden charge, so rapid and furious that all fled before him. He was several paces before his comrades, and had actually laid his hands on the patrician standard, when one of our party, whom some misjudging friend had entrusted with a couleau de chasse, or hanger, inspired with a zeal for the honour of the corps worthy of Major Sturgeon himself, struck poor Greenbreeks over the head with strength sufficient to cut him down. When this was seen, the casualty was so far beyond what had ever taken place before, that both parties fled different ways, leaving poor Greenbreeks, with his bright hair plentifully dabbled in blood, to the care of the watchman, who, honest man, took care not to know who had done the mischief. The bloody hanger was flung into one of the meadow ditches, and solemn secrecy was sworn on all hands. But the remorse and terror of the actor were beyond all bounds, and his apprehensions of the most dreadful character. The wounded hero was for a few days in the infirmary, the case being only a trifling one. But though inquiry was strongly pressed on him, no argument could make him indicate the person from whom he had received the wound, though he must have been perfectly well known to him. When he recovered and was dismissed, the author and his brothers opened a communication with him, through the medium of a popular gingerbread baker, of whom both parties were customers, in order to tender a subsidy in name of smart money. The sum would excite ridicule were I to name it, but sure I am that the pockets of the noted Greenbreeks had never held as much money of his own. He declined the remittance, saying that he would not sell his blood, but at the same time reprobated the idea of being an informer, which he said was clam, i.e., base or mean. With much urgency he accepted a pound of snuff for the use of some old woman, aunt, grandmother, or the like, with whom he lived. We did not become friends, for the bickers were more agreeable to both parties than any more pacific amusement, but we conducted them ever after under mutual assurances of the highest consideration for each other. Such was the hero whom Mr. Thomas Scott proposed to carry to Canada, and involve in adventures with the natives and colonists of that country. Perhaps the youthful generosity of the lad will not seem so great in the eyes of others as to those whom it was the means of screening from severe rebuke and punishment, but it seemed to those concerned to argue a nobleness of sentiment far beyond the pitch of most minds, and however obscurely the lad who showed such a frame of noble spirit may have lived or died, I cannot help being of opinion that, if fortune had placed him in circumstances calling for gallantry or generosity, the man would have fulfilled the promise of the boy. Long afterwards, when the story was told to my father, he censured us severely for not telling the truth at the time, that he might have attempted to be of use to the young man in entering on life. But our alarms for the consequences of the drawn sword, and the wound inflicted with such a weapon, were far too predominant at the time for such a pitch of generosity. Perhaps I ought not to have inserted this schoolboy tale, but besides the impression made by the incident at the time, the whole accompaniments of the story are matters to me of solemn and sad recollection. Of all the little band who were concerned in those juvenile sports or brawls, I can scarce recollect a single survivor. Some left the ranks of mimic war to die in the active service of their country. Many sought distant lands to return no more. Others, dispersed in different paths of life, my dim eyes now seek in vain. Of 5 brothers, all healthy and promising in a degree far beyond one whose infancy was visited by personal infirmity, and whose health after this period seemed long very precarious, I am, nevertheless, the only survivor. The best loved, and the best deserving to be loved, who had destined this incident to be the foundation of literary composition, died before his day, in a distant and foreign land, and trifles assume an importance not their own when connected with those who have been loved and lost. End of section 43. End of Waverley, or 'Tis 60 Years Since, Volume 1, by Sir Walter Scott.